Qin Yiming opened his eyes once more. Before him lay a formidable sight, a relentless army of gigantic ants, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. What on earth is happening? When did such colossal ants exist on Earth? Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? Before Qin Yiming could ponder further, the swarm of ants charged menacingly toward him. Holy cow! Fear gripped him, rendering his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled to his feet and turned to flee. Yet, how could a mere two-legged creature outrun a multitude of many-legged ants? He had barely made any distance when the foremost ant seized him, biting through both legs. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain. All the excruciating pain compelled Qin Yiming to let out a harrowing scream. Moments later, due to the excessive loss of blood, his head began to spin, and the world before him blurred into obscurity. In the final second before unconsciousness claimed him, Qin Yiming faintly glimpsed a streak of light traversing the sky. This scene evoked memories of that fateful day when he was drawn into a wormhole. That day, after work, he returned to his rented room, lying on his bed as usual. He took out his phone and began scrolling through videos of Animal World, one of his few cherished pastimes. As he continued to watch, a news video caught his attention. An expert appeared on the screen, solemnly warning the public. Recently, wormholes have been appearing randomly across the globe. Dear friends, when venturing outdoors, please exercise caution and prioritize your safety. After watching the video, Qin Yiming couldn't help but express his skepticism in the comments. In this day and age, can we really trust what the experts say? The odds of being sucked into a wormhole are probably slimmer than winning the lottery. However, just as he finished typing that last word, darkness enveloped him. A formidable force of descent abruptly pulled him into the wormhole. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yiming thought to himself, given the choice, I would much prefer to win 5 million. As his thoughts gradually returned to reality, he found himself lying in a cave filled with bones, gazing at those that were larger than himself. A faint smile crossed his lips after all. His former self was unburdened by attachments. Since I have traversed to this realm, I shall find peace in my circumstances. Yet, Qin Yiming's journey did not begin with the fortunate fate typical of protagonists in novels. At this moment, judging by the decor of the cave, he was undoubtedly ensnared in the lair of ants. Suddenly, excruciating pain surged through his legs, draining the pallor from his face further still. Oh heavens! Are you toying with me? Qin Yiming cursed under his breath. Driven by an intense instinct for survival, he bit down on his tongue, mustering his strength as he began to survey the ant nest before him. Fortune seemed to be on his side. Within this labyrinthine anthill, there lay an opening a mere 5 or 6 meters away from him. Qin Yiming casually picked up 2 sharp bones nearby, using them as makeshift handrails, and began the arduous ascent towards the entrance. Having barely crawled 2 meters, he was startled by a rustling sound, unmistakably the approach of ants. Fear surged through him, prompting him to hasten his crawl. The sound of scurrying feet grew ever closer, mingled with the scraping noise of the bones against the ground. As he neared the opening, he could not resist the urge to glance back. A colossal ant, with its 4 legs raised menacingly, charged towards him. With no time for contemplation, and indifferent to where the tunnel might lead, he preferred to risk a fatal fall rather than become a mere morsel for the ants. Summoning every ounce of strength, Qin Yiming plunged headfirst into the opening, cheekily raising a gesture of defiance towards the pursuing ants. However, in the blink of an eye, he was met with an abrupt realization. The tunnel turned out to be a dead end, 2 or 3 meters deep, and he landed face first in an undignified manner. Before he could fully comprehend his predicament, a force lifted him off the ground. At this moment, Qin Yiming found himself in a state of helpless amusement. He chuckled at the fact that he had not yet been devoured by the ants, but lamented the imminent possibility of becoming sustenance for the Ant Queen. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The Ant Queen? Ant? Upon reflection, the ant that had severed its own legs was considerably larger than the one beneath him now. Could it be that this resembles the ants on Earth? Aside from the fact that they are several hundred times larger, do their social structure and behaviors mirror those of earthly ants? The soldier ants are tasked with hunting and guarding the nest, while the worker ants are responsible for nurturing and foraging. At this moment, Qin Yiming's unwavering belief coupled with an intense desire for survival, surged within him like a tidal wave. He recalled from the animal world that regardless of the type, ants prioritize ensuring adequate air circulation within their nests. This is essential for maintaining a stable temperature, which in turn facilitates their survival and reproduction. With this thought, Qin Yiming compelled himself to regain his composure, meticulously attuning to the gentle breeze wafting through the ant tunnel, while examining the sharp bone in his hand. In an instant, a bold idea struck him. At that moment, as the worker ant's forelegs clasped his legs, Qin Yiming felt a soft breeze brush against his face as they passed an opening. He realized that this refreshing gust emanated from the hole above him. Under such circumstances, even if he managed to escape from the worker ant, he would find no refuge. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. He began to twist his body, leaning towards the side of the worker ant, to allow his eyes to behold the fine hairs upon the legs of the worker ant. This action seemed to capture the attention of the ant as well. The foreclaws that ensnared his legs tightened their grip with renewed strength. In that moment, Qin Yiming was oblivious to everything else, wholly fixated on the undulating hairs on the worker ant's forelegs. His hands gripped the two sharp bones with unwavering determination. A gentle breeze swept through, akin to a beam of light piercing the darkness. Qin Yiming observed the hairs on the ant's legs swaying upwards in the wind. He recognized that the opportunity for escape had arrived. As he neared the mouth of the burrow, Qin Yiming thrust the pointed bone into the body of the worker ant with fervor. In that critical instant, leveraging the two sharp bones as a fulcrum of strength, he forcefully propelled himself towards the opening. The rapid descent, compounded by the throbbing pain in his legs, failed to shatter his resolve or dim his consciousness. Instead, he heard the ant emit a piercing shriek, seemingly filled with resentment for the pain inflicted upon its skin by his actions. With a resounding thud, Qin Yiming fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he frantically crawled toward the direction from which the breeze blew. Meanwhile, within a nearby burrow, an elderly man with white hair, whose legs had also been severed, gazed at the small box in his hands, his face betraying a sense of indecision. As if weighing as the chief among the monster researchers in the 77 cities, he possessed an acute awareness of the peril that awaited him. He understood that after consuming the heart of a demon, he would inevitably confront the imminent threat of a catastrophic demise. Yet, he was loath to resign himself to the ignominious fate of becoming mere sustenance for ants. If only he were a touch younger, perhaps he would have had a glimmer of hope to withstand the overwhelming power of the demon's heart. At that moment, a small rolling stone fortuitously landed upon his head. The elderly man with white hair instinctively glanced up towards the opening above. A figure plummeted directly from the aperture, descending straight into his line of sight. Fortunately, the distance from the opening to the ground was not excessive, sparing Qin Yiming from being rendered a victim of the forceful impact. As the two locked eyes in astonishment for several seconds, Qin Yiming, almost as if compelled by fate, uttered, "Greetings, Lei." Chapter 2: The tug-of-war between the little foxes in contrast to Qin Yiming's greeting. The elderly man with white hair was far more astonished by the fervor in his eyes. At that moment, beneath the layers of grime, Qin Yiming's resilient and confident gaze exuded a profound desire for survival, rendering his eyes exceptionally bright and spirited. Soon, the elder regained his composure, and a flicker of complex emotions passed through his eyes. He glanced down at the small box in his hands, then lifted his gaze back to Qin Yiming, as if weighing some unspoken consideration. "Have you also been captured by those ants?" The elder's voice, gravelly and tinged with fatigue and resignation, inquired. Qin Yiming nodded in acknowledgement, offering a silent response to the elderly man without dwelling on the peculiarity of his speaking in Mandarin. He strained to prop himself up, leaning against the cavern wall, biting his tongue to maintain consciousness. At that moment, upon encountering the white-haired elder, he comprehended that he had undoubtedly fallen into another chamber of the ants' lair, one designated for storing provisions. The passage downward was certainly no longer an option. As for climbing upwards, Qin Yiming cast a glance at his severed legs. A mix of self-deprecation and jest in his tone, he remarked, "It seems you have been here longer than I." The elderly man did not respond immediately. Instead, he sighed deeply before silently opening the small box in his hand. Within lay a dark red heart, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns that appeared to pulse with a semblance of life. Qin Yiming's attention was captivated by the strange object within the box. for he had never encountered anything quite so bizarre. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" The elderly man with white hair fell silent for a moment, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision, then hoarsely replied, "This is the heart of a demon. Consume it, and you shall either gain the power to obliterate worlds or perish in the attempt." Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming felt a jolt in his heart. His gaze fixated on the pulsating heart before him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, one of which struck him as amusing yet imbued with a sense of metaphysical significance. It was as if fate had led him to a serendipitous encounter, bestowing upon him a crucial advantage for his journey through this realm. Yet, despite the fervor stirring within him, he did not foolishly shout, "Let me consume it. I am from Earth. This is my golden finger." Though his heart fluttered with excitement, he maintained an outward facade of composure, his eyes darting about as he contemplated how to discreetly acquire the demon's heart. After all, this treasure might very well represent his sole opportunity to escape this ant-like lair. Clearing his throat, he feigned indifference and asked, "This item sounds powerful, but surely the odds of exploding upon consumption are rather significant, are they not?" As he spoke, he subtly observed the white-haired elder's reaction from the corner of his eye. The elder's gaze oscillated between Qin Yiming and the demon heart, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he slowly began to speak. "Indeed, the risks are too great. With these old bones of mine, I have little time left. Even if I were to perish in an explosion, there would be no regrets." The white-haired elder paused, casting a glance at Qin Yiming. A flicker of unusual light glimmered in his eyes, and with a hint of temptation, he continued, "You, young lad, possess an indomitable spirit reflected in your gaze. It reminds me of my own youth. If this demon's heart could grant you a sliver of hope, perhaps." Qin Yiming's heart tightened suddenly. He discerned the underlying meaning in the elder's words, and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Yet, he feigned calmness, pretending to be somewhat cautious as he asked, "Sir, what do you mean? Are you suggesting?" The elder sighed softly, continuing to entice him with a touch of sincerity. "To me, this demon's heart is merely a bomb, but for you, it may represent a chance to escape. If you have the courage, why not consume it and see?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming was filled with wild joy. However, he managed to suppress his excitement and weakly replied, "Sir, this is your last hope. How could I possibly?" The elder waved his hand dismissively, seemingly reluctant to prolong the discussion. He interrupted Qin Yiming's words directly, saying, "Stop with the hesitation. Will you eat it or not?" Faced with this turning point and the shared plight of the old man, Qin Yiming felt the weight of the moment. In Qin Yiming's heart, the string of vigilance remained taut. Although his tone seemed somewhat weak and lackluster at that moment, his sense of caution was unwavering. After all, as a Chinese, he was well aware of the adage, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Subsequently, Qin Yiming, feeling somewhat fragile yet eager to please, inquired, "I feel rather embarrassed constantly addressing you as sir. May I ask, what should I call you?" "I am Bai Chang'e, and you may refer to me as Qin Yiming, Bai Lao. This presents a 50% chance of success." Bai Lao fell silent. How could this young man maintain such high vigilance? If not for his own frail condition, who would willingly offer assistance? Were it not for the predicament they found themselves in, did he truly believe he could consume the heart of a demon? With a hint of irritation, Bai Lao retorted, "If I were to consume it myself, it would be a certain path to demise. Are you suggesting that I allow you to become the guinea pig? Do you not wish to escape this wretched place?" This revelation caused Qin Yiming to hesitate, not out of caution, but rather due to an unexpected internal conflict, akin to two mischievous impish beings engaged in a fierce battle within him. If he were to consume this demon's heart, could he truly emulate the protagonists of novels, embarking on a journey of extraordinary fortune, defying fate, ascending to the zenith of life, and marrying a beautiful heiress? Yet, recalling his exceedingly unfortunate circumstances at the onset of this journey, he could not help but perceive this venture as a potential death warrant, capable of delivering him to the gates of the underworld in an instant. As Qin Yiming's mind descended into a state of chaotic turmoil, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated from outside the ant hole. This prompted the two foxes, large and small, to exchange glances, each perceiving in the other's eyes an overwhelming desire for survival. Simultaneously, a rustling sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously from the cave passage where Qin Yiming had fallen, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, old Bai, with his raspy voice, shouted, "It seems you have no time to dally. Even if you choose not to consume it, should I partake, the shockwave from my explosion will obliterate you into mere dust." Cursing silently, Qin Yiming resigned himself to the situation. Perhaps a gamble could indeed turn the tide in his favor. Observing the gradually resolute expression on Qin Yiming's face, Old Bai understood that the young man had reached a crucial decision. As expected, Qin Yiming weakly inquired, if I withstand the power of this demon's heart, will there be any side effects? For instance, will I grow 3 heads and 6 arms? Uncertain, Old Bai replied, I am unaware of anyone who has consumed the heart of a demon-level beast. His intention seemed to dispel Qin Yiming's lingering doubts, or perhaps he harbored another motive. He added, this is akin to opening a blind box. Any outcome is possible. Meanwhile, the rustling footsteps above grew ever closer, and Qin Yiming realized that time was of the essence. Gazing intently into the eyes of the silver-haired elder, I earnestly inquired, Old Bai, do you have any final words to impart? Please share them with me in advance, so I can remember. Final words? Old Bai momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon recovered, bursting into hearty laughter, tinged with a hint of bittersweet appreciation and resignation. Indeed, you speak the truth. Should we perish, we both must report to the King of Hell. With a sigh, Old Bai continued, Brother Qin, if you survive, I implore you to join the recovery team in City 77. Consider it my last request, or perhaps a testament of my gratitude. If you find yourself there, you will surely understand everything. Chapter 3. Old Bai's daughter. Though Qin Yiming felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the significance of the recovery team in City 77, he nodded obediently, indicating his understanding. At that moment, the silver-haired elder tossed a small box to him. Concurrently, the head of a worker ant emerged from the overhead tunnel, baring its teeth at them. There was no time to waste. Qin Yiming swiftly opened the box, revealing a dark red heart that pulsated eerily within, akin to a mischievous sprite beckoning with its enchanting allure. Clenching his teeth, Qin Yiming seized this slender thread of hope and bit down upon the infernal heart. At that instant, Old Bai shouted hoarsely, Brother Qin, consume it quickly. Without needing the elder's urging, Qin Yiming would have done so instinctively, for the moment the box was opened. The worker ant above his head resembled a creature invigorated by 10 bottles of stimulants, suddenly erupting into a frenzy as it charged towards Qin Yiming. He scarcely had time to savor the bitter, metallic taste of the demon's heart. Instinctively, Qin Yiming raised his hands to fend off the ant's onslaught. But to his utter astonishment, the gruesome fate of having his hands severed did not come to pass. Instead, a sharp, resounding clang echoed, indicating that the effects of the demon's heart had indeed taken hold. What transpired next was even more extraordinary. A tingling sensation coursed through his severed legs, and before his very eyes, they began to regenerate at a visible pace. This spectacle nearly caused Qin Yiming's jaw to drop in disbelief, as he internally exclaimed that his gamble had paid off. Feeling the surge of immense power within him, he turned to the worker ant with a wicked grin and declared, Heh, now it is my turn to attack. With that, he bent his legs and propelled himself forward with great force, closing the distance to the ant in an instant. Without losing momentum, he delivered a powerful punch to the ant's head. The impact was explosive, shattering the creature's body and sending blood and flesh flying, creating a miniature rain of crimson in the immediate vicinity. At that moment, Qin Yiming's senses were heightened to their utmost limits. He could perceive the slightest tremors within the entire ant nest, and the previously distant sounds of explosions transformed into crystal clarity, resonating around him. It appears that there are individuals outside assaulting the ant nest, slightly increasing the likelihood of escape. This thought ignited a thrill within Qin Yiming, akin to a child who has just received a new toy. However, before he could relish this excitement, a sudden wave of warmth enveloped him, as an untamed force surged within him, rampaging like a wild stallion, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. At that moment, with his senses heightened to their utmost, Qin Yiming overheard Elder Bai murmuring softly, Indeed, it seems that the chosen ones are not meant to succeed. Puzzled, Qin Yiming felt compelled to inquire, Elder Bai, what does it mean to be a chosen one? And how much longer can I endure in this state? Is it measured in seconds or minutes? Elder Bai's nonchalant response left Qin Yiming unsettled. Who knows? It could be the next second, or perhaps a minute. This phenomenon is as unpredictable as unboxing a mystery box. Contemplating Elder Bai's irresponsible answer, Qin Yiming mused that despite having acquired a golden opportunity at the onset of this calamity, it might not necessarily lead to improvement. After a moment of hesitation, he hoisted Elder Bai onto his shoulder and declared, Elder Bai, I sense that there are people outside attacking the ant nest. Seizing this opportunity, I shall rescue you as a token of my gratitude. Elder Bai remained silent, but a flicker of admiration and contentment passed through his eyes. Qin Yiming then inquired, Old Bai, theoretically, if I were to release the power within me, would it enable my survival? In theory, it is indeed possible, came the response. No sooner had the words left Bai's lips than Qin Yiming surged forth, sprinting with all his might through the ant tunnel. Utilizing his extraordinary perception, he followed the gentle breeze flowing within the tunnel, seeking an escape route. Along the way, regardless of whether he encountered worker ants or soldier ants, Qin Yiming obliterated them with a single punch. Strangely, however, the power within him showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, the sensation of heat throughout his body intensified. Old Bai also sensed the rising heat radiating from Qin Yiming. Half jokingly and half resigned, he remarked, "Brother Qin, it seems we can only proceed this far. It is a small fortune to have company in our final moments. Perhaps when we reach the King of Hell, we could form a team and play some cards together." Playing cards with the King of Hell? Qin Yiming mused, though his thoughts were clouded by the gravity of the situation. He had no leisure to engage with Old Bai's jest. He was far too young to meet his end so soon. Until the very last moment, he would refuse to surrender. This was his life creed. Yet, the turmoil within him incited a surge of frustration, prompting him to strike the tunnel wall with a powerful blow. With a thunderous roar, the wall shattered. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but in that instant, Qin Yiming felt the searing heat within him diminish ever so slightly. Suddenly reminded, one realizes that the release of power necessitates an outlet. Contemplating this, Qin Yiming once again struck the wall with a fist, as if to validate his hypothesis. Indeed, the searing sensation diminished momentarily. However, it was quickly replenished by the immense force surging within him. In fact, Qin Yiming could distinctly perceive that the heat had intensified slightly. Time waits for no one. He could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. A powerful instinct for survival surged within him once more. Like a man possessed, Qin Yiming rampaged through the anthill, disregarding both the advancing ants and the walls that obstructed his path. With a fervor akin to madness, he relentlessly pummeled everything that stood in his way. Meanwhile, the elder Bai, who was slung over his shoulder, began to harbor doubts. Logically, Qin Yiming should have perished by now. Could it be that the demon heart merely belonged to the offspring of a demonic beast, thus lacking the strength of its progenitor? At that moment, Qin Yiming appeared to Bai as an unsolvable mathematical conundrum, nearly overwhelming his mind. As Qin Yiming continued to annihilate countless ants and demolish numerous walls, the force within him showed no sign of waning. Just as he shattered another wall, a striking figure suddenly caught his eye. Her alluring physique, complemented by a form-fitting outfit, rendered her a vision that could rival any first-rate celebrity on Earth. Moreover, beneath her flowing black tresses lay a visage of captivating allure. This caused Qin Yiming to pause, risking the imminent explosion of the demonic heart within him, unable to resist the temptation of stealing another glance. In his heart, he could not help but marvel. To behold a celestial being before his demise was indeed a worthwhile venture through time. Just as Qin Yiming indulged in his reverie, the long-haired beauty, a mixture of astonishment, urgency, and elation, called out to him, "Dad?" Chapter 4. The emergence of the Ant Queen. The utterance of Dad sent Qin Yiming's mind into a momentary shutdown, leaving him bewildered for several seconds. Upon regaining his composure, he turned to gaze at the elderly figure perched upon his shoulder, whose expression spoke volumes. Initially, a flicker of pride danced in the old man's eyes, as though witnessing his child achieve great heights. Yet, in the next instant, his demeanor shifted to one of sternness as he solemnly admonished, "Chuanqin, how did you come to be here? This is the lair of the Ant Queen. Are you not aware?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Chuanqin's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice tinged with a quiver as she implored, "Dad, what transpired upon your return from City 78? The old man seemed burdened with untold woes. His response, weary and disheartened, "Let us depart this place first. Now is not the time for inquiries." Observing her father's distressed countenance, Bai Chuanqin understood that this was indeed not the moment to press for answers. In her heart, she silently vowed that upon returning to City 77, she would thoroughly investigate this matter and seek the truth relentlessly. Advancing towards Qin Yiming, she retrieved a syringe, its verdant fluid swaying, catching the eye. Under Qin Yiming's astonished gaze, she swiftly injected the serum into Bai Lao's thigh. The effect was immediate. Bai Lao's complexion improved, dispelling his previous frailty. Having completed this sequence, Bai Chuanqin turned to Qin Yiming, expressing her gratitude. "Though I am unaware of your identity, I extend my sincere appreciation for saving my father." Before Qin Yiming could utter a word, a tentacle emerged from the adjacent wall, impaling him, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen. The suddenness of the appendage caused Qin Yiming's blood to splatter across the surroundings, staining Bai Chuanqin's face crimson. In this perilous moment, disregarding his own mortality, Qin Yiming mustered his remaining strength, hurling Bai Lao towards Bai Chuanqin, who caught him. Simultaneously, the wall behind Qin Yiming fractured, revealing a colossal ant. a veritable mountain of a creature looming before them. Behind Bai Chanshin, a series of footsteps echoed, accompanied by a petite voice calling out, "Captain, we have detected the emergence of the Ant Queen." However, as the individuals speaking entered Qin Yiming's line of sight, their words seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, rendering them speechless. At that moment, the Ant Queen, with one of her antennae resembling a skewer, hoisted Qin Yiming into the air, baring her sharp fangs and casting a sinister gaze upon the group. As the captain of the cleanup team, Bai Chanshin's combat experience was formidable. She swiftly responded, issuing a commanding order. Ling Long, set up the cannon. Suspended in the air by the Ant Queen's antenna, Qin Yiming turned to see among the approaching figures a girl of diminutive stature, sporting playful pigtails, who was brandishing a heavy machine gun that seemed incongruous with her size. Though she appeared adorable, her confidence shone as she hoisted the gun onto her shoulder and fired a shot at the Ant Queen. However, the shot had no effect. The Ant Queen remained unscathed, not even a single hair disturbed. Furthermore, this attack seemed to thoroughly enrage her. The Ant Queen emitted a piercing shriek that resonated through the air. Despite the group covering their ears, they could not escape the overwhelming force of the sonic assault. In an instant, swarms of ants surged forth from all directions, flooding the space like an unstoppable tide. Even the passage through which Ling Long and the others had arrived was now completely obstructed by a myriad of soldier ants. At this moment, Qin Yiming had no time to regard the chaotic scene surrounding him. He harbored a vague intuition that the Queen Ant's target was not Bai Lao and the others, but rather himself. Notably, Bai Lao, who was being carried by Bai Chanshin, shared a similar sentiment. Bai Lao was intently observing the Queen Ant, his gaze directed at Qin Yiming, resembling that of a famished individual who had gone 3 days without sustenance, fixating on a delectable cake, almost yearning to devour Qin Yiming whole. As a monster researcher, Bai Lao was acutely aware of the Queen Ant's insatiable demeanor. After all, from the moment Qin Yiming consumed the demon heart, as long as he remained alive, he represented a coveted opportunity for certain monsters to attain elevated power. Bai Lao cast another glance at his daughter, who was valiantly fending off the ant swarm, contemplating that had she not come to his rescue, he might have faced death with composure. However, she had come to save him, and with her prowess, she might stand a chance against the Queen Ant. Yet, this was the Queen's lair, where more than just this singular Lord-level monster resided. Moreover, should the demon heart explode, everyone present would be doomed. Thus, Bai Lao calmly addressed Bai Chanshin, saying, "Chanshin, we must retreat." Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Bai Chanshin's face. She understood the perilous nature of their current predicament. For Qin Yiming, who had saved his father, she wished to lend a helping hand. At the very least, she should rescue him from the clutches of the Ant Queen. Just as she was about to make a move, Bai Lao's stern voice interrupted her thoughts. "Bai Chanshin, retreat." Bai Chanshin froze for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. In her heart, she silently whispered, "I'm sorry." Soon after, her expression returned to a calm demeanor, and she made her decision, shouting, "Ling Long, clear the way. Everyone else, follow me out of the ant nest." "Understood, Captain." Ling Long, wielding a heavy machine gun, fired a shot at the ants obstructing their path, instantly obliterating a cluster of them. Seizing the moment amidst the smoke of the explosion, Bai Chanshin and her team swiftly rushed towards the exit. It was unclear where she had summoned a silver spear from, but she and her teammates coordinated flawlessly, dispatching any ants that dared to approach them. In those brief seconds, Qin Yiming, suspended by the Ant Queen, witnessed everything unfold before his eyes and heard it resonate in his heart. Observing the receding figures of Bai Chanshin and the others, he felt no resentment nor called out for help. After all, their encounter had been merely a fleeting one, and in such a life-and-death situation, the absence of treachery was a testament to the goodness of humanity. Yet, within Qin Yiming's heart, a sudden realization dawned upon him as he inwardly cursed Bai Lao, "Old fox, using me as a shield." However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts, for the moment demanded focus. Only by consuming that heart could he escape from the lair. As he watched his own body being slowly drawn toward the mouth of the Ant Queen by her tendrils, a surge of intense unease welled up within Qin Yiming. He began to struggle desperately. The pain from his pierced abdomen coursed through him in waves, causing cold sweat to beat on his forehead. Yet, even in such agony, he had no choice but to compel himself to remain calm. Despite the overwhelming sense of unwillingness, it could not overshadow the fierce determination that lay deep within his heart. Even if he were to be devoured whole by the Ant Queen, Qin Yiming resolved to give it a try, wielding the power of buoyancy to challenge the very heavens. Chapter 5. Escape from the ant nest. Thus, with steely resolve, Qin Yiming opened his mouth and bit down upon the tendril that had pierced him. Who could have imagined that the impenetrable exoskeleton of the ant queen, which could withstand even the mightiest of blasts, would be shattered by his bite, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh? Perhaps it was the instinctive neural response of the ant queen that caused her tendrils to retract swiftly. Qin Yiming, in turn, fell to the ground. Ignoring the ant queen's roar, whether it was one of fury or terror, he paid no heed to his own injuries. All that remained in his mind was a singular conviction driving his body onward: seize the opportunity to escape. With a dog paddle motion, Qin Yiming sprinted toward the direction in which Bai Changqing and the others had departed. He could not discern whether it was the power of the demon's heart that had been partially absorbed by the ant queen, or if that very force was mending his injuries. But he felt the searing heat within him subside, lessening in intensity. Yet that force continued to surge within him, tumultuous and unrestrained. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Qin Yiming caught sight of a soldier ant charging towards him, just as he prepared to defend himself. A piercing shriek echoed in his ears, nearly shattering his eardrums. At that moment, the soldier ant had already reached him. Enduring the pain, Qin Yiming gritted his teeth and landed a punch on the creature. However, unlike before, he did not obliterate the ant into a shower of blood. Instead, he merely sent it flying several meters away. In that fleeting instant, Qin Yiming was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his injuries had completely healed. Yet, simultaneously, his retreat was obstructed, surrounded by a dense swarm of ants. It was at this moment that he sensed the searing heat in his body beginning to wane, and he could distinctly feel the power within him gradually dissipating. A bitter smile, more tragic than a cry, tugged at the corners of Qin Yiming's mouth. At this critical juncture, he had no time to ponder the strength of the demonic heart. He surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that the soldier ants seemed to be frozen in place, all fixated on him, yet none dared to advance and launch an attack. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed behind him, and Qin Yiming understood. The ant queen was eagerly intent on turning him into a meal. Strangely enough, at this life and death moment, Qin Yiming's heart, instead, like the tranquil surface of a lake, it remained utterly unperturbed. There was neither anguish nor resentment, nor any inclination to blame fate. It seemed as if the essence of life and death had become inconsequential. He slowly turned his head, locking eyes with the ant queen. In her gaze, which burned with an intensity that suggested she would relish the opportunity to devour him alive, Qin Yiming remained indifferent to whether she could comprehend his actions. With a bold gesture, he raised a hand in a gesture of international camaraderie, as if to provoke or perhaps to express a different form of defiance. In that moment of palpable tension, a streak of light shot swiftly from the passage. With a swift whoosh, it whizzed past the top of Qin Yiming's head. Time seemed to freeze as he beheld the 3 to 4 meter long projectile. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, propelled by a speed that surged several meters forward in an instant. Should anyone have witnessed his current state, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. The veins in his legs bulged like enraged serpents, writhing beneath the skin. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the ant nest passageway. The sound so overwhelming that it felt as if the entire structure might collapse. No matter how swiftly Qin Yiming ran, he could not outpace the shockwave of the projectile. Mere moments after sprinting a few dozen meters, he felt a colossal wave of heat slam against his back. The nearby ant swarm, close to the queen, was obliterated by this surge, evaporating like snowflakes beneath the sun, leaving not a trace behind. The immense shockwave sent Qin Yiming sprawling. The entire anthill, battered by the blast, resembled a dilapidated structure on the verge of collapse. Fragments of stone from the ceiling rained down. After several painful rolls on the ground, Qin Yiming, barely catching his breath, detected an acrid, burning odor. A sharp pain in his back jolted his senses. Despite his agony, he saw the queen ant, seemingly unscathed, charging towards him with great alacrity. Qin Yiming, without hesitation, bolted towards the tunnel exit. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, he would be trapped in this infernal place forever, destined to become the queen's meal. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiming, as he fled with every ounce of his strength, the power within him that was meant to heal his back injury inadvertently concentrated in his legs. This caused his internal energy to drain away like a river bursting its banks, and the queen ant watched Qin Yiming, streaking like a phantom. He covered hundreds of meters in mere moments, on the verge of escaping the anthill. The tantalizing power, about to slip through her grasp, ignited her fury. She emitted a piercing shriek, more intense than any before, sending nearby creatures into a panicked frenzy. The piercing cry, resonant and powerful, reached Qin Yiming, who was on the verge of escaping the ant nest. However, his singular focus was to hasten towards the glaring exit bathed in sunlight. He paid no heed to anything else. Without a hint of deceleration, he surged towards the opening like a soaring eagle, launching himself with fervor. The moment the blinding rays of sunlight struck his eyes, he barely had time to savor the scent of freedom before he felt an overwhelming force of descent, akin to invisible hands seizing him abruptly. As he plummeted through the air, Qin Yiming opened his eyes to behold an endless expanse of forest. In the next instant, he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep indentation in the earth that mirrored his form. The impact left him dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, nearly rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, the remnants of the demon heart's power had not entirely dissipated, sparing his life by a thread. Qin Yiming understood that this was not the time for relaxation. If the Ant Queen were to catch up with him, all his efforts would be in vain. He immediately scrambled out of the pit with frantic urgency, gritting his teeth to maintain his fading consciousness, and propelled his legs forward into the depths of the forest. Barely a few dozen meters into his flight, a colossal shadow lunged from above. Instinctively, he turned to look back, nearly terrified out of his wits. Unable to suppress an exclamation, "Damn. Still chasing me? Are you really set on this?" Though he voiced his frustration, he pressed on. He did not dare to halt his footsteps, instead unleashing his legs to run with all his might. Suddenly, ahead of him, rows of trees several meters away were inexplicably uprooted and sent soaring through the air by some mysterious force, as if an invisible hand were whimsically toying with its playthings. Chapter 6. Into the belly of the great fish. Upon witnessing this scene, a phrase flashed through Qin Yiming's mind: a straight path allows for galloping horses, while a winding path leads to secluded beauty. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted to veer in another direction. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his previous path. Alas! Before him dashed a colossal ant, nearly the size of a queen ant, charging out of the thicket with ferocity. The moment this ant laid eyes on Qin Yiming, it seemed to be invigorated, racing towards him with relentless determination. Qin Yiming couldn't help but ponder in confusion. What is happening? 2 queen ants? Or perhaps 1 king and 1 queen? At this moment, despair washed over him. Akin to gnawing on a bitter gourd, the taste of bitterness sinking deep into his heart, compelling him to grimace. He was acutely aware that the scorching heat enveloping him, which felt as if it were about to roast him alive, had diminished, akin to a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, the 2 gigantic ants behind him clung to him like an unshakable gum, relentlessly pursuing him. He dared not afford himself even a moment's respite in his frantic escape. Gritting his teeth and dragging his weary body onward in a desperate flight, he sprinted for his life, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to discover a refuge from this place where 2 relentless ants pursued him. Suddenly, Qin Yiming felt a chilling sensation creep down his back, as if a gust of icy air had swept past him. Startled, he shuddered, reacting almost instinctively, like a toy propelled by a powerful spring, leaping several meters to the side in an instant. At that critical moment, an elongated tentacle lunged towards the very spot he had just vacated. Had his movements been delayed by even a mere hundredth of a second, he would have been impaled by the Ant Queen, much like a skewer piercing candied hawthorn. In quick succession, the tentacles of the ants, resembling a swarm of frenzied, fanged serpents, launched relentless attacks against him. Qin Yiming, undeterred, swiftly activated his serpentine agility, dodging left and right, occasionally pivoting sharply or vaulting to evade their grasp. He resembled a master of dodgeball, expertly maneuvering through chaos. Where he ran, destruction followed. Flora and fauna appeared as if ravaged by a ferocious typhoon, strewn about in disarray. The ground lay in a state of turmoil, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle, pockmarked and uneven. As time trickled away, Qin Yiming's body temperature plummeted like a slide, a clear indication that the power of the demon's heart was nearing its inevitable demise. As he anxiously fled, he could not help but mentally berate. Wasn't it said that this power would lead to my explosive demise? Where has that explosive force vanished to? Has it been swept away by the fierce winds? Simultaneously, he could not resist cursing the old fox by in his mind. Is this cunning old man scheming against me on purpose? In this moment of dire urgency, Qin Yiming's heightened senses, amplified by his intense anxiety, detected the sound of rushing water emanating from deep within the forest. As the sound penetrated his ears, vivid memories of his past life on Earth surged into his mind, those solitary days when his greatest joy was watching the animal world. He distinctly recalled that the program had mentioned how ants communicate and perceive their surroundings through touch. Once their antennae come into contact with water, they become as dysfunctional as a remote control bereft of batteries. With that thought, Qin Yiming resolved to take a leap of faith. He paid no heed to whether the ants in this world shared the same habits and physiological structures as those on Earth. The current predicament felt akin to a person on the brink of death from thirst in a desert, spotting a mirage of a refreshing spring. He had to try. regardless of the certainty of its existence. Skillfully evading the ant's probing appendages, Qin Yiming moved with the finesse of a seasoned hunter. Using the volume of the water's flow to ascertain his direction, he silently encouraged himself, if I can just hold on for a few more seconds, I will locate that life-saving source of water. Finally, he arrived breathlessly at the place where the sound of water beckoned. Before him lay a tumultuous river, its waters resembling a frenzied herd of wild stallions, surging and galloping relentlessly. He cast a glance over his shoulder, still pursued by two colossal ants, their gaze seemingly taunting him, as if to say, "Chase me to the ends of the earth, yet you shall not prevail." Without hesitation, he dashed to the riverbank and leaped into the very heart of the river. To his astonishment, this leap yielded an unexpected surprise. In an instant, a massive fish, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, erupted from the depths, its ascent akin to a launched torpedo, with its cavernous, gaping maw wide open. It appeared to exuberantly welcome the arrival of Qin Yiming. Suspended in midair, Qin Yiming gazed into the fish's enormous, bloodthirsty mouth, his heart sinking in despair as he could not help but exclaim, "Oh heavens! This jest is truly no laughing matter." Just as he had narrowly escaped the wolf's den, he found himself ensnared in the jaws of a tiger. His previously taut nerves, frayed from relentless flight and the dwindling power of the demonic heart, had nearly exhausted all their strength. He was akin to a puppet drained of its vigor, utterly bereft of the capacity to resist. With a soft plop, much like a plump dumpling dropping into a bowl, he fell without resistance into the belly of the great fish. This spectacle incensed the two giant ants on the shore, who, like petulant children, danced about in a fury, incessantly shrieking at the mighty fish. The great fish in the water seemed to flaunt its triumph. With a vigorous leap, it soared above the surface, sending cascading droplets flying. These droplets resembled tiny water guns, splattering onto the two gigantic ants below, inciting their frustration as they stomped their feet in impotent rage. As they gazed at the fish, which once again submerged, disappearing from view, the ants understood that the tantalizing prize they coveted was likely lost to them forever, leaving them to retreat in disappointment. As for Qin Yiming, who had fallen into the belly of the fish, at the moment of losing consciousness, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to throw a wild punch. Subsequently, like a lifeless robot, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, that erratic strike held considerable power, bursting the fish's stomach. The fish writhed in agony, its eyes rolling back, akin to a balloon punctured by a needle, thrashing desperately in the water. Inside the dark confines of the fish's belly, the comatose Qin Yiming remained unaware of the transformation occurring within him. His once vibrant red heart was gradually shifting to a dark crimson hue, its surface becoming adorned with eerie black patterns. These patterns resembled small black serpents, intertwining with his body's delicate blood vessels, clearly signaling a metamorphosis towards a demonic heart. Chapter 7. Rescued by the dear father and daughter. With each resonant thump of the heart, a powerful cadence echoed. The great fish, still thrashing violently, rolled over with its eyes turned white, expiring in a heartbeat. With a soft splash, it surfaced, drifting aimlessly with the current. In this merciless realm of nature, where the weak are devoured by the strong, a solitary fish floating on the water's surface inevitably becomes a feast for other predators. Soon, another large fish swam into the river, resembling a ravenous thief, hastening towards the lifeless fish. However, upon approaching within mere meters, it seemed to sense some terrifying presence, swiftly retreating in panic, vanishing into the depths of the river in an instant. One cannot fathom how long this dead fish has drifted with the current. Above, a giant bird circled, akin to a pirate discovering treasure, diving rapidly towards the deceased fish. Yet, just as the previous large fish had, it too, upon nearing the carcass, appeared to be struck by an overwhelming fright and hastily withdrew. Meanwhile, aboard an airship bound for City 77, Bai Changqing gazed at her father, who was resting with his eyes closed. The query swirling in her mind ballooned, expanding with each moment. Finally, unable to contain herself, she inquired, "Father, what profound intention lies behind your command for me to launch a missile at the Ant Queen?" On the face of the elder Bai, a contemplative expression emerged as he spoke slowly. "I wish to see whether this shell, once unleashed, will yield an unexpectedly different outcome." "Dad, what does this mean?" Bai Changqing inquired, her confusion evident. The elder Bai cast a glance at his daughter, gradually closing his eyes, his thoughts spiraling into a realm of guilt. Having drawn his daughter into the church already weighed heavily on his conscience. To involve her in matters concerning the heart of a demon would render him unable to face her mother, even in death. Bai Changqing gazed at her father, once again enveloped in silence. acutely aware that further inquiries would bear no fruit. If it were otherwise, the secrets of his laboratory would have long been revealed to her. Meanwhile, on Qin Yiming's side, due to the demon heart within him, the lifeless fish seemed to perform a wondrous magic. With each heartbeat, ripples spread across the river's surface, creating concentric waves. It was uncertain how long this spectacle had persisted. At this moment, approximately 10 kilometers from the city of 77, a father and daughter stood by the riverbank. Their tender demeanor resembled a serene and beautiful tableau of rural life. The middle-aged man, in his 40s, sported a tidy crop of short hair, complemented by a rugged beard that presented the image of a robust and spirited fellow. In his hand, he held an iron spear, the end of which was tied to a sturdy hemp rope. The other end of the rope was tightly knotted around a large tree. Turning to the little girl beside him, she appeared to be around 4 or 5 years of age. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a dark waterfall, flowing smoothly. Although her clothing was quite tattered, it did not betray the slightest hint of disorder or dirt. On her adorable little face, excitement and anticipation radiated as she gazed intently at her father. Her eyes sparkled like twinkling stars as she cheerfully encouraged him. "Dad, this time, you can definitely do it. Go for it." Upon hearing his beloved daughter's words of encouragement, the middle-aged man felt a surge of motivation and replied with renewed vigor. "Just watch, my dear. In my youth, I was a renowned adapter in the 77 cities. Catching a fish is a trivial task for me." The little girl nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with admiration as she looked up at her father. Just as the man was about to cast his iron spear, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large fish lying motionless in the river. Instantly, his heart swelled with joy. Such a fortuitous opportunity was too good to pass up. With narrowed eyes, he prepared for the perfect moment. As the lifeless fish drifted closer, he suddenly summoned all his strength and hurled the spear with precision. The iron spear whizzed through the air, striking the fish squarely. The barbed hook at the spear's tip firmly latched onto the fish. The raging river and the towering trees on the bank strained against the taut rope, creating a tense standoff. "Hooray! Dad is amazing. Tonight, we shall feast on fish." The little girl, witnessing the scene, was filled with excitement, dancing and cheering joyfully. As the middle-aged man dragged the large fish to the shore, the girl swiftly brought over a small cart, demonstrating a remarkable synergy with her father. The man drew a cleaver from his waist, and at that moment, a flash of blue light suddenly emerged from beneath his patched clothing. In an instant, he brought the knife down with a decisive chop, cleaving the fish in two with a resounding crack. With a startled cry from the little girl, Qin Yiming tumbled out from the fish's belly. Just before his consciousness began to fade into obscurity, it felt as though he had traversed time and space, returning to Earth, where he beheld the rented apartment he once inhabited and the all-too-familiar patterns of his life, reminiscent of a nostalgic film flashing through his mind. However, at that moment, a sharp pain surged from his heart, as if a silver needle had pierced it, abruptly yanking him from his ethereal recollections back into reality. His body began to convulse uncontrollably, the dark veins within him writhing like frenzied serpents, seemingly in search of a refuge. Suddenly, Qin Yiming's body convulsed violently, as if struck by a powerful electric current. He slowly opened his eyes, and unbeknownst to anyone, a strange, dark red glow flickered within them. Like a fierce flame emerging from the depths of hell, a flicker passed through his eyes. In the next moment, a charming little girl appeared in Qin Yiming's line of sight. With her round, plump head, she surveyed him curiously. Upon noticing him, the girl widened her eyes, startled like a frightened rabbit, and retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Daddy! Daddy! He's back from the dead! Back from the dead!" Hearing his daughter's cries, the middle-aged man swiftly turned around, instinctively tightening his grip on the cleaver in his hand, casting a wary glance at Qin Yiming. He scrutinized the young man before him, drenched and emanating an eerie aura. Filled with confusion and suspicion, he demanded, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" At that moment, Qin Yiming was not fully conscious. His mind was a tumultuous haze. Upon hearing the voices, he merely raised his head in bewilderment, gazing at the two before him. He opened his mouth but could not utter a sound. The little girl hid behind her father, revealing only her pair of eyes, timidly observing Qin Yiming. She whispered, "Daddy, this brother, he isn't mute, is he?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Although rescuing a stranger in the wild was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, the frail appearance of Qin Yiming suggested he bore no malicious intent. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "I shall first escort you back to the gathering place. If you harbor even the slightest ulterior motive, do not blame me for being unyielding. If you comprehend my words, nod." Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming quickly nodded weakly, exhausted and devoid of any strength to resist. He allowed the middle-aged man to support him. Yet, the man's right hand, firmly gripping a machete, remained unsheathed at his side. Chapter 8. Earth 1,000 years hence Qin Yiming gazed at the little girl playing in front of the house and fell into deep contemplation. The structure, referred to as a house, was merely a rudimentary shelter constructed from stacked stones. Such a fragile edifice would likely collapse under the onslaught of fierce winds or torrential rains. Through these past few days of companionship, he had finally learned the names of the father and daughter. The middle-aged man was named Li Daxiong, and the little girl was called Li Xilu. Indeed, their names perfectly embodied their essence. One was a sturdy and earnest bear, while the other was a lively and graceful deer, complementing each other in delightful harmony. Thanks to the fortune of having caught that large fish previously, their living conditions had markedly improved, sparing them from the need to brave the elements in search of food. Simultaneously, Qin Yiming had begun to grasp the peculiarities of this extraordinary world. It turned out he had neither traversed to an alternate realm nor returned to antiquity. Instead, he had arrived a millennium into the future. However, the present Earth had undergone a profound transformation, merging intimately with a planet overrun by monstrous creatures, thus giving rise to an entirely new world. The cataclysmic disaster, reminiscent of an apocalypse, directly resulted in 90% of humanity succumbing to its wrath. Additionally, under the influence of the magnetic field of that monstrous celestial body, the Earth is now populated with bizarrely shaped, gigantic creatures, the survivors of humanity. After enduring millennia of arduous development, erected towering walls reaching a height of 100 meters, enclosing parcels of land, gradually establishing cities. As for why Qin Yiming possessed this knowledge, it was due to the young girl, Xiaolu, who initially believed that Qin Yiming was mute. She diligently took a book titled Chinese Phonetic Alphabet and earnestly taught him to read and pronounce words. The table of contents of that alphabet book simply outlined the current state of the world. Qin Yiming cast a glance at the towering wall not far away, where the number 77 was emblazoned. He couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar nature of fate. Sensing Qin Yiming's gaze, Xiaolu drooped her head, her face etched with disappointment. Brother Yiming, we are now refugees, unable to enter the lives behind the high walls, she lamented. Observing her despondent demeanor, Qin Yiming felt a surge of tenderness within him. He gently reached out and stroked her small head, speaking with a soft tone. Xiaolu, be good. Brother Yiming promises to take you inside the high walls one day. I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. Brother Yiming, please don't try to placate me, she retorted. Qin Yiming merely smiled faintly, offering no reply, yet within his heart, he pondered how he might fulfill this promise. In truth, since regaining his composure, he had inquired with Li Daxiong whether there was a means to establish contact with those within the high walls. Li Daxiong abruptly doused his hopes with a bucket of cold water, firmly asserting that such a feat was utterly impossible. The guards stationed atop the walls held no regard for the lives of these refugees, and one could hardly expect them to extend a helping hand in facilitating contact. Li Daxiong further elucidated the reasons behind this. It appeared that those living outside the high walls were comprised of individuals who had committed crimes, along with their descendants, cast aside like unwanted children by those residing within. Suddenly, while Qin Yiming was lost in thought, he noticed several shadowy figures moving restlessly around the vicinity of the house. Although his perception, enhanced by the heart of the demon, was not as extraordinary as it had been within the ant nest, it still surpassed that of an ordinary person. He promptly became aware of these individuals. Shortly thereafter, a man swaggered towards Qin Yiming with an air of confidence. Observing the scene, the little deer, akin to a startled rabbit, quickly sought refuge behind Qin Yiming. The man feigned concern, saying, "Come here, little deer, let uncle give you a hug. I want to let you hug me. My father says you are a bad person, and I don't trust your words," the little deer retorted earnestly, peeking out with a serious expression. This response left the man visibly embarrassed, his face flushing crimson, and his demeanor became increasingly awkward. Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, he brazenly walked over to the side where some fish fillets were laid out to dry, disregarding the surrounding presence. He reached out nonchalantly, as if this place were his own home. Qin Yiming observed this action without intervening. In truth, the pieces of fish and meat placed outside the house were deliberately arranged by Li Daxiong before his departure, aimed at alleviating unnecessary troubles. In this settlement, nestled against the towering walls of City 77 and inhabited by hundreds of refugees, the absence of food could easily lead to cannibalism. Li Daxiong, a former member of the city guard and an adapter, still wielded a degree of influence within this gathering. However, he did not disclose how he had been cast beyond the high walls, nor did Qin Yiming press for details. Even the meaning of adapter remained unspoken between them. Qin Yiming simply assured Li Daxiang that he would safeguard Li Xielu until his return. Naturally, he refrained from inquiring about Li Daxiang's whereabouts. The previous night, a group of individuals clad in military attire had arrived at the house, seemingly having struck a deal with Li Daxiang, requesting him to guide them for some mission, with the promise that upon its completion, Li Xielu would be granted entry to live within the walls. The man consuming fish noticed that Qin Yiming merely watched him in silence, showing no signs of resistance. Bolstered by the presence of several accomplices lurking nearby, his audacity grew. And he even summoned a companion to brazenly assist in transporting the pieces of fish and meat from in front of the house. In reality, Qin Yiming was not intimidated by them. Primarily, it was their belts, gleaming with machetes, that emitted a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood. It was evident that these individuals were far from benevolent. Qin Yiming harbored concerns that, should he take action, he might be unable to adequately protect little deer. Any unforeseen circumstances could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he felt compelled to endure the situation for the time being. However, the man remained undeterred, audaciously attempting to enter the house to procure more fish and meat. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Qin Yiming finally spoke. "My friend, I advise you to know when to stop. Otherwise, when Uncle Li returns, you shall face the repercussions." The man responded with a mocking demeanor. "Are you referring to Li Daxiang? He probably won't be coming back. Besides, even if he does, do you think I, Lu Feifei, would fear him?" Upon uttering these words, Lu Feifei, as if to flaunt his prowess, transformed his entire right hand into that of a tiger's claw in the astonished gaze of Qin Yiming. He smugly declared, "Do you believe that I, a fusionist, would be afraid of him? An adapter? Fusionist? Adapter?" Upon his arrival, Qin Yiming was utterly baffled by these terms, akin to deciphering an arcane script. However, at that moment, his priority was to prevent Lu Feifei from entering the house to seize the remaining fish and meat. His recent interactions with Little Deer and her father had fostered a certain emotional bond. Of course, he had also come to realize a crucial truth. Adhering to the laws of the past would be futile in this place. One must adapt to the customs of the land. As Qin Yiming pondered, he drew forth the machete left to him by Li Daxiang, his gaze fixed coldly upon Lu Feifei. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed the approach of other refugees, gradually converging towards this vicinity. At such a moment, Qin Yiming was acutely aware that if he did not exhibit a display of strength, both he and Xielu would undoubtedly face incessant troubles before Li Daxiang's return. He leaned down and softly imparted a few words of caution to Xiaolu. Then, taking the initiative, surged forward like a tempest, lunging at Lu Feifei. With a swift motion, he raised his blade and struck towards Lu Feifei's neck. Chapter 9. Releasing something in the insect locust valley. Lu Feifei was utterly unprepared for the decisive action taken by Qin Yiming, who appeared so unassuming and peaceful. In a state of panic, he instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, only to emit a horrific scream that echoed around them. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Lu Feifei, in terror, gazed at his severed hands lying on the ground, wailing incessantly. Qin Yiming's ruthless maneuver had sent his erstwhile companions, who had intended to assist, retreating several steps in alarm. The surrounding refugees, who had been observing the scene, were left dumbfounded by Qin Yiming's decisive and merciless tactics, silently contemplating, "This fellow, who appears so refined, is unexpectedly so brutal in his actions." Yet, Qin Yiming did not relent. He understood that now was the crucial moment. The vagrants, intimidated by Qin Yiming's imposing aura, recoiled in disarray, their faces etched with terror. Lu Feifei, prostrate on the ground, was drenched in a cold sweat of agony. As Qin Yiming advanced upon him, step by deliberate step, his heart swelled with dread. He could never have conceived that this seemingly frail outsider possessed such formidable power. "Listen well," Qin Yiming declared, his voice reverberating through the still air. "From this moment forward, should anyone dare to prey upon these fishmongers or harm Xielu, they shall face the unyielding edge of my blade." His gaze conveyed an undeniable authority, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The onlookers who had hoped to capitalize on the situation swiftly dispersed. Subsequently, Qin Yiming lowered his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Lu Feifei, who lay on the ground like a mangy cur, with the predatory intensity of a wolf eyeing its quarry. He raised his cleaver high, poised to deliver the decisive blow that would end his life. At that moment, Lu Feifei, his spirit shattered by fear, screamed with the desperation of a cornered wildcat, "Spare me! Spare me! I'll tell you a secret." Qin Yiming's face was a mask of cold disdain. This display of fear sent tremors through Lu Feifei, who hastily cried out, his voice laced with urgency, It concerns Li Daxiong. What do you mean? Qin Yiming inquired. Halting his action, his countenance etched with bewilderment. He mused inwardly, it has something to do with Uncle Li? Upon observing Qin Yiming's expression, Lu Feifei's demeanor softened slightly, akin to grasping a lifeline. He immediately began to divulge information with fervor, stating, I know where Li Daxiong and his companions have gone. If you release me, I assure you I will reveal everything I know. Although Qin Yiming was extremely reluctant to spare this detestable individual, the thought of the life-saving Li Daxiong compelled him to steady his voice and respond. If you dare utter a single falsehood, I guarantee you shall not survive the night. They have gone to Chngo Valley. Is that it? Nothing more? Qin Yiming's face bore a look of bewilderment, while his mind pondered the ominous nature of this Chngo Valley. Lu Feifei immediately realized that Qin Yiming was not familiar with the area surrounding City 77 and was entirely ignorant of the valley's terrifying reputation. Just as he was about to explain, a nearby little deer suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into Qin Yiming's embrace, sobbing, Whoa, Brother Yiming. Shall we go save old Do, please? Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Qin Yiming's spine, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Clearly, Chngo Valley was an exceedingly perilous place. Otherwise, the little deer would not have reacted so sorrowfully at the mere mention of its name. He immediately turned his icy gaze toward Lu Feifei, who seemed frozen under the weight of Qin Yiming's glacial stare. Trembling with anxiety, he hastily explained, On the night Li Daxiong and the others departed, I overheard the city guards discussing something. It seemed they intended to venture into the insect locust valley to place something there. What is it? I do not know. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming was on the verge of anger when he heard Lu Feifei, in a tone of desperation, plead, I swear, that is all I heard. Seeing Lu Feifei in such a state, Qin Yiming shifted his gaze to Lu Feifei's companions, who were already petrified with fear, nodding incessantly like chicks pecking at grains, confirming that Lu Feifei was indeed speaking the truth. Understanding the circumstances, Qin Yiming gently comforted the little deer. As for Lu Feifei, he promptly picked up the severed hand from the ground and summoned his companions to swiftly flee from this perilous place. Qin Yiming observed everything, and regarding Lu Feifei's cowardly demeanor, he did not pay him much mind, allowing him and his companions to scurry away in panic. Subsequently, Qin Yiming exerted considerable effort, making faces and telling jokes, employing all his skills to finally soothe the little deer. Perhaps the little deer had cried herself into exhaustion, for she fell into a deep slumber in Qin Yiming's embrace, much like a docile kitten. Once he had properly settled the little deer, Qin Yiming finally found the time to reflect on the moment he had severed Lu Feifei's hands. Since his mental restoration, he became acutely aware of certain transformations occurring within his body. To his astonishment, these changes were remarkably profound. Not only had his senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree, akin to possessing an enhanced perception, but his physical strength had also exceeded all expectations. He felt as if he could effortlessly lift a mountain with his bare hands. Moreover, he realized that his understanding of this new earth was woefully inadequate. Given the opportunity, he vowed to diligently acquire knowledge about the commonalities of this new planet. In the ensuing 2 days, the refugees seemed to be cowed by Qin Yiming's ruthless methods, with no one daring to approach them. Meanwhile, the little deer, upon learning of her father's departure to the Locust Valley, transformed into a different person. She became as silent as a closed flower bud, her former vivaciousness and agility evaporating without a trace. Qin Yiming initially thought this state would persist for some time. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, just as the sun began to reveal a sliver of its face, 3 trucks rumbled slowly into the gathering place of the refugees, heading towards the imposing walls and heavy iron gates. Qin Yiming recognized at once that these were the city guards who had requested Li Daxiong to guide them. A whisper of concern crossed his mind. Had they returned? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He fixed his gaze on the 3 trucks, hardly daring to blink. The vehicles came to a gradual halt beside the heavy iron gate, and as the doors swung open, a throng of city guards poured out in an orderly fashion. In the midst of the crowd, Qin Yiming anxiously searched for the silhouette of Li Daxiong. However, he could not find that familiar tall figure. Xiaolu, awakened by the noise of the truck, rubbed her sleepy eyes and rushed out of the house. Upon seeing the city guards, her excitement was beyond words. Yet, as the crowd dispersed, her eyes began to redden again. Brother Yiming, why hasn't Dad returned yet? Xiaolu asked, her voice tinged with tears. A pang of sorrow struck Qin Yiming's heart as he pulled Xiaolu into his embrace, soothing her with gentle words. Xiaolu, there's no need to fret. Uncle Li must be delayed by other matters and will return home shortly. Though he spoke reassuringly, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Just then, a deafening air raid siren echoed from the towering walls of City 77. Chapter 10. War on the verge of eruption. The protracted and muffled sound of the air raid siren resonated like a powerful giant loudspeaker, instantly sending the nearby refugees of City 77 into a state of sheer panic. The gathering place erupted into chaos, a tumultuous surge of people, confusion reigning supreme. Eyes turned towards the iron gates, where the city guards moved with the agility of rabbits eager to return to their burrows, swiftly ushering vehicles inside the high walls. Moments later, as the heavy iron gates were about to close, a piercing sound erupted, akin to sharp nails scraping against a blackboard, drilling into Qin Yiming's ears and inciting irritation. Some refugees, who stood close to the iron gates, like a madman, he dashed towards the iron gate. His voice hoarse from desperation as he shouted, "Let me in. Please, let me in. I would do anything for you. Work like a beast of burden if only you would allow me entry." However, what awaited them was the city guards, their dark gun barrels lined up menacingly. The weapons were also aimed at the desperate refugees. One individual attempted to utter a few more words, but with a resounding bang, a shot rang out. The man crumpled to the ground like a bird that had collided with a wall. This sudden gunfire struck the hearts of the refugees like a heavy hammer, leaving them trembling with fear, their legs weak and unsteady, too terrified to take another step forward. It was as if an invisible yet unyielding barrier stood before them, impenetrable as a wall of iron and bronze. Qin Yiming, cradling the fawn, gazed in bewilderment at the scene unfolding around him, his mind racing with questions. What has transpired? How could this place have descended into such chaos so suddenly? At that moment, he caught a glimpse of an older refugee, moving with the deftness of a seasoned veteran. Swiftly, the man lifted an iron cover from the ground and, with a swift motion, slipped inside. His agility was astonishing, leaving onlookers momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, some refugees fell to their knees, their hands pressed together in fervent prayer, murmuring incantations as if imploring the heavens for mercy, seeking divine intervention to help them evade the impending calamity. Yet more refugees, like headless flies, scurried aimlessly within the gathering place, desperately searching for a sanctuary where they might conceal themselves. In that moment, the scene reached a peak of chaos, with cries for mercy, shouts, and wails intertwining, creating a cacophony that was utterly overwhelming. As the first rays of sunlight, akin to a mischievous child, stealthily crept up the towering walls of City 77, Qin Yiming turned to glance back and instinctively gasped in shock. Before him lay a dense, dark mass, so thick that its nature was indiscernible, resembling a colossal black cloud rapidly advancing towards City 77. Simultaneously, a subtle yet rhythmic tremor resonated from the ground, as if an invisible hand were persistently striking the earth. A surge of intense alarm gripped Qin Yiming's heart, a powerful sense of impending danger flooding his senses. Meanwhile, the little deer, as if having endured a similar horrific ordeal, exhibited an uncanny calmness, silently clinging tightly to Qin Yiming as though he were her sole lifeline in this world. Observing her distress, Qin Yiming's heart ached. Yet he acted swiftly, shedding his outer garment to securely carry the little deer on his back. He then bound her firmly with the clothing, ensuring her safety, and gently reassured her, "Little dear, be good and hold on tightly to me, for you mustn't fall." With a heavy nod, the little deer tightened its embrace, as if yearning to merge with Qin Yiming. Drawing forth his glinting machete, Qin Yiming charged determinately toward the iron gate beneath the towering wall. However, upon his arrival, he found the formidable gate had already secured itself, standing as an impenetrable barrier, cold and unyielding, separating them from the outside world. Beyond the gate, a throng of terrified refugees had gathered, and among them, he spotted Lu Feifei and his companions, trembling in fright, huddled together like a cluster of startled lambs seeking solace for their troubled spirits, pressing against the wall for comfort. This was the first time Qin Yiming faced such a heart-stopping spectacle of terror. His mind momentarily blank, he could conjure no effective response. Imitating those around him, he quickly found a sturdy tree not far from the gate and swiftly ascended its trunk. Gripping his gleaming machete tightly, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly ahead, fully focused on the impending peril. Meanwhile, he fervently encouraged himself, "I will prevail. I will protect the little deer." After what felt like an eternity, perhaps a century in duration, 3 minutes later, Qin Yiming finally discerned the source of danger. Above him, a dark cloud swarmed, revealing itself to be enormous locusts. each nearly a meter in size, dancing ominously in the sky. On the ground, a horde of enormous rats, each nearly 2 meters in length, scurried forth, baring their teeth as they surged towards the city of 77. This chilling scene, regardless of the era in which it is set, would undoubtedly send shivers down the spine of any observer. It was as if a nightmare had materialized into reality, a glimpse of hell manifesting upon the earth. In no time, the first wave of frenzied rats charged forward, heedless of their own peril, crashing about wildly, biting at anyone they encountered. Fragile structures, already lacking in fortitude, crumbled under their relentless onslaught, leaving the remnants of destruction akin to a child's careless topple of a stack of blocks. The aftermath was a scene of utter chaos. Meanwhile, in the skies above, swarms of locusts followed closely behind, paying no mind to the carcasses of both rats and humans alike, nor to the flora that adorned the ground. All fell victim to these ravenous marauders, stripped bare without a trace, as if they were a band of long-starved, malevolent thieves. It was then that Qin Yiming experienced a moment of clarity, understanding why those refugees who had failed to find suitable refuge were so desperately rushing towards the high walls. As the first rat collided with the wall, a sudden explosion echoed, and before long, an array of high-speed cannons materialized as if conjured by magic. Appearing along the wall's interior, they unleashed a merciless barrage upon everything below, like inconsequential blades of grass, dismissed as utterly insignificant. Simultaneously, for those behind the high walls, there emerges a deeper understanding of the callous indifference toward the lives of the marginalized. Though a flicker of anger and compassion stirs within, it becomes evident that this may very well be an unspoken rule of the age. At that moment, brilliant sparks erupted from the heights, reminiscent of fireworks illuminating the sky during grand celebrations. In an instant, the heavens were showered with a deluge of locusts, cascading down like beads scattered from a broken string, creating a cacophony of noise as they fell. Yet, the sight stretched endlessly, a dense swarm of locusts and rats. Even with the ferocious onslaught of rapid-fire artillery, the effect was merely a drop in the bucket, utterly incapable of addressing the root of the problem. Moreover, the artillery itself succumbed to overheating, necessitating a pause for reloading. As anticipated, it was not long before the artillery had to cease its relentless barrage. Seizing the opportunity, the locusts and rats surged forth like a tumultuous tide, advancing en masse toward the high walls. Chapter 11. The Celestial Maiden descends. Qin Yiming wielded his cleaver, deftly cleaving the rats that leapt toward him in two with a swift motion. Following this, he spotted a locust diving toward him, and with remarkable speed, he countered with a decisive stroke that severed the creature mid-air. Just as he dispatched these two threats, he noticed, seemingly from nowhere, colossal airships materializing in the sky, resembling indomitable fortresses afloat in the ether. Each airship activated a layer of pale blue energy shield and began unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful artillery towards the locusts. Simultaneously, Qin Yiming noticed a familiar figure, Bai Chanshin, clad in silver attire and wielding a silver spear. She resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, gracefully dancing in the air with the locusts as her landing points. With each flourish, the spear in her hand emitted a dazzling brilliance. Accompanied by this radiance, vast swathes of locusts appeared to be under the spell of some enchantment, succumbing to their demise and falling to the ground like raindrops. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Yiming felt utterly bewildered. Is it truly possible? Has humanity mastered the art of cultivation a millennium from now? Yet, there was no time for such contemplations. Beneath the tree, several rodents were voraciously gnawing at its trunk. Qin Yiming felt a surge of urgency. He understood that if this great tree were to fall, both he and the fawn would be plunged into a perilous situation. As he swung his machete to fend off the gnawing rodents, he scanned the surroundings, seeking an escape route. Just then, he spotted an abandoned house not far off. Although it appeared precarious, it might offer a temporary refuge from the terrifying rodents. Gritting his teeth, he called out to the fawn on his back, "Fawn, let us head towards that house. Hold on tight." With that, he seized the moment and leapt from the tree, sprinting towards the dilapidated structure. All the while, rodents and locusts lunged relentlessly at him. He fought valiantly, deflecting blows from all directions, though his body bore several wounds. Yet, he did not falter in the slightest. At last, he arrived before an abandoned house, forcefully kicking open the precarious door and swiftly slipping inside. As soon as he entered, he hurriedly barricaded the door with scattered debris and leaned against the wall, Gasping for breath, the little deer slid off his back, gazing at him with concern and saying, "Brother Yiming, you're hurt." Qin Yiming managed a faint smile, replying, "It's nothing, dear. Yiming is not in pain. Let us hide here for a while and assess the situation." However, just as they caught their breath, a cacophony of violent collisions erupted outside. Simultaneously, the sharp reports of gunfire rang out, crackling in Qin Yiming's ears like popping beans. Upon hearing those sounds, he nearly slapped himself in frustration, deeply regretting his oversight. He couldn't help but curse himself internally. Did I leave my wits behind when I stepped out? In my haste to descend from the tree, I completely forgot about the artillery fire. Now, this is a grave predicament. As the bullets struck the walls with resounding thuds, Qin Yiming suddenly realized that the very house he occupied lay squarely within the artillery's range, akin to standing directly in front of a gun's muzzle. He slapped his forehead, thinking, "This won't do. If I stay here any longer, I shall surely be riddled with holes." With this thought in mind, Qin Yiming moved swiftly, hoisting the fawn onto his back with the precision of securing a delicate parcel. True to form, it wasn't long before a thunderous roar echoed through the air, as one side of the building's wall collapsed in a deafening crash, sending a cloud of choking dust swirling into the atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Qin Yiming surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, dashing out of the structure and racing towards the towering wall beneath, which he sought refuge. Along the way, he wielded his blade with lethal efficiency, dispatching the oncoming rats and locusts with a swift stroke. These creatures, caught unawares, met their demise before they could react. The distance of merely a few dozen meters felt interminable, as if stretched to an unfathomable length in this life-or-death scenario. Qin Yiming felt as though he had been running for an entire century, yet he still had not reached his destination. Fortunately, fate appeared to favor him, as he narrowly escaped, reaching the base of the high wall. Leaning against it, Qin Yiming transformed into an unyielding machine of destruction, relentlessly slaying one rat after another. Each strike sliced through the air with a whoosh, and the rodents before him were utterly powerless. Perhaps the aerial presence of Bai Chanshin and her team from the recovery squad was remarkably effective, alleviating much of the pressure from the locust onslaught. Thus, Qin Yiming on the ground was left to focus solely on the relentless rats, significantly easing his burden, even as a few locusts, seemingly blind, dove down upon him. He swiftly dispatched his foes with a single stroke, as effortlessly as one might swat a fly. Since the onset of the conflict, scarcely half an hour had elapsed, yet the vicinity of the towering walls had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly, along with severed limbs, evoking a visceral unease. The ground, once overrun with weeds, was now blanketed by a thick layer of gigantic rat and locust carcasses. Observing this grim tableau, Qin Yiming could not help but exclaim inwardly, "A hell on earth, it could not be more accurate." As time inexorably passed, Qin Yiming continued his relentless slaughter of the monstrous rodents when he suddenly felt his heart beating with increasing fervor. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic pulsations resonated like the resounding beat of war drums, causing a tingling sensation to radiate through his chest. With each synchronized heartbeat, an intense warmth began to emanate from his body, as if he were engulfed in a roaring furnace. Even the fawn upon his back sensed the anomaly, its expression tinged with curiosity and concern as it queried, "Brother Yiming, what is the matter? Why is your body so hot, like a little furnace?" Yet, the fawn found the warmth rather comforting. With a smile, as he struck down another rat before him, Qin Yiming reassured, "I am fine, little fawn. It is merely the thrill of the moment that has invigorated me." The fiery fervor coursed through Qin Yiming, igniting a passion within him. Although he responded with a smile, he was acutely aware of the situation's similarity to his prior encounter in the ant nest. He pondered silently. It seemed that the power of the demon's heart had not diminished at all. Strangely, it had become part of his very own heart. A most peculiar phenomenon. Upon realizing this, Qin Yiming had an epiphany. His extraordinary perception and strength were, in fact, derived from this heart. Yet, he was unable to peer into his own body. In the current tumult, it was impossible to undergo any form of examination to discern the true nature of his heart. He remained uncertain whether this demon's heart was a boon or a bane for him. Nevertheless, given the present circumstances, possessing this heart appeared to be advantageous. At least for now, Qin Yiming distinctly felt a surge of formidable power within him, akin to the transformation of a super scion, enabling him to adeptly navigate the imminent peril. Suddenly, he noticed the ground beneath his feet beginning to tremble slightly. This tremor was markedly different from the vibrations caused by the scurrying of mice. It resonated with a lower frequency and greater force. Instinctively, Qin Yiming lifted his gaze. In the distance, a massive silhouette emerged on the horizon, slowly advancing towards the towering wall. Chapter 12. The Menace of the Demon's Heart. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Qin Yiming perceived that the number of mice rushing towards him was dwindling. Even the mice that were comparatively closer to him began to emit an extraordinary wail, frantically scurrying in place like ants on a hot skillet. They ceased their assault on Qin Yiming, as if they had perceived something that instilled in them an overwhelming terror. However, it was not long before these timid creatures were violently thrust towards Qin Yiming by the frenzied horde behind them. Although he could not ascertain the precise cause of this upheaval, he attributed the change to the demonic heart, pondering to himself that it must be the mischief of this precious organ. As for the mice that had presented themselves, he showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching them with a decisive stroke. Simultaneously, as the shadow drew nearer, Qin Yiming finally discerned the nature of this looming figure. It was an enormous beast. Towering at least 10 meters high, its entire body adorned with impenetrable scales that caused the ground to tremble with every step it took. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Yiming. He understood all too well that the emergence of this creature could escalate the peril of this battle from ordinary to formidable levels. At that moment, the demonic heart within him began to beat restlessly, its rhythm growing increasingly intense, resembling the urgent beating of war drums. The resounding thuds reverberated through his chest, numbing him with their power, which seemed to emanate an innate aura of intimidation. The surrounding mice were paralyzed with fear, retreating in a panic as if they had encountered a cat, scurrying away in a desperate flight to a distance of several meters. The trembling gradually ceased, yet occasionally, the little eyes furtively glanced at Qin Yiming. Meanwhile, in the sky, a dozen airships appeared, arranged in perfect formation like geese, orderly aligned in a large character shape, steadfastly targeting the colossal beast. Qin Yiming initially anticipated a fierce battle to unfold. However, unexpectedly, in the next moment, a pair of resplendent wings materialized behind Bai Changqin with a swift motion. Bathed in sunlight, they shimmered with dazzling brilliance, resembling the sacred wings of an angel descending upon the earth. As soon as these wings emerged, they effortlessly lifted her into the air. Subsequently, she transformed into a streak of light, swiftly charging toward the monstrous creature with lightning speed. This scene left Qin Yiming utterly astonished, his mouth agape. As he internally exclaimed, "Is Bai Changqin truly intending to confront that gigantic beast single-handedly?" Qin Yiming then glanced at the trembling mice before him, pondering, could it be that these mice are terrified of the demon heart within me? With this thought, he felt akin to a mischievous child, cautiously testing the waters as he slowly approached the frightened rodents. To his delight, he was indeed correct. The mice, akin to startled birds, scurried away at an astonishing speed, creating a considerable distance from Qin Yiming. Observing this spectacle, his curiosity ignited like a firecracker. In a moment of explosive intensity, he could no longer contain himself. With a resolute heart, he sprinted towards the colossal beast, his feet gliding as if oiled. As he ran, an involuntary shout echoed within him. I must witness firsthand the magnificent battle between Bai Changqin and that monstrous creature. His frenzied dash was a spectacle to behold. The rats, akin to the harbingers of plague, scurried away in terror, instinctively parting to grant him passage. Even the locusts in the sky seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, refraining from their chaotic flight above his head. Simultaneously, he realized that as long as the heart of the demon pulsed with unusual vigor, these feeble creatures would regard him with an inexplicable dread, as if he emanated an aura of enigmatic power that instilled fear in these monsters. Empowered by the heart of the demon, Qin Yiming felt his physical capabilities and sensory perception enhance manifold. What once required considerable effort to traverse a few kilometers now felt entirely different. In mere minutes, he raced to the battleground with astonishing swiftness. Upon his arrival, he beheld Bai Changqin, descending like a celestial being, her silver spear shimmering with an eerie cold light, as though imbued with life. Like a streak of lightning, it pierced the heart of the gigantic beast with tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous crash as the creature collapsed, akin to a towering mountain succumbing to gravity, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Qin Yiming stared in astonishment, his mind racing with the thought, how could Bai Changqin be so formidable? In a mere few minutes, she had vanquished such a colossal foe. He fixed his gaze upon Bai Changqin, who floated gracefully in midair, Her striking presence and captivating beauty radiated an irresistible allure. Perhaps it was Qin Yiming's fervent gaze that was too intense, akin to a spotlight, drawing Bai Changxin's attention. Instinctively, she turned her head to glance in his direction. This glance was nothing short of remarkable. Bai Changxin's originally composed countenance transformed into one of sheer surprise, her eyes widening like those of an inquisitive neighbor girl. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "You're alive?" Before Qin Yiming could respond, the little deer on his back gazed up at Bai Changxin with eyes full of admiration, sparkling like stars, and excitedly declared, "Wow, it's Sister Bai Changxin. You're amazing." Qin Yiming then replied, half-jokingly, "Is it really necessary to wish me dead upon our first meeting? Look at me. I'm perfectly fine." Only then did Bai Changxin realize her gaffe. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, she hurriedly clarified, "That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask how you managed to escape the ants' den. I thought you had." Qin Yiming shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smile on his face as he quipped, "Perhaps it's because I'm too handsome. The ants were so entranced by my looks that they couldn't bear to eat me. She carelessly tossed me into the belly of a great fish. Can you believe how infuriating that is?" Bai Changxin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she heard Xiao Lu affirmatively nodding beside her, saying, "Yes, indeed. It was within the belly of the great fish that my father and I rescued Brother Yiming." The mention of her father caused Xiao Lu's emotions to plummet like a roller coaster, plunging her into sadness. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. Qin Yiming, sensing the shift in Xiao Lu's demeanor, gently set her down and spoke soothingly to her. Meanwhile, an airship descended gracefully above them, resembling a colossal bird. Below the airship, square compartments opened, and ropes cascaded down like waterfalls. In swift succession, members of the retrieval team, clad in a striking black and red military uniform, descended with agility akin to that of nimble monkeys. They efficiently divided their tasks, with some on lookout duty, their eyes scanning every corner like searchlights, while others busied themselves with the remains of the colossal monster. The scene unfolded like a meticulously organized military operation. Just as everyone was enveloped in this rare moment of tranquility, Qin Yiming suddenly felt the heart of the demon within him begin to thrum erratically. Its rhythm starkly different from before. This time, the pulsations were more frantic, as if conveying a perilous warning. Chapter 13. The Beast Battle Armor. Qin Yiming picked up the fawn, his gaze scanning the surroundings with a heightened sense of vigilance. Yet, he found nothing amiss. Nevertheless, a wave of unease washed over him, intensifying to the point where his heart raced. Bai Changxin seemed to sense his distress, stepping closer to inquire, "What troubles you?" Furrowing his brow, Qin Yiming replied gravely, "I cannot quite place it, but I have a foreboding sense that something ominous is about to unfold." No sooner had he spoken than the once tranquil ground beneath them began to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity was slowly rising from the depths below. At that moment, Bai Changxin's petite earpiece emitted a crackling sound, followed by a panicked exclamation, "Captain, a substantial horde of primary-level monsters has been detected ahead, numbering in the thousands." Upon hearing this, Bai Changxin's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor chillingly composed. She bellowed to the members of the retrieval team, "Everyone, return to the airship immediately." Standing off to the side, Qin Yiming, despite his confusion over the earpiece's message, felt an unsettling realization dawn upon him. A horde of primary-level monsters? Before he could fully grasp the implications, Bai Changxin turned to him and urged, "You should come with us. The ground is about to become a playground for monsters. It is no longer safe here." Upon hearing her words, Qin Yiming did not hesitate to comply. Reflecting inwardly, she speaks with reason. He then prepared to follow her lead. Bai Changxin effortlessly lifted the fawn into her arms. The powerful wings behind her flapped vigorously, akin to a fierce gust of wind, propelling her instantly onto the airship. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming, filled with envy, could only grasp the rope and hastily follow the retrieval team back to the airship. Upon their arrival, the onlookers were taken aback to see a person resembling a refugee. Qin Yiming, swaggering into the control room alongside a staff member. Their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes silently questioning the origin of this unexpected refugee and how he managed to board their airship. However, observing the authoritative demeanor of the staff member and Bai Changxin's imposing presence, none dared voice their thoughts, opting instead to silently grumble within. Qin Yiming, not lacking in intelligence, keenly sensed their peculiar stares but chose to dismiss their scrutiny. After all, he had just witnessed the indifference of those within the high walls toward the lives of the marginalized. If they were to greet him with friendly smiles now, it would indeed be suspicious. As he navigated through the winding corridors of the airship, Qin Yiming finally arrived at the control room. As a bona fide inhabitant of Earth, he was instantly captivated upon entering, marveling internally at the spaciousness that belied the airship's unremarkable exterior from the ground. The control room was astonishingly vast, comparable in size to 2 or 3 classrooms, and offered an expansive view. After receiving the fawn from Bai Chanshin, Qin Yiming, displaying remarkable discretion, found a secluded corner and assumed the role of a silent observer. He gazed at Bai Chanshin, who resembled a formidable general commanding an army of thousands. Issuing orders with an air of authority, advanced the airship. Peering through the airship's glass, Qin Yiming's eyes were drawn to the horizon approximately 10 kilometers ahead. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. My goodness! There, on the horizon, loomed a multitude of colossal dark silhouettes, densely clustered like a surging black sea, moving with a heavy and thunderous gait towards the city of 77 in the rear. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yiming felt a pang of trepidation. Yet the surging power within him provided a measure of reassurance. Seizing this moment of respite, he took a moment to reflect deeply. He realized that the transformation brought about by the heart of the demon was extraordinarily profound. His senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree, akin to having gained the ability of X-ray vision, and his strength felt as if he could lift a small mountain. His recovery abilities were reminiscent of a super scion, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Additionally, he had recently discovered a fourth form of intimidation, capable of frightening weaker monsters into a state of panic. The rodents and locusts served as perfect examples of this newfound power. Before long, rows of airships and those dark masses converged like two armies on the brink of a fierce confrontation. At last, Qin Yiming discerned the nature of those dark forms. They were, in fact, enormous and formidable beasts. He could not help but internally scoff. So the previous one was merely a scout, a minor minion sent out to probe, while the true formidable forces lay behind. On the battlefield, there is no room for superfluous chatter when two armies collide. It is inevitably a brutal contest of life and death. Soon, under the astonished gaze of Qin Yiming, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground, the airship transformed as if by magic, enveloped in a shimmering energy shield that glowed with a soft blue light, encasing the entire vessel as though it had donned an indestructible suit of armor. In the center of the control room, a square opening, approximately 4 to 5 meters across, suddenly flared open. After casting a glance at Qin Yiming, Bai Chanshin manifested a pair of exquisitely lifelike wings behind her and, in an instant, shot forth from the airship like a bullet from a gun. Observing this, Qin Yiming hurriedly rushed to the window and looked down. He beheld the members of the recovery team lined up in perfect formation, their expressions grave as they resembled statues, intently focused on the colossal beast ahead. Each individual shimmered intermittently with a soft blue light, exuding a reassuring aura. At that moment, Bai Chanshin's clear and resonant voice rang out within the control room. Everyone, activate the beast battle armor with all your might to withstand the Triceratops beast. The team members responded in unison, their voices reverberating through the control room, creating a palpable atmosphere of unwavering determination. From their words, Qin Yiming discerned that this gigantic creature was referred to as the Triceratops beast, from the monstrous cranium. The 3 elongated, pointed horns indeed reflected the creature's name. Subsequently, Qin Yiming observed a screen on the control panel, which vividly displayed the status of each retrieval team member, accompanied by a conspicuous percentage. Notably, Bai Chanshin's percentage shone forth with an impressive 89%, resembling a luminous digital medal that showcased her formidable prowess. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Peering through the control room of the airship, Qin Yiming beheld the retrieval team members, grouped in threes, working in unison to besiege the ceratopsian beasts. Bai Chanshin, akin to a war deity, wielded her firearm with dexterity, maneuvering through the throng of ceratopsians, striking with precision and resilience, leaving a fallen beast in her wake. Simultaneously, he noticed Ling Long, the adorable little girl, clutching a machine gun that was entirely disproportionate to her petite frame, stationed upon a hillside of the battlefield, akin to a hunting eagle. Her gaze sweeping the arena as she occasionally fired, providing accurate support to her comrades. A few other figures, much like Bai Chanshin, engaged in solitary combat. Among them was one named Wang Xing, whose percentage, as displayed on the screen, stood at 85, merely 3 points shy of Bai Chanshin's. It appeared that this percentage was a reflection of their strength. This individual, Wang Xing, was also a formidable character, showcasing his prowess on the battlefield without a hint of yielding. As the conflict persisted, the Ceratopsians seemed utterly incensed, launching a reckless and frenzied counterattack. Chapter 14. The sky-splitting giant Qin Yiming beheld a colossal horned dragon beast that sprang into the air, launching itself directly toward an airship. The energy shield surrounding the vessel trembled violently upon impact, emitting a blinding radiance. Qin Yiming's heart raced as he fixated on the beast from the window, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, Bai Chanqing also recognized the impending danger. Without hesitation, she charged toward the horned dragon, her spear glinting with a chilling brilliance, akin to a silver lightning bolt. With a single strike, she wounded the creature, provoking an enraged roar in response. Simultaneously, Linglong unleashed her firepower, wielding a machine gun that astonishingly emitted a beam akin to a laser cannon, striking another horned dragon beside Bai Chanqing. For reasons unknown, the machine gun then switched modes, erupting in a rapid-fire barrage that echoed like fireworks during the New Year celebrations. She devoted herself entirely to supporting Bai Chanqing and the airship, which appeared to teeter on the brink of disintegration. Qin Yiming's eyes darted as he astutely noticed that the individual named Wang Xing had not come to their aid. Instead, he resembled a leisurely vacationer, carelessly engaging in battle amidst the horned dragon throng. Observing this, Qin Yiming felt an inexplicable urge to confront him with vigor. The horned dragon's leap and collision with the airship resembled the plummet of a massive stone into a tranquil pond, creating a resounding splash that stirred tumultuous waves. The herd of triceratops seemed to have conspired in advance, leaping into the air in unison, like cannonballs launched towards the nearby airship. The airship where Qin Yiming was situated was not spared from the onslaught, as it too fell victim to the relentless wave of monstrous attacks. Fortunately, the vessel was fortified with an energy shield, which provided a semblance of protection, preventing it from being torn apart by the frenzied triceratops in the initial moments. However, the energy shield began to falter, flickering like a dimming light bulb on the verge of exhaustion, its brilliance gradually fading. Qin Yiming was acutely aware that if this continued, the airship would inevitably be reduced to mere shreds by the rampaging triceratops. His mind raced as he desperately contemplated how to escape this perilous battlefield with the fawn in tow. Just as he was deep in thought, Bai Chanqing's clear and authoritative voice resonated in the control room. All team members, protect the airship and ascend to an altitude of 500 meters. At that moment, an unexpected voice intruded, as if an uninvited guest had entered the control room. Captain Bai, if you proceed with this course of action, you will disturb the nearby riftwing giant. The consequences could be far more troublesome. As soon as the voice faded, Bai Chanqing erupted like a lit firecracker, her cold command echoing, Wang Xing, simply follow orders without question. I am fully aware of the implications. Should anything go awry, I will take full responsibility. Spare me your incessant chatter. As Bai Chanqing's voice echoed through the air, the control room of the airship fell into a profound silence, so intense that the faintest sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. No one dared to voice dissent any longer. With the resounding hum of the engines, the airships began their gradual ascent, reminiscent of hot air balloons lazily rising into the sky. Observing this scene, Qin Yiming couldn't help but feel an overwhelming admiration for Bai Chanqing's decisiveness. He mused to himself, this Captain Bai indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. She acts with conviction and without hesitation. Once the airships ascended, the triceratops beasts, no matter how high they leaped, could only gaze up at the vessels in despair, utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. With a temporary sense of safety, Qin Yiming shifted his focus to the battlefield below. In the distance, swarms of locusts and rats continued their fierce engagement with the city guards of 77 City, exchanging bites and gunfire in a relentless struggle. The intensity of the conflict was akin to a roaring inferno, leaving no respite for either side. Meanwhile, Bai Chanqing led the recovery team with remarkable synergy, entangled in a fierce struggle with the triceratops beasts. For a moment, both factions found themselves in a peculiar equilibrium, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. For reasons unknown, Qin Yiming's heart began to race inexplicably, akin to a child fervently beating a war drum, as if urgently signaling to him that the danger was far from over. Suddenly, a piercing shriek, sharp enough to slice through the heavens, erupted like a bolt of lightning across the tranquil night sky, reverberating throughout the battlefield until it reached every ear. Qin Yiming witnessed this spectacle firsthand. Amidst a resounding shriek, several mice and locusts were instantly obliterated by the sonic waves, transforming into a gruesome puddle of flesh upon the ground. The ceratopsian beasts were equally startled, abruptly halting their movements. They lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed with fear, akin to obedient schoolchildren chastised by a teacher. Qin Yiming cast his gaze in the direction of the sound, and before his eyes, a dark silhouette emerged on the horizon. Gradually, it grew larger and clearer until its outline became discernible. To his astonishment, he realized it was a colossal bird, approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. Resembling a peregrine falcon, with wings unfurled, spanning nearly 10 meters, it blotted out the sun, hurtling towards him like a meteoric star. In mere moments, the creature approached, accompanied by a tempestuous wind that swept across the battlefield, scattering debris in all directions. Airships were tossed about like leaves in a storm, swaying precariously before finally regaining their balance. Skybreaker behemoth? Qin Yiming mused to himself. Meanwhile, a chillingly composed voice echoed from the control room, confirming his suspicions. All airships, deactivate energy shields and descend 50 meters. Do not attempt to provoke the Skybreaker behemoth. Execute immediately. At that moment, Wang Xing's skeptical voice echoed again, irritatingly repetitive. Captain Bai, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? You are instructing everyone to remove energy shields in the presence of a lord-level beast? Isn't this a path to self-destruction? Do as commanded. The furious shout of Bai Changqing reverberated within the control room of the airship. As the airship completed its tasks, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield, a stillness so profound that it sent shivers down one's spine. Both monsters and humans, in an uncanny display of unity, opted for a temporary truce, as if they had prearranged it. Only the massive Sky Ripper soared above their heads, a majestic sovereign surveying its domain, proclaiming with regal authority, "In my territory, whether you are dragon or tiger, you shall all bow before me." Amidst the bewilderment caused by this sudden turn of events, Qin Yiming suddenly felt his demonic heart within him begin to thrum violently. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his veins, and a daring thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 15. The Art of Overreach. In this tense moment, with everyone fixated on the ominous Sky Ripper overhead, as if a nightmare had descended upon them, and not daring to breathe, a voice suddenly broke the silence in the control room. It was as if a loudspeaker had been activated in a hushed library, strikingly out of place. "Hello? Is anyone there? What on earth is happening? It can't be that we're encountering a critical failure at this moment." "Dad?" Bai Changqing nearly dropped her jaw, her voice ascending several octaves in surprise and disbelief. "Can you hear me, Qin brother? Are you there?" The voice of old Bai carried a hint of playful amusement. Qin Yiming was initially taken aback, unable to comprehend how old Bai was aware of his presence aboard the airship. However, he chose not to dwell on it, feeling as though the plot had shifted quicker than the turning of a page. He raised his voice in response from within the airship. "Yes, yes, yes. It has been quite a while, old Bai. Your sudden appearance startled me. I thought I was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Ha ha ha, it's been ages. How have you been? All well, I hope." Old Bai's hearty laughter resonated through the headset, clear and vibrant, akin to a warm spring breeze that dispelled the tension lingering in the air. "I'm in excellent health, feeling robust. I could take on an elephant single-handedly." Qin Yiming thumped his chest, exuding confidence even though no one could see him. "That is splendid. Someone, fetch a piece of beast armor for my brother Qin to wear." Old Bai's declaration was laden with authority. The moment he uttered those words, not just the individuals aboard the airship, but anyone wearing a headset was left utterly bewildered, their minds swirling with questions. They pondered in silence. What is this remarkable turn of events? Who exactly is this Qin brother, that old Bai would show such unwavering support? Yet, an ill-timed voice emerged to interject. "Old Bai, your actions seem somewhat inconsistent with the established norms. This battle armor cannot simply be bestowed upon others at will. Henceforth, each time your Wang family acquires battle armor, the cost shall increase by 20%. Does that align with the rules?" Old Bai, unfazed, swiftly hurled back a formidable retort, his tone resounding with an air of authority. "You are merely a novice in this contest." Upon hearing this, Wang Xing, standing on the ground, felt his handsome visage flush crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Angrily, he cast a glance over his shoulder at the towering walls of City 77, his eyes seemingly seething with the unspoken promise. This matter is far from over. Following this commotion, none dared to challenge old Bai any further. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming, guided by a young lady, proceeded to don the enigmatic beast battle armor. This young lady, exhibiting commendable professionalism, mechanically elucidated, the beast battle armor is crafted from the fibers of monsters. Once activated, it significantly enhances the body's capabilities. When the enhancement reaches 100%, it bestows the wearer with the prowess of a humanoid, Lord-class monster, albeit without their unique abilities. Qin Yiming gazed at the snug black bodysuit clinging to his skin, pondering inwardly. Does this seemingly ordinary garment possess such extraordinary qualities? To his astonishment, once he donned it, he experienced none of the discomfort he had anticipated. Instead, it felt as though he was enveloped in a layer of ethereal air, exceedingly comfortable and liberating. The armor enveloped him as though it were a second skin. After donning the black and crimson uniform of the retrieval team, the young lady beside him stared in awe, her cheeks tinged with a delicate crimson hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. At that moment, a petite figure resembling a little tail tugged at his hem, her eyes brimming with concern as she pitifully inquired, "Where are you going, Brother Yiming?" Qin Yiming turned to her, offering a reassuring smile akin to the gentle warmth of the winter sun, soothingly replying, "Don't worry, Xiao Lu. Brother Yiming is off to battle some little monsters. I shall return shortly." He then tenderly ruffled her hair, the gesture as gentle as caressing a docile kitten. Following the young lady's cue, Qin Yiming tapped his chest, and the entire beast-slaying armor ignited with a radiant blue light. It danced across his form like nimble serpents, swiftly connecting every part of him, as if aligning all the acupoints of his body. In that instant, he felt as light as a feather, his entire being charged with boundless energy, as if he were equipped with a perpetual motion machine. He felt capable of pulverizing a small mountain with a single punch. The control room screen displayed a strikingly high percentage for Qin Yiming's beast-slaying armor, 100%. This revelation left everyone aboard the airship utterly astounded, their jaws nearly grazing the floor, their minds racing with exclamations of disbelief. What sorcery is this? Meanwhile, within Qin Yiming's heart, he mused, "It appears that Old Bai possesses an extraordinary understanding of my physical condition." As for the battle armor he presented to himself, Qin Yiming discerned the intentions of the esteemed Elder Bai. It was merely a means to alleviate the troubles of his daughter. In a certain sense, Elder Bai's thoughts aligned seamlessly with his own. In a moment of impulsive fervor, Qin Yiming leaped from the airship with remarkable swiftness, surpassing the speed of a rocket. The urgency of the situation prompted a nearby young lady to exclaim, "The rope hasn't even been released yet." Consequently, with a resounding thud, Qin Yiming landed firmly on the ground, his posture undeniably heroic, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. However, his allure lasted but a fleeting 3 seconds. His feet were instantly numbed, as if pierced by countless sharp needles. Then, with a chilling crack, he heard the ominous sound of his leg bones shattering. This spectacle was witnessed not only by the members of the recovery team, but also by everyone aboard the airship, all clearly visible on the large screen. Even the towering celestial behemoth was drawn to the sudden commotion, its gaze fixated upon him, as the onlookers pondered why Qin Yiming remained motionless in his landing stance. The celestial behemoth, without warning, surged toward him like a cannonball, the sound of its descent creating a gale that resembled a tornado, uprooting everything in its vicinity. Sturdy trees and massive boulders were scattered chaotically, creating a scene of utter devastation. At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. The concerned warning of Bai Chanshin, "Be careful." In this moment, Qin Yiming felt an overwhelming bitterness within, berating himself internally. "Damn. I've gone too far. I've overplayed my hand." Yet, despite the urgency of the situation, he could sense his legs rapidly regaining strength. Faced with the oncoming colossal rift, he could only grit his teeth and raise his hands to brace against the impending force. It felt akin to a fragile egg confronting a solid stone, with no chance of victory. After a resounding crash, Qin Yiming found himself dizzy, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurled hundreds of meters away. As he tumbled through the air, he was astonished to feel a sudden warmth surging from his heart, like a gentle spring, rejuvenating his body to its former state. After a brief moment of recovery, he confirmed his well-being and a sly smile crept upon his lips. Addressing the soaring rift, he calmly stated, "Now, it's my turn." Chapter 16. A duel with the colossal rift. No sooner had Qin Yiming spoken than the demonic heart within him pulsated violently, as if in response. He took a deep breath and, with a powerful push from his feet, propelled himself forward like a streak of black lightning, charging towards the colossal rift. The rift, seemingly incensed by Qin Yiming's provocation, unfurled its massive wings and let out a deafening roar, lunging once more towards him. This time, however, Qin Yiming opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he harnessed the formidable agility bestowed upon him by the beastly battle armor. Amidst the fleeting intervals of the attack from the colossal skybreaker, he deftly maneuvered, his figure darting swiftly across the massive form of the beast, meticulously seeking the optimal moment to strike. Just as the opportunity arose, the Skybreaker executed a breathtaking somersault midair, followed by a fierce flurry of its razor-sharp claws. Lunging once more at Qin Yiming with an air of arrogant defiance, as if taunting, "Let us see where you can escape this time." A sudden tightening gripped Qin Yiming's heart. His footing slipped precariously, nearly sending him crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Fortunately, his reflexes were extraordinarily sharp. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself upward with explosive force, as though his feet were equipped with powerful springs, soaring into the air. Suspended aloft, he raised his right fist high, embodying a valiant spirit reminiscent of a war god. The formidable energy from the heart of the demon melded with the power of the beast armor, coalescing into a bizarre, dark red luminescence. This radiance was so brilliant it seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder in the next instant. "Take this punch," Qin Yiming shouted with fervor, unleashing a tremendous strike towards the Skybreaker's claws. With a resounding boom, the force of his blow erupted like a small cannonball, sending the massive creature crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, several unsuspecting Triceratops were caught in the shockwave, meeting their demise under the overwhelming force. As Qin Yiming experienced weightlessness, he fell to the ground like a small bird colliding with a wall. Perhaps it was the unleashed power of the demon's heart that enabled him to endure this fall unscathed. The herd of Triceratops, towering several meters around him, witnessed this spectacle and trembled in fear, their expressions filled with terror as they swiftly scattered in all directions. A piercing and furious roar echoed once more across the battlefield, where chaos reigned. The sound was as sharp as a finely honed blade, slicing through the sky. Qin Yiming and the Triceratops, caught in the midst of the confrontation between man and beast, were thrown into a state of panic, desperately seeking to escape the combat zone. Dust billowed into the air. Trees toppled, and the entire battlefield devolved into utter chaos. The colossal creature, the sky-rending giant, shook its head and beat its massive wings, soaring into the heavens. Qin Yiming watched in astonishment as it ascended higher, until it gradually became a mere black dot in his vision. In the next moment, the sky-rending giant descended upon him like a meteor, its incredible speed seeming to tear through the very air itself. Qin Yiming slightly bent his legs, enveloped by an eerie dark red glow. His fists clenched tightly, as if encased in a strange flame. Then, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the head of the sky-rending giant. This is nothing short of a fierce clash of power, devoid of any ostentatious techniques. Qin Yiming is not versed in the intricacies of martial arts. At this moment, he harbors a singular, resolute thought: to act decisively. Clearly, in this intense confrontation, the sky-rending behemoth finds itself at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the onslaught, as Qin Yiming delivers a punch that sends it hurtling several hundred meters away, tracing a long arc through the air. Simultaneously, Qin Yiming is acutely aware of the adage that one must seize the opportunity when the foe is vulnerable. With a sudden push off the ground, he leaps forward, transforming into a streak of light as he charges toward the sky-rending behemoth. Yet, it is no mere foe to be easily vanquished. The creature is not slain by Qin Yiming's blow. It shakes its head and, spotting the approaching Qin Yiming, rapidly flaps its wings, stirring up a tempestuous wind. This gale strikes Qin Yiming's handsome face like a serrated blade, causing him to grimace in pain, as if his skin might be stripped away. Just as the sky-rending behemoth prepares to ascend once more, Qin Yiming, quick-witted and agile, precisely grasps its claw and leaps, soaring into the sky alongside it. However, this time, he has learned from experience. He clutches the feathers atop the creature's head tightly, securing himself firmly to its body. Inwardly contemplating, "Let's see how you escape this time." With a wicked smile, he believes himself capable of captivating countless maidens, regardless of whether the colossal creature could comprehend him. Qin Yiming proclaimed with immense authority, "Let the world bear witness to my arrival, starting with you." Upon uttering these words, it seemed as though he was releasing the pent-up frustrations that had long dwelled within him, or perhaps he was confiding in the heavens themselves. He then summoned the dark crimson aura around his right fist, striking with the fervor of a relentless boxer, landing powerful blows upon the creature's head. Each strike was met with the creature's piercing wails of agony. The onlookers beheld the colossal entity flailing wildly in the air, emitting anguished cries that echoed through the atmosphere. It was uncertain whether its cries were born from genuine suffering or from a furious protest. Gradually, it drifted farther away from the observers, resembling a nightmare fading into oblivion before their very eyes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Qin Yiming perceived that with each heavy strike, the dark crimson glow emanating from his right fist diminished ever so slightly. The creature beneath him appeared to sense this shift as well. Suddenly, it charged towards a nearby peak with reckless abandon, its determined trajectory reminiscent of a desperate declaration. If it must come to this, let us perish together. Observing this turn of events, Qin Yiming's fury surged, gripping the creature's feathers with unwavering resolve, unwilling to relinquish his hold. In his heart, he silently vowed, "You think you can force me to fear for my life?" With a resounding crash, the confrontation reached its climax. The small hill bore the scars of a profound impact, leaving behind a deep crater. Surrounding the pit, fissures rapidly emerged, unsettling a multitude of timid birds and beasts, who fled in a frantic panic. Under the forceful collision, Qin Yiming was jolted into releasing his grip, his internal organs protesting painfully as if they were on the verge of dislocation. Unable to restrain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, appearing grievously injured. Simultaneously, the soaring creature, the sky raptor, hovered above, fixating its resentful gaze upon him, as if to challenge him with an unspoken taunt. "You dare to confront me again." Yet, Qin Yiming, undeterred, met its stare, managing to assert a sense of dominance in their silent contest. Inwardly, he mused, "What are you glaring at? I fear you not." Great bird. Time slipped by, and eventually, the sky raptor seemed to sense that Qin Yiming was not to be trifled with. Or perhaps it was motivated by some other unknown reason. To Qin Yiming's astonishment, it took flight towards the horizon, vanishing from his sight entirely. Only then did he exhale a long, relieved breath. Fortunately, the sky raptor was oblivious to the fact that it had reached the limits of its strength. A few more encounters, and Qin Yiming believed he might truly meet his end in that place. Exhausted and seemingly drained of all vigor, Qin Yiming lay in the crater, resembling a mere puddle of mud, gazing in the direction the sky raptor had departed. He murmured to himself, "That great bird is remarkably resilient." After striking it for what felt like an eternity, it appeared unaffected. At the foot of the towering peak, behind a large boulder, a cautious head emerged. Chapter 17. Reunion with Bailao. Li Daong, who had suffered the loss of an arm, once he ascertained the surroundings were safe, gazed again into the deep, concave pit within the mountain. He found himself pondering who could possess such audacity to provoke the local sovereign, the Sky Dash. He mused inwardly about the formidable character that such a feat would require. With a heart brimming with curiosity and trepidation, Li Daong approached the abyss step by step. With each stride, he vigilantly scanned the area, wary of any lurking dangers. Upon finally reaching the brink of the pit, he spotted Qin Yiming lying on the ground, his breath faint. Li Daong paused momentarily in shock, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Yiming, is that you?" Qin Yiming slowly turned his head, and upon seeing Li Daong, managed to muster a faint smile. "Uncle Li, it is indeed me. I never anticipated encountering you here." Li Daong hurried to Qin Yiming's side, examining his injuries while asking, "What happened to you? How did you sustain such severe wounds?" With a bitter smile, Qin Yiming recounted the battle with the sky, in brief, assuring him that the little deer was now safe. Upon hearing this, Li Daong's face registered shock, quickly followed by profound relief, realizing he had not misjudged the young man. Entrusting the care of the little deer to Qin Yiming felt like one of the wisest decisions he had made. As Qin Yiming and Li Daong exchanged words, each contributing to the conversation, a bond of camaraderie flourished between them. In the distance, the buzzing sound of an airship resonated, akin to a swarm of colossal mosquitoes swirling in the air, drawing ever closer. Before long, a vessel came to a halt above the two individuals. Several members of the retrieval team leaped from the airship, swiftly seizing Qin Yiming and Li Daxiong without uttering a word. Initially, the team had no intention of taking Li Daxiong, as he appeared to be nothing more than an inconspicuous vagrant. However, under the chilling gaze of Qin Yiming, whose eyes seemed capable of freezing the very essence of life, they trembled inwardly and reluctantly acquiesced to Li Daxiong accompanying them. Perhaps they were still murmuring to themselves, "This fellow's gaze is too fearsome. It is best not to provoke him lightly." Upon boarding the airship, Xiao Lu, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted Li Daxiong and let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if seeking to convey all her longing through her cries, sobbing incessantly. Despite the limitations imposed by having only one hand, Li Daxiong flusteredly attempted to comfort Xiao Lu. He had never anticipated that he would return alive, let alone witness the transformation of Qin Yiming into a formidable entity capable of challenging the tyrant, the rift-winged behemoth. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin Yiming, who lay nearby, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. At that moment, Qin Yiming felt as though he were a straw man, drained of all vigor, as the power within him ebbed away like a torrent breaching its dam. The injuries to his body showed no signs of recovery, leaving him in a state of deep confusion. He pondered quietly within himself, is this power destined to fade away once more? At that moment, he no longer possessed the vigorous vitality he had exhibited during his confrontation with the Sky Ripper. Instead, he resembled a feeble sapling, lying quietly on the airship, utterly motionless. The slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through him, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his flesh, creating unbearable pain. It felt as though all the damage sustained during the battle with the Sky Ripper had suddenly surged forth, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Simultaneously, an overwhelming and intense hunger surged within him like a tidal wave, compelling him to shout, "Is there food? I am so hungry, so very hungry." At that moment, Qin Yiming felt he could consume an entire elephant. His cry invigorated the previously subdued atmosphere of the airship, which sprang to life as if a switch had been flipped, swiftly mobilizing toward a clear objective. Before long, a young lady, resembling a considerate little angel, gracefully approached with a platter of food in hand, presenting it before Qin Yiming. Without hesitation, he endured the excruciating pain and began to devour the food voraciously. Beside him, Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu stared in wide-eyed astonishment, as if witnessing a monster, while Qin Yiming consumed the platter of beast meat with the ferocity of a whirlwind. After finishing, he bellowed again, "Is there more? I am still so hungry." In response, the young lady swiftly returned with another platter of beast meat. This time, Qin Yiming warmly invited Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu to join him in enjoying a feast. As a refugee, Xiao Lu had never encountered such delectable food before, and her mouth watered profusely, longing for the taste. Quickly mimicking Qin Yiming, she took large bites, her charming demeanor eliciting laughter and prompting a desire to gaze at her longer. While the trio reveled in the joy of feasting, the airship unknowingly returned to the battlefield of City 77, initially believing the conflict had concluded. Qin Yiming was startled to see Bai Qianqin engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle with a relatively small triceratops beast. To Bai Qianqin, the creature resembled a mischievous little monster, bouncing around with exuberance. Yet, Bai Qianqin adeptly dodged and weaved, her movements astonishingly nimble and graceful, akin to a fairy dancing in the air. Observing her ease, Qin Yiming's worries began to dissipate. As the airship traversed the battlefield, it navigated through swarms of locusts like a fearless warrior, safely delivering Qin Yiming to the high walls of City 77, where Bai Lao awaited him. Subsequently, the airship, like a valiant soldier, resolutely returned to the fray, rejoining the fierce battle against the monsters. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming, along with the others, sat atop the walls of City 77, gazing at the tumultuous scene of war. It was then that Qin Yiming profoundly and viscerally grasped the brutality of conflict, the roaring flames, and the cacophony of battle cries. Like a scene from a chaotic disaster film, the unfolding events stimulated his mind, sending shivers down his spine. After all, just a few days prior, he had been an earnest office worker, leading a mundane life from 9 to 5, completely unacquainted with such breathtaking turmoil. To Qin Yiming's astonishment, Xiao Lu appeared remarkably unfazed, as if she had grown accustomed to the brutal realities of war. Upon reflection, it made sense. Perhaps he was the only one atop the high wall, still reeling from the shocking spectacle before him. He felt akin to a person emerging from a utopian paradise, utterly oblivious to the harshness of the outside world. At that moment, Old Bai turned to Qin Yiming with an expression of eager anticipation and remarked, "Brother Qin, my daughter is quite remarkable, isn't she? The recovery team is in need of personnel. Would you care to join? Moreover, you would have the advantage of proximity." Before Qin Yiming could respond to Old Bai, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Suddenly, with a thud, he collapsed without warning, as if transformed into a sleeping beauty, unresponsive to any call. This deeply distressed Xiao Lu, who burst into tears, her sobs resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow. Only Old Bai, seated in his wheelchair, remained composed, his gaze fixed intently on the ongoing conflict. Chapter 18. Joining the recovery team during the time Qin Yiming was lost in a deep slumber. The battle in City 77 unfolded like a frenzied farce, gradually drawing to a close. The recovery team and the city guards appeared to have coordinated their efforts seamlessly, driving the ceratops beasts, giant rats, and locusts into a frenzied retreat, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Meanwhile, on the ceratops front, after Bai Qianqin displayed her formidable prowess by vanquishing a small ceratops, the herd reacted as if their nest had been disturbed, retreating in a tidal wave. As night gradually descended, the day-long battle began to draw to a close, transforming the chaotic monster-infested landscape back into a semblance of normalcy. Should Qin Yiming have still been awake, his jaw would have surely dropped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, for Lu Feifei was astonishingly alive. Not only was she alive, but at that moment, she was commanding the surviving refugees with an air of triumph, directing them to transport the carcasses of rats and locusts as if they were treasures, brimming with excitement. When Qin Yiming finally awoke, his first sight was a pristine white hospital room. Noticing the loose hospital gown draped over him, he quickly deduced that he must be in a hospital. Beside him, Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu stood like two loyal and attentive guardians, confirming his suspicions. Particularly, Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, bouncing with delight, "Brother Yiming, you're awake. You have been asleep for 3 days, and I was beginning to fear that Brother Yiming might never awaken again." This thought caused me great distress. As Xiao Lu spoke, tears welled in her eyes, resembling glistening pearls that were on the verge of spilling over. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yiming felt an overwhelming sense of heartache and gently comforted her, saying, "Xiao Lu, don't cry, be good. If you continue to weep, your lovely little face will become all smeared, and as you grow older, it won't be as beautiful. You might struggle to find a handsome husband. Indeed, regardless of age, girls are particularly sensitive to their beauty." Upon hearing those words, Xiao Lu immediately ceased her sobbing, her face still marked with concern as she gazed at Qin Yiming. Her small eyes seemed to silently plead, "Brother Yiming, please recover swiftly." Before long, Bai Chanshin entered gracefully, resembling an elegant and dignified attendant, as she steadily pushed the wheelchair of the elderly Bai. Upon seeing Qin Yiming, the elder Bai's face filled with genuine concern as he inquired, "Brother Qin, how have you been resting? Is there anything unusual with your health?" Qin Yiming understood that there was more to the elder's words, although he was uncertain why the elder chose to deliberately conceal the matter of the demon heart. He was not foolish enough to shout, "Elder Bai, the demon heart you gave me seems to have some side effects." Instead, he responded with a warm smile, as if they were old friends, saying, "Thanks to Elder Bai, I feel quite well now. I believe I can take on monsters once more." "That is wonderful. That is wonderful. The Qin brothers have given careful consideration to my proposal." Qin Yiming is well aware of the implications of what Old Bai has suggested, a desire for him to join the reclamation team. However, whether he joins or not is inconsequential to Qin Yiming. He is primarily curious about the changes in his own body, particularly since the demon heart was bestowed upon him by Old Bai. Then, with a sudden spark of inspiration, Qin Yiming inquired, "What is the monthly salary?" This question rendered everyone in the room momentarily speechless, their minds blank and unable to process the inquiry. It was Old Bai, with his extensive experience and worldly wisdom, who first regained his composure and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, you remain as amusing as ever. You cut straight to the chase." It is understandable why Qin Yiming would ask about the salary. After all, he has endured over 20 years of a laborious existence, making such a question an instinctive response, akin to a reflex. Old Bai, regaining his composure, continued, "Brother Qin, rest assured, the compensation will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Moreover, your family can also reside within the high walls." Old Bai's meaning could not be clearer, should Qin Yiming agree. Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu could live alongside him in a secure environment. Naturally, at this moment, Qin Yiming had no reason to decline. He had first-hand experience of life beyond the high walls, and with no other destinations in sight, he felt like a kite severed from its string, directionless. Thus, without further hesitation, he responded to Old Bai with a beaming smile, indicating his agreement. As Bai Lao contentedly departed from the hospital room, Bai Chanshin, seemingly without cause, turned to Qin Yiming and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Qin Yiming, with a gentle smile, graciously accepted her thanks. At that moment, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Yiming, does this mean you will be living behind tall walls from now on? Will I never see you again?" Qin Yiming, feeling a pang of compassion, affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, as tenderly as a soft spring breeze, "How could that be? Little dear will certainly live with Brother Yiming behind those walls. We shall always be together." Instantly, little dear's eyes sparkled with joy, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure, and she eagerly inquired, "Really? More real than pearls, more radiant than diamonds? And what about the old bean?" "Of course. We will all be together. We are a family." A month later, in the cozy little courtyard arranged for them by Bai Lao, Li Daxiang was like a 5-star chef. meticulously preparing a steaming dinner. He then bellowed from the room, "Dinner's ready. Come and savor my culinary skills." Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, a hovering school bus, resembling a well-behaved pet, was parked steadily at the entrance. Qin Yiming responded to the call and leisurely emerged from the room, ready to indulge in this delightful dinner experience. Just as he settled into his chair, the door to the room, with a sudden thud, a person kicked it away. Qin Yiming and Daxiong, seemingly aware of the perpetrator's identity, continued their own activities without a glance back. One calmly arranged the tableware, while the other leisurely sipped tea. There stood Xiaolu, her backpack slung over her shoulder, puffed up with indignation like an inflated balloon, exclaiming, "That Jiang Xiaoming is truly insufferable. Can I skip school? He always makes me angry." Qin Yiming and Li Daxiong, however, paid her no mind, seemingly oblivious to her outburst, continuing with their tasks. Xiaolu appeared to realize her own folly and promptly took a seat, leisurely stating, "Old bean, I beat Jiang Xiaoming again today. The teacher wants you to visit the school tomorrow." Before Li Daxiong could respond, Qin Yiming, wearing an amused expression, inquired with genuine interest, "Did Jiang Xiaoming propose to you again?" Qin Yiming was genuinely curious about the scene, a 4 or 5-year-old boy, holding a bouquet of flowers, kneeling on one knee before a similarly aged girl, earnestly declaring, "Xiaolu, I like you. Will you marry me?" Unable to suppress a smile, Qin Yiming found himself chuckling inwardly, bemused by how swiftly the world was changing, leaving him a step behind. Chapter 19. Jiang Xiaoming and his aunt Jiang Zhishan. Early the next morning, Qin Yiming and Xiaolu, like two brave adventurers poised for an extraordinary journey, sat together on the hovering school bus. The bus glided through the air as if it had sprouted wings, racing forward with astonishing speed. Qin Yiming gazed at the towering skyscrapers that rushed by like lightning along the street, each structure resembling a colossal giant standing tall, piercing the heavens. Even though more than a month had passed, Qin Yiming still felt as if everything existed within a dream, an almost unimaginable reality. The technology behind the high walls was evidently several tiers more advanced than that of Earth a millennium ago. Yet, they could only survive in a corner of the new Earth, barely clinging to existence. The visage of this future world was adorned with various hovering trains, akin to magnificent silver dragons soaring through the city. An overwhelming cascade of luminous information illuminated the surroundings, dazzling to the point where one could scarcely keep their eyes open. They exuberantly showcased the splendor of City 77. Each skyscraper was equipped with highly advanced high-speed laser cannons, their ominous dark muzzles resembling fierce, sharp eyes vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The entire city was imbued with a rich cyberpunk aesthetic, a futuristic allure that was beyond the wildest dreams of the former inhabitants of Earth. Turning his attention to the school bus, he noticed only a gentle and beautiful female teacher alongside a group of children, all of whom were of similar age to the young fawn. These little ones were gazing at Qin Yiming with unabashed admiration, their expressions akin to those of worshipping superheroes. This awe stemmed from Qin Yiming's remarkable solo confrontation with the Rift Sky Giant, a video that had spread like wildfire throughout City 77, soaring through the digital realm as if it had sprouted wings. Consequently, Qin Yiming had achieved tremendous fame in City 77. Having become the super idol in the hearts of these children after Bai Chanshin, they idolized her with unwavering admiration. Even the female teacher displayed a flush on her cheeks, reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom during spring. Occasionally, she would steal glances at him, her demeanor akin to that of a young girl experiencing the tender stirrings of first love. Before long, the school bus, obedient and well-behaved, came to a steady halt in front of the sole educational institution in City 77, the esteemed Starry Remnant Academy. This academy is truly remarkable, encompassing a comprehensive curriculum that spans from kindergarten to university, resembling a vast supermarket of knowledge with an abundance of offerings. Its expansive grounds are akin to a city within a city. One could easily lose their way if not careful while wandering its corridors. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the training base for the recovery team and Bai Lao's research lab are both situated within this institution, functioning seamlessly as a multifaceted complex. As Qin Yiming entered an office with Xiaolu, he was met with the fervent, spotlight-like adoration of the crowd. Sitting across from him was a woman in her 30s, embodying the essence of a sophisticated teacher. Dressed in an elegant professional outfit, her curvaceous figure was accentuated, presenting a captivating silhouette that could easily belong to a fashion magazine model. With a serious expression, she regarded Qin Yiming, her demeanor resembling that of an educator addressing a wayward student as she said, "Deputy Captain Qin, I hope you can take the time to properly mentor Xiao Lu. This month marks the third occasion on which he has resorted to violence. Life within the high walls is markedly different from that of the wandering populace outside. One must adhere to the regulations of City 77. Qin Yiming felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing that the teacher's words were somewhat harsh. It seemed less an educational moment for Xiao Lu and more a veiled admonition directed at himself. Was this truly the first time she had encountered him? Just as Qin Yiming was about to respond, the office door was abruptly thrust open by a small boy with a loud bang. This boy, with his jet-black short hair, wore a youthful yet strikingly handsome visage, adorned with several slight bumps on his forehead, resembling small steam buns. It was evident he was there to proclaim himself as the one whom Xiao Lu had struck, Jiang Xiaoming. With a serious expression, he addressed the female teacher, Andy, I. Before he could finish, the teacher interrupted him. In school, you must address me as teacher. How many times must I remind you? Why are you so forgetful? Jiang Xiaoming, deflated like a punctured balloon, spoke in a subdued tone, tinged with trepidation. Teacher Jiang, Xiao Lu didn't hit me. I fell on my own, truly. The protagonist makes his entrance, displaying a sense of responsibility and masculinity by willingly taking the blame for Xiao Lu. Through the nameplate on the teacher's chest, Qin Yiming learned that her name was Jiang Zhishan. To his surprise, she was indeed Jiang Xiaoming's aunt, which implied that she was also the younger sister of the Lord of City 77. This connection was indeed intricate and remarkably fascinating. Listening to Jiang Zhishan, who expressed a hint of frustration, she gently massaged her forehead. After a considerable pause, she spoke with a sense of resignation. To think that a sycophant has stooped to such levels is, in a way, a backhanded compliment to the Jiang family. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy that little mind of yours. At that moment, Qin Yiming, with a playful grin, inquired, Teacher Jiang, as you can see, the situation is quite clear now. If there is nothing else, I shall return to the collection team. I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention. Jiang Zhishan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yiming. Her stare caused a faint blush to rise on his handsome face. Curiously, he asked, Teacher Jiang, is there something else? Were you just staring at my chest? Absolutely not. Really? There is no way you were? Qin Yiming vehemently denied it, though from his elevated position. He certainly had a clear view. He could firmly assert that he had not lingered his gaze for more than 2 fleeting glances. Truly. At that moment, the young boy, Jiang Xiaoming, leisurely remarked, Yiming, my aunt is single, you know. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming bolted from the office like a startled rabbit. He failed to catch the faint words Jiang Zhishan uttered behind him. What a lascivious fellow. I truly cannot fathom why Changqin regards you with such favor. It's truly perplexing. Suddenly, with a fierce glare, he seized Jiang Xiaoming and began to spank him right before the little deer. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming, as if entering his own home and oblivious to his surroundings, stepped into Professor Bai's research laboratory. He observed Professor Bai intently focused on the data of Qin Yiming's body displayed on the screen, his expression one of perplexity, as if he were deciphering an esoteric tome. Upon noticing his arrival, Professor Bai addressed Qin Yiming, exclaiming, How is it that your physique has transformed to resemble that of an ordinary person? Were it not for the demonic patterns on your heart, I would suspect that the infernal heart has no effect on you at all. Perhaps you should consume a bit more of the monster's cells. It might grant you some of their extraordinary abilities. Haha. Chapter 20. The Integrator and the Adapter in Truth. Over the past month, Qin Yiming felt as though he had become a connoisseur of monster cells. Throughout this period, he either immersed himself in the library of the Starry Remnant Academy, exploring knowledge pertinent to the new Earth, or he was at Professor Bai's, sampling the peculiar monster cells presented to him. Indeed, Qin Yiming gained a profound understanding of this entirely new Earth, as if he had opened a door leading to a wondrous new realm. However, the sights beyond that door were filled with astonishing phenomena. The apocalyptic calamity had not only disrupted the magnetic fields of the animals on Earth, but had also transformed the magnetic field of humanity. After millennia of evolution, the surviving humans uncovered some miraculous occurrences. There exists a certain group of individuals who possess the extraordinary ability to consume the cells of monsters, allowing them to achieve a profound fusion with these cells. As a result, they acquire unique capabilities that are exclusively inherent to these beasts. Such individuals are referred to as fusers. Another group, while unable to directly merge with monster cells, can activate the artificially crafted beast armors produced by humanity. Upon donning such armors, they embody the essence of superheroes. These individuals are known as adapters. It is widely acknowledged that a fuser is invariably also an adapter. akin to the privileges of a premium member encompassing all the rights of a basic member. However, not every monster possesses the enviable special abilities. Only those of Lord-level status seem to unlock an invincible advantage, endowed with remarkable powers. Take Bai Chanshin, for instance. She is fused with the cells of a Lord-level monster, which accounts for her formidable prowess on the battlefield, where she stands unmatched in her might. In contrast, Lu Feifei falls considerably short, having merely merged with a subject-level monster, which only grants him the ability to manifest a pair of tiger claws. In the presence of Bai Chanshin, he is but a minor figure overshadowed by her grandeur. On this new Earth, the classification of monsters is quite intriguing, ranging from small to large as follows: subject level, commander level, lord level, and demon level. For millennia, humanity has exerted tremendous effort to ascertain that there are only 12 demon-level monsters throughout the entirety of the new Earth, all of which remain concealed within life zones that are utterly inaccessible to humans. As for the Lord-level monsters, they abound in countless numbers, seemingly populating every corner of the world. From time to time, they emerge to wreak havoc and create disturbances. Initially, humanity contemplated deploying nuclear weapons, believing such formidable armaments could subdue these formidable beings. They were convinced that nuclear bombs would surely bring them to heel. However, the Lord-level monsters remained unscathed. As if impervious to the destruction that nuclear power could unleash, the bombs appeared to them as insignificant firecrackers, utterly ineffective. Consequently, contemporary technology has shifted its focus predominantly towards the study of these creatures. This predicament leaves humanity with no choice but to devise various strategies to engage with these monsters, either by attempting to forge alliances or by diligently seeking out their vulnerabilities. Recently, when an assistant from the research lab gracefully presented a box, the elderly scientist's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a child receiving a cherished new toy. He eagerly exclaimed, "Shall we try again?" At that moment, Qin Yiming nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation, inwardly questioning the necessity of consuming the cells of these Lord-level monsters. Over the past month, he had ingested the cells of at least 8 such creatures, yet each attempt yielded no results. He mused, "I am not a mere garbage bin to indiscriminately ingest everything." The reason for Bai Lao's insistence on Qin Yiming consuming these monster cells was straightforward. After awakening, the extraordinary power of the demon heart that resided within him seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Regardless of the efforts exerted by Qin Yiming and Old Bai to activate it through every conceivable means, it stubbornly refused to reveal itself. Much like a petulant child sulking in a corner, resolutely avoiding any appearance. Were it not for the peculiar anomaly detected in Qin Yiming's heart, both would have begun to wonder if the malevolent heart's power had indeed vanished. Just as Qin Yiming found himself at a loss, the communicator in Old Bai's laboratory chimed in with perfect timing. The voice of Bai Chanshin followed. "Dad, is Qin Yiming with you?" "Captain Bai, I'm here. I'm here," Qin Yiming exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to respond, his thoughts racing with relief. Finally, an excuse to escape this predicament. "Gather in the main hall in 15 minutes. Hurry." Bai Chanshin wasted no time, swiftly conveying her message before hanging up. Qin Yiming, casting an awkward smile at Old Bai, suggested, "Old Bai, why not explore a different direction in your research? I can come back another time. I have urgent matters to attend to, as you heard." Without waiting for a response, he bolted from the laboratory like a gust of wind, disappearing in an instant. Once outside, he took out his phone and noticed a barrage of missed calls from Bai Chanshin, prompting a wave of gratitude. Thank goodness for Captain Bai's timely call. Otherwise, I would have endured yet another torment from those monstrous cells today. Without delay, he sprinted towards the recovery team's base. For no one relishes the role of a mere guinea pig subjected to relentless experimentation. In the research laboratory, the ingestion of the cells of a Lord-level monster left the personnel utterly astounded. The researchers, including Bai Lao, were compelled to restrain Qin Yiming, eager to dissect him on the spot to unveil the mystery of his extraordinary nature. Consuming the cells of a monster typically yields one of 2 outcomes. One either acquires certain abilities of the beast, embarking on a path to greatness, or meets a gruesome demise, succumbing to fatality. A case like Qin Yiming's, where he ingested monster cells yet remained unaffected, was unprecedented in a millennium. Upon Qin Yiming's arrival at the base hall of the retrieval team, he found a vast expanse, akin to a football field, densely populated with team members. As the honorary vice captain, he naturally had his designated position. Soon, he strode confidently to the podium, standing alongside Wang Xing and Ling Ling. At the forefront, Bai Changqin commanded attention like a formidable leader, declaring loudly, "After a month of thorough investigation, we have ascertained the cause of the rampage of the Triceratops herd. Therefore, starting tomorrow, all members of the retrieval team will engage in field operations to locate a black box, the primary catalyst behind this beast tide, which directly impacts the safety and survival of City 77. I implore everyone to exert their utmost effort." Upon hearing this announcement, the team members erupted into fervent discussions, whispering among themselves, "What could this black box possibly be? How could it be so pivotal to our safety? Indeed, I have never encountered anything like it. Could it possibly be a formidable weapon?" Bai Changqin gazed at the crowd and then spoke. "Within this black box lies a magnetic sphere capable of influencing the magnetic fields of all beasts within 100 miles, inciting them into a state of frenzy." Upon her declaration, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, as everyone, including Qin Yiming, comprehended the gravity of her words. If the magnetic sphere were not located in due time, the creatures within that expansive radius would succumb to chaos, leading to the obliteration of the entire City 77, marking a catastrophic chapter in the history of the New Earth. Chapter 21. The Star Source Fluid. As Bai Changqin's melodious voice resonated throughout the hall, announcing the dissolution of the gathering, Qin Yiming had just lifted his foot, preparing to discreetly slip away to the gravity chamber, embarking on his journey of physical refinement. However, before he could cross the threshold, he heard Bai Changqin call out to him with a commanding tone from behind, "Deputy Captain Yiming, could you spare a moment to visit my office? I have something to discuss with you." Her voice was reminiscent of an enigmatic directive, causing Qin Yiming to halt abruptly in his tracks. "Oh, certainly," he replied, his mind swirling with confusion. Having been here for quite some time, this was the first instance of Bai Changqin requesting his presence in her office. What could this be about? As he pondered, a myriad of questions filled his thoughts. In the meantime, Bai Changqin, having delivered her message, turned swiftly and departed like a gust of wind, her decisive demeanor as straightforward as ever. Nevertheless, Qin Yiming remained somewhat perplexed by the situation, thinking to himself, "No, I must first visit the gravity chamber to indulge myself." Thus, he hummed a tuneless melody, leisurely making his way toward the gravity chamber. Within the gravity chamber of the recovery team, Qin Yiming moved with the dexterity of a seasoned technician, as he consistently adjusted the internal gravity to a formidable 4 times the standard. One must not underestimate this tenfold gravity, as it exceeds the tolerance of half the team's members. It was akin to a middle schooler suddenly appearing among a group of elementary students, immediately showcasing a stark contrast in strength. Of course, Qin Yiming was acutely aware that he could increase the load further. However, he understood the wisdom of the saying, "The taller the tree, the harder it falls." In this environment of tenfold gravity, he commenced his daily physical trainings, sweat cascading down his face like pearls from a broken string. For hours later, he emerged from the gravity chamber, looking like a person freshly pulled from the water, drenched in sweat. Without hesitation, he swiftly retrieved the Star Source physical enhancer that Old Bai had prepared for him. Gazing at the small vial, it appeared to him as a rare treasure. With a swift motion, he injected it into his thigh with a decisive thud. This potion was no ordinary concoction. It was a miraculous elixir extracted from the bodies of monstrous creatures, designed to enhance one's physical capabilities. Moreover, it was available for purchase in the pharmacies of City 77, albeit at an exorbitant price, unaffordable for the average person. Much like luxury goods, it was a possession only a select few could acquire. It is also a new realm, a precious resource for cultivation. Much like the current Qin Yiming, who, without donning the beast war armor and without harnessing the power of the demon's heart, has, through a period of diligent training and with the aid of this potion, reached a physical prowess comparable to that of a major-level beast. His combat strength now aligns with that of the ordinary members of the recovery team. After a brief yet refreshing shower that washed away both sweat and fatigue, Qin Yiming, invigorated, made his way to Bai Changqin's office. Upon pushing the door open, he immediately heard Bai Changqin's cool voice, "Take a seat." Qin Yiming, feeling quite at home, unceremoniously plopped down onto the sofa, exuding an air of casual comfort. Subsequently, Bai Changqin, without preamble, launched straight into the matter at hand, delivering a weighty revelation. "I have discovered that this incident regarding the magnetic spheres is related to Li Daxiong." At her words, Qin Yiming felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity, springing up in shock. His mind raced back to what Lu Feifei had previously mentioned about the Locust Valley. Anxious and eager, he quickly inquired, "Has the magnetic sphere been located? Was it found in the Locust Valley? It appears you possess some knowledge." Bai Changqing observed Qin Yiming, her eyes glinting with a hint of curiosity. Qin Yiming, not wishing to conceal anything, recounted the events involving Lu Feifei with the transparency of pouring out beans from a bamboo tube, sharing every detail with Bai Changqing. After listening, Bai Changqing continued narrating. According to our speculation, Li Daxiong indeed took the magnetic sphere to the insect Locust Valley, but it was subsequently taken by someone else and placed elsewhere. Are you suggesting that Li Daxiong was merely a trace arranged by someone, a clue that could be uncovered? Precisely, Bai Changqing responded succinctly yet forcefully. Qin Yiming could not help but glance at Bai Changqing, pondering. This matter is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. Bai Changqing would not have come solely to inform him. Indeed, Bai Changqing continued in a calm manner. Besides the city guards, I suspect that there are individuals within the recovery team who are also involved in this affair. Are you insinuating that I am a suspect? Qin Yiming exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Bai Changqing as if she were a monster. Quite the contrary. At present, you are the only one who has been exonerated. Bai Changqing replied unhurriedly. Then you wish for me to investigate this matter? Qin Yiming asked tentatively. Yes. Bai Changqing's answer remained as concise and affirmative as ever, as if stating an undeniable fact. Upon hearing Bai Changqing's response, Qin Yiming immediately blurted out without a second thought, I refuse. He was reluctant to become embroiled in this murky situation. Qin Yiming felt that the depths of this issue were too profound. If he were to dive in, he would surely drown. Bai Changqing seemed to have anticipated Qin Yiming's refusal, and with a knowing demeanor, she said softly, if the mastermind remains undiscovered, the day the magnetic sphere is found will mark Li Daxiong's day of judgment. At this, Qin Yiming was rendered speechless. However, he did not harbor any anger. After all, from a different perspective, one must assume that someone ought to take responsibility for the beast tide. Li Daxiong, a man devoid of connections and bearing the status of a refugee, was undoubtedly the most suitable scapegoat. Like a sacrificial lamb, he awaited the moment to be dragged out to bear the blame. Yet, Qin Yiming felt that the matter was far too intricate, the waters were too murky, and he was reluctant to plunge into them recklessly. Bai Changqing, observing the silent Qin Yiming, turned away and departed from the office without further persuasion. However, once he left, a faint smile graced her lips as she murmured to herself, indeed, as my father said, Qin Yiming is a man of deep emotions. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Qin Yiming sank into the sofa, remaining motionless for an extended period. Images of Li Daxiong, with his honest smile, and the innocent gaze of the fawn flooded his mind. He understood that agreeing to Bai Changqing's request would plunge him into an unknown abyss, fraught with peril. Yet, should he refuse, Li Daxiong would become an unwarranted victim. His heart wrestled with intense turmoil, his fingers instinctively drumming against the armrest of the sofa. What should I do? He murmured to himself, his voice laced with inner conflict. Chapter 22. Clue related to the magnetic ball. With a creak, the gate of the courtyard was suddenly thrust open with force. Li Daxiong's figure appeared within the courtyard. Upon spotting Qin Yiming, his eyes widened in surprise, and with a boisterous tone, he jokingly exclaimed, Yiming, what is wrong with you today? The sun has risen in the west. Has he returned so early? Could it be that he was dismissed from the recovery team? Qin Yiming wore a gentle smile, patiently explaining, Oh, we are to engage in battle beyond the high walls tomorrow, so I returned early to tidy up and prepare. We aim to capture a few more beasts to enliven our little courtyard. Upon hearing this, Li Daxiong's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed, Wait for me a moment. I shall return swiftly with a surprise. With that, he dashed away like a rabbit, disappearing from the doorway in the blink of an eye. Qin Yiming, taken aback, instinctively scratched his head, musing to himself, What is that old Li up to? His gaze, filled with curiosity and doubt, followed the direction of Li Daxiong's departure, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. As evening approached, the lingering rays of the setting sun draped the courtyard in a soft, golden veil, casting a dreamlike hue over the entire space. Li Daxiong, humming a cheerful tune, returned with an array of bags in hand, striding in like a triumphant general. Goodness! He had procured an abundance of ingredients, fresh beast meat, vibrant vegetables, seemingly having transported an entire market back with him. At that moment, a little deer, resembling a joyful bird, hopped in through the door. Upon seeing the table laden with ingredients, her eyes widened in delight, her face radiating happiness. As if she had discovered a rare treasure, she excitedly inquired, "Wow, is today a special day? So much delicious food. Is there going to be a feast?" Her voice was bright and melodious, brimming with childlike innocence and wonder. Li Daxiong chuckled, gently ruffling the little deer's head, his touch tender and affectionate as he replied, "Tomorrow, my dear Yiming will venture beyond the high walls on a mission. Thus, this evening, I must ensure you, Yiming, have a splendid meal. For a hearty feast is essential to gather strength for battling monsters." As soon as Li Daxiong finished speaking, a cloud of worry enveloped the little deer's cherubic face. She gazed anxiously at Qin Yiming, her eyes filled with concern, and softly asked, "Yiming, will there be danger on this mission? You must promise to be safe. Otherwise, I will be very sad." Her voice quivered slightly, and her small hands tightly clutched the hem of her garment, revealing her palpable tension. Qin Yiming smiled, affectionately tousling the little deer's hair, and reassured her, "Let me think it will be like sitting in an airship, admiring the scenery beyond the high walls. Maybe taking a leisurely stroll, consider it a little adventure. I shall return in a few days, so you need not worry at all." His tone was light-hearted yet resolute, aiming to soothe the little deer's fears. Upon hearing Qin Yiming's explanation, the little deer's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny in an instant. She joyfully bounced around, murmuring, "That's wonderful. Yiming won't be in danger, so I can relax." Her smile radiated like blossoms in spring, vibrant and pure. When plates of exquisitely prepared dishes, each a feast for the senses, were laid upon the table like exquisite works of art, the atmosphere brimmed with delight. Qin Yiming took a piece of meat, savoring it thoughtfully as he casually inquired, "By the way, Uncle Li, do you recall who sent you to the Locust Valley? And why did you not return with the city guards?" Li Daxiong's expression, once cheerful, instantly darkened, revealing a face marred by sorrow and indignation. Like a powder keg ignited, he exclaimed, "It was a former brother from the city guards. I followed their instructions and placed a small box within the Locust Valley. Upon my exit, those rascals abandoned me. Initially, I presumed they had been taken by a beast. I even searched the vicinity. During that time, I lost an arm and nearly did not make it back." His voice was laden with anger and grievance, his fists unconsciously tightening. "Is your brother still alive?" Qin Yiming pressed further. "Dead, perished in this beast tide," Li Daxiong sighed, a note of resignation in his tone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming felt no surprise. He mused silently. If he did not fall victim to the beast tide, it is likely he would have met an untimely end by other means. It seemed evident that the magnetic orb concealed some sinister secrets. Li Daxiong, not lacking in perception, appeared to deduce the implications of this mission and hastily added, "Yiming, I possess a map. During my time living beyond the high walls, I marked each place I visited. This has been my habit for many years. It might prove beneficial for your current task. This truly is a remarkable find." Qin Yiming's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart swelling with joy. And he certainly would not refuse it. Indeed, within the city of 77, there are maps available for sale outside the high walls. Yet none could rival the detailed accounts recorded by Li Daxiong, who had lived beyond the walls for over a decade. After a hearty meal, Qin Yiming patted his round belly and returned to his chamber. He reclined on his bed and casually picked up a book titled A Compendium of Monster Abilities and Rankings. Beginning to leaf through its pages, he stumbled upon the entry for the Rift Giant, the very creature he had bested, surprisingly ranking among the top 20 in the realm of Lord-level monsters. However, its description was rather amusing, stating, lacking any special abilities, if one were to insist, it would be its resilience. It is truly the simpleton of the monster world. Furthermore, the tome elucidated that certain commanding-level monsters, under specific conditions, could vanquish Lord-level monstrosities. Of course, Qin Yiming also gleaned from the text that the two colossal ants that had pursued him were a king and a queen. Upon this realization, Qin Yiming's expression darkened, and he silently vowed, "Wait for me. It won't be long before I come for you." Then, as if struck by inspiration, Qin Yiming's eyes suddenly gleamed as though he had discovered a new continent. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Bai Chanshin. Moments later, his phone chimed with her response, "Okay." This simple word brought a substantial sense of reassurance to Qin Yiming's heart. Qin Yiming placed his phone beside the pillow, his mind beginning to devise plans for the following day's endeavors. He contemplated the map provided by Li Daxiong, pondering whether it might unveil clues related to the magnetic spheres. The thought of Bai Chanshin's response reassured him, allowing him to venture beyond the high walls without concern for the safety of Li Daxiong and Xiaolu. Nevertheless, within his heart lingered a few of his own contemplations regarding this mission outside the confines of the walls. Chapter 23. Beware of Wang Xing. The next morning, the sun cast its golden rays generously upon the land, illuminating the entrance of the starry remnant academy. Qin Yiming, Li Daxiong, and Xiaolu had just alighted from the hovering school bus when, by chance, they encountered Jiang Zhishan and Jiang Xiaoming, who emerged from a stretched floating vehicle. The surface of the hovering car gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, radiating a striking metallic sheen. At the sight of Xiaolu, Jiang Xiaoming, with an exuberant spirit, greeted her enthusiastically. "Good morning, father-in-law, brother-in-law, and dear Xiaolu." This string of addresses flowed from his lips with an air of nonchalance. Qin Yiming and Jiang Zhishan exchanged a glance, both recognizing a hint of exasperation on each other's faces. Meanwhile, Xiaolu pouted, her haughty demeanor suggesting she deemed Jiang Xiaoming unworthy of her attention, treating him as if he were merely a figment of the air. Observing Jiang Xiaoming, Qin Yiming could only shake his head in resigned disbelief. In my heart, I silently mused, how poignant it is. The flowers may have intentions, yet the flowing waters remain indifferent. Given the intricate relationship involving Jiang Xiaoming, Qin Yiming and his companions fortuitously boarded the suspended transport vehicle within the Stellar Remnant Academy, heading towards the base of the recovery team. Before long, they arrived at the training ground of the recovery team. This mission beyond the high walls was to be led by the deputy captain of the recovery team, and the group would embark on 2 airships to search for magnetic spheres. It was somewhat awkward, for Qin Yiming was merely an honorary deputy captain, devoid of any real authority. Moreover, due to the gravity of the matter, the prominent figures from all 77 cities had essentially gathered here. Upon disembarking, Qin Yiming and his companions found themselves in the expansive training ground of the recovery team, where he beheld, for the first time up close, the esteemed individuals from the 77 cities. Each was adorned in resplendent attire, their garments flowing gracefully, and with every gesture, they exuded an air of nobility, akin to a flock of proud peacocks strutting majestically, radiating charisma. Before long, Qin Yiming and his companions approached Elder Bai. Noticing their arrival, Elder Bai, without uttering a word, abruptly hurled a bracelet towards Qin Yiming as if casting a dart. Qin Yiming was taken aback, initially fearing an unexpected attack from Elder Bai. Just as confusion enveloped him, he heard Elder Bai say, "This is a weapon for your self-defense. It can be of great use in crucial moments. Do not lose it." Upon closer inspection, Qin Yiming noticed a black button on the bracelet. Like a mysterious and profound little eye, it subtly emanates an eerie aura, compelling one to explore its depths. A restless curiosity stirred within him, and just as he was poised to press a button and test its response, Jiang Tianyang, the lord of the 77th city, began to address the assembly from the high platform. "Dear friends, although our 77th city may not possess the cutting-edge technology found in other cities, nor the formidable lord-level monsters as guardians, our collection teams and city guards will undoubtedly forge ahead, unafraid of death. We pledge to safeguard the stability and prosperity of our beloved 77th city." The subsequent official encouragement, however, was tediously lengthy, lulling listeners into a stupor. Qin Yiming felt his eyelids grow heavy, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, almost leading him into slumber. Just as he teetered on the brink of sleep, he was jolted awake by the thunderous cries surrounding him. "Expel the monsters, defend our homeland." The resounding voices surged like a relentless tide, powerful and soul-stirring. Meanwhile, Bai Lao, resembling a secretive operative, cautiously leaned towards Qin Yiming and whispered a warning. "Beware of Wang Xing." Qin Yiming was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with countless questions. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard Bai Chanxin's commanding shout, "Collection team, step forward." Yes, the reverberation of the response shook the ground, causing it to tremble as if it were on the verge of overturning the entire training ground. Wang Xing and Linglong each led 100 individuals, marching in perfect unison toward the center of the training arena. Each step was firm and resolute, embodying a remarkable sense of discipline. In stark contrast, Qin Yiming stood alone, with no one following him, making his way to their side. This rendered the situation rather awkward. The gazes of tens of thousands in attendance converged upon him like a spotlight, further emphasizing his solitude as he stood alone, akin to a solitary blade of grass in a vast desert, strikingly out of place and uncomfortable. Naturally, Whispers began to circulate among some onlookers. The dignitaries on the platform also commenced their own discussions. The first to speak was a middle-aged man, around 50, with a portly physique and a small mustache, who half-jokingly addressed Jiang Tianyang, saying, "Is this individual, Qin Yiming, your son's brother-in-law?" Jiang Tianyang replied with a smile, his expression seemingly concealing an inscrutable depth of meaning that made it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Ah, indeed. It seems that Major General Wang Jingshan is particularly well informed about this matter, he added. Ha ha ha. I merely indulge in the occasional gossip, nothing more. Wang Jingshan quickly clarified with laughter. Ha ha ha. Major General Wang, you truly have a refined taste. Jiang Tianyang joined in the laughter. The scene, at first glance, resembled two old friends engaged in a light-hearted conversation. However, beneath the surface, a current of tension flowed between them, concealing unspoken conflicts and rivalries. Despite his awkward predicament, Qin Yiming remained unfazed, contemplating that as long as he felt no embarrassment, it was others who should feel it. Therefore, he straightened his back, his gaze emanating determination and confidence, presenting an air of fearless pride. Soon, a long, resonant sound, akin to a mysterious horn, shattered the tranquility of the training ground, capturing the attention of all present. The ground at the rear of the training area slowly opened, revealing two airships that gracefully emerged, rising a few meters above the ground before steadily lowering their hatches to allow entry. These airships loomed like colossal, iron birds, suspended in the air, exuding an aura of mystery and authority, as though heralding the imminent adventure fraught with the unknown and challenges. Amidst the concerned gazes of his companions, Qin Yiming resolutely stepped into one of the airships. At that moment, he recalled the sage warning from Old Bai, beware of Wang Xing. To his astonishment, he found himself sharing an airship with Wang Xing. It was indeed a case of fate's cruel irony, and an unsettling premonition stirred within him. This journey was destined to be anything but tranquil. It seemed that a thrilling conspiracy awaited him just ahead, silently lurking in the shadows. Chapter 24. Camping near Insect Locust Valley, the airship swayed gently as it embarked on its journey. Like a languid and rotund bird, it leisurely drifted over the 77 cities, humming a discordant tune as it soared beyond the towering walls. Its serene demeanor suggested that it was not embarking on a perilous mission, but rather attending a whimsical outdoor soiree. However, the likely guests of this gathering were an array of peculiar and fearsome beasts. As they ventured 10 kilometers beyond the high walls, Qin Yiming's phone abruptly ceased to function, failing to detect any signal, akin to a sulky child impervious to consolation. Notably, the earpiece serving as a walkie-talkie remained operational, as the airship itself functioned as a temporary base station, albeit limited to intercom use and constrained by distance. It is indeed perplexing. Despite the advanced technology of this new Earth, communication remained disappointingly inadequate. The cities were ensnared by a vexatious magnetic field, compelling reliance on radio communication, as if they had regressed to the archaic era of telegraphy. The most effective mode of transportation here was the airship that Qin Yiming now occupied. Yet, this airship exhibited a certain pride, refusing to ascend beyond 500 meters, lest it provoke the ire of aerial monsters, who likely deemed the airship an infringement upon their territorial sovereignty. Bored and restless, Qin Yiming decided to consult the map provided by Li Daxiong, studying it intently. To his astonishment, he discovered that their advancing front line was none other than the Locust Valley. What a remarkable twist of fate. Before he could delve deeper into the implications of this revelation, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed, as if someone were fervently calling him to save the world. Shortly thereafter, a man bellowed with great urgency, "Deputy Qin, Captain Wang Xing, please proceed to the control room." The tone was fervent and spirited, akin to the blaring of a charged trumpet. Understood. Qin Yiming opened the door, and the man immediately rendered a flawless military salute, his movements crisp and precise, resembling a well-trained automaton. He then escorted Qin Yiming to the control room, treating him with utmost reverence, as though Qin were a person of great significance. Upon seeing Qin Yiming, Wang Xing resembled an eager salesman keen to showcase his achievements. He promptly began, "Deputy Qin, the plan I have devised centers around the Locust Valley, extending a comprehensive search radius of 20 kilometers outward. What are your thoughts on this strategy?" His tone brimmed with confidence, implying that his plan was nothing short of impeccable and beyond reproach. Honestly, on the surface, Wang Xing's search strategy appeared flawless. However, Qin Yiming was not one to remain silent. He voiced his concerns directly. Deputy Wang, it seems that the headset loses signal beyond 5 kilometers from the airship. In the event that a team member encounters peril, how will we facilitate their rescue? This inquiry struck like a finely tuned hammer, landing precisely on the cracks of Wang Xing's seemingly perfect plan, causing a momentary furrow in his brow. It is unclear whether it was his displeasure with Qin Yiming's address or the skepticism towards his plan that irked him. Regardless, he expressed his discontent with a hint of impatience, stating, Deputy Qin is correct. I have also considered this issue. Therefore, we shall operate in groups of 5, spaced 100 meters apart, departing at dawn and returning at dusk. His tone conveyed a certain annoyance, as if to imply, I had already thought of that. There is no need for you to fret unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming understood the situation. The airship was filled with Wang Xing's men, and no matter how much he countered, it would be futile, like speaking to a solid wall, his words merely rebounding back. Thus, he chose to remain silent, surrendering without further pointless argument. As evening approached, the airship leisurely arrived above the vicinity of Insect Locust Valley, resembling a hawk that had found its perch. Hovering gently in the air, it lowered ropes, akin to lifelines cascading down. The recovery team's members, agile as monkeys, swiftly descended using the ropes, efficiently clearing the surrounding minor monsters and some larger beasts. The scene was intense and exhilarating, reminiscent of a fervent monster-clearing battle. Subsequently, the team members produced their defensive rods, which shimmered with an otherworldly red glow in the twilight, resembling magical wands. Methodically, they delineated a large clearing beneath the airship. The vessel then descended gradually, coming to a stable halt within the designated area, initiating the setup of their camp. The team members busily assembled temporary tents, much like industrious little ants. Qin Yiming approached the edge of the laser barrier, which emanated a crimson glow, gazing into the depths of the forest. The woods appeared as an enigmatic abyss, unfathomably deep, seemingly concealing countless untold secrets. For reasons unknown, Qin Yiming was haunted by the sensation that a pair of eyes lurked within the shadows of the forest, silently observing all that transpired here. This feeling was both eerie and unsettling, akin to being scrutinized by a mysterious voyeur. During dinner, a lively commotion unfolded. The alluring aroma of the food seemed to draw nearby creatures, compelling them to investigate. These beasts, perhaps entranced by the enticing scent, recklessly charged towards the camp. However, they were merely insignificant minions, lacking even the strength to reach the primary level. Before the sturdy laser barrier, they crumbled like paper, swiftly reduced to mere remnants. The scene resembled a light-hearted spectacle of monster dismemberment. The cleanup crew promptly dealt with the remains, for in such a perilous wilderness, the scent of corpses acted as a troublesome magnet, potentially attracting even more formidable and ferocious beasts. After a night devoid of incidents, dawn broke the following day. Qin Yiming received a task map from Wang Xing, and upon examining it, he was astonished. Whether by design or mere coincidence, Qin Yiming's search direction coincided precisely with the lair of the Rift Sky Behemoth. Truly, it was a case of fate intertwining paths, and fortuitously, it lay approximately 20 kilometers from the camp. Qin Yiming glanced at Wang Xing, a wave of doubt surfacing in his heart. Is this fellow being deliberate? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Grabbing his backpack, he strode into the forest like a brave and intrepid explorer. After all, he harbored an intention to seek out the Rift Giant and attempt to awaken the power of his demonic heart. Just as Qin Yiming stepped out of the campsite, Wang Xing's words, laden with ambiguous intent, reached him from behind. Deputy Qin, do not forget, the airship will depart from here at dawn in 3 days. Qin Yiming did not respond or turn around. He simply continued deeper into the woods. Wang Xing, observing his departing figure, smiled knowingly. Chapter 25. Year after year. People change in that dense, impenetrable forest. Qin Yiming moved like a stealthy thief, each step taken with utmost caution. The surroundings were eerily quiet, so much so that he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Only the sound of his feet crunching on layers of fallen leaves punctuated the silence, as if nature itself had composed a unique score to accompany this tranquil adventure. With his current strength, traversing 100 miles in a day was still within his capabilities, but only under the condition of absolute safety. In this perilous wilderness, fraught with hidden dangers, Qin Yiming was not foolish enough to unleash his full power like a reckless youth. careening through the forest. Such an act would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. He had not yet exhausted his time on this earth and was filled with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. He had not ventured far. He truly encountered a remarkable creature, a colossal tiger standing at an imposing height of 7 to 8 meters. This magnificent beast exuded an aura of authority, resembling a towering mountain, and emanated an intimidating presence that could chill the bones. Qin Yiming's eyes did not flutter. He swiftly activated his exotic beast battle armor, moving with a speed akin to lightning streaking across the night sky. He then activated the weapon bracelet gifted to him by Elder Bai. In an instant, exceeding a meter in length materialized in his right hand, its blade glistening with a chilling brilliance, sharp beyond measure. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of formidable power. It was then that Qin Yiming realized that it was crafted using advanced nanotechnology, combined with the bones of the monstrous beasts. The giant tiger, undeterred, let out a ferocious roar that reverberated through the surroundings. It then leapt forward with astonishing agility, akin to a cannonball being fired. Qin Yiming felt no trepidation. He propelled himself off the ground with immense force, as if equipped with powerful springs, and met the tiger in midair with a fierce slash. The strike was extraordinary, effortlessly cleaving the giant tiger in two, reminiscent of slicing through tender tofu. The creature instantly transformed into a shower of crimson rain, a scene so shocking it sent shivers down the spine. However, Qin Yiming had no time to admire his bloody handiwork. He was acutely aware that it would not be long before other monsters were drawn to the scene. They would arrive like a pack of sharks, scenting blood, eager to claim the tiger's remains. Thus, he took off, darting away like a gust of wind, swiftly covering several meters in distance. As the situation became slightly more secure, Qin Yiming finally turned his gaze towards the Tang Dao in his hand. Feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, he couldn't help but contemplate, upon returning to 77 City. He must acquire a set of nano-battle armor akin to that of Bai Chanshin. Perhaps it was due to the proximity to the lair of the Rift Sky Behemoth. But along this journey, Qin Yiming encountered not a single creature of substantial threat. It was as if those beasts were intimidated by the formidable presence of the Rift Sky Behemoth, refraining from venturing into its domain. Suddenly a low, rumbling roar echoed through the air. The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself, causing his heart to tremble slightly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Hastily, he retrieved the map to check. Li Daxiong had clearly marked the location of the Rift Sky Behemoth's lair, with its territory extending for 10 kilometers. Qin Yiming smacked his forehead, realizing that he had inadvertently entered its domain. However, not a trace of fear or anxiety crossed Qin Yiming's face. Another roar resonated, so powerful that it seemed capable of toppling even the mightiest of mountains, instilling dread throughout the wilderness. Instinctively, Qin Yiming looked up to behold the Rift Sky Behemoth, its outstretched wings blotting out the sun, resembling two colossal clouds as they swept past overhead. Following this, a fierce gale surged forth, its force so immense that it felt as though it could propel a person into outer space. Qin Yiming was nearly swept off his feet, feeling like a helpless leaf caught in a tempest. Nevertheless, with a subtle tug at the corner of his mouth, Qin Yiming's face blossomed into a faint smile. Anyone standing beside him would undoubtedly be perplexed. How could he still smile at such a moment? In truth, Qin Yiming was quietly calculating in his mind. It appeared his thoughts were not misguided. To awaken the power of the demon heart, he would need the strength of a lord-level beast. The Rift Sky Giant Serpent was undeniably the perfect subject for experimentation, akin to a power activator custom designed for him. The instant the serpent soared above him, he felt an unusual rhythm in his heart. With this realization, Qin Yiming could not help but sprint forward, his speed akin to that of a creature invigorated by elation. As for the search for the magnetic orb, he believed that such a venture relied heavily on fate. Considering the vast forest spanning hundreds of kilometers in every direction, seeking a palm-sized orb was no different from fishing for a needle in the ocean, an utterly fantastical endeavor. Therefore, harnessing the power of the demon heart was Qin Yiming's primary focus. Regardless of any devious schemes, possessing strength would at least afford him the means of self-defense. No one would dare to bully him easily again. Before long, Qin Yiming arrived at a towering cliff, gazing up at the peaks that pierced the clouds. He glanced once more at the map provided by Li Daxiong, which indicated that the summit was the lair of the Rift Sky Giant Serpent. Without the slightest hesitation, he dashed upward like a nimble monkey, propelled by determination. As he ran, Qin Yiming reflected on how just a month prior, he had been a wretched creature, scrambling to survive under the relentless pursuit of monsters. However, a month later, I found myself compelled to seek out a formidable lord-level beast for a life-and-death struggle. This truly exemplifies the adage, the flowers may appear similar year after year, yet the people change with each passing season. As Qin Yiming reached the precipice at the mountain's summit, he was fortuitously greeted by the sight of the Rift Sky Giant, perched conspicuously on a ledge, feasting contentedly on a sizable fish, resembling a gluttonous giant with no regard for decorum. It seemed to sense that it was being observed. And the Rift Sky Giant lifted its gaze, locking eyes with Qin Yiming, who met its stare without reservation. Qin Yiming, unfazed, casually remarked, "Ah, long time no see. I hope I'm not interrupting your meal." His tone was reminiscent of a greeting between old friends, yet in reality, they were bitter adversaries, with their previous grievances far from resolved. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particularly sharp eyes. The Rift Sky Giant appeared to recall Qin Yiming, and in an instant, it unleashed a roar even more thunderous than before, a sound that seemed capable of shattering the very sky. In that moment, the Rift Sky Giant resembled an irate rooster, its feathers seemingly bristling with fury. With a sudden and forceful flap of its wings, a powerful gust surged forth, akin to a tempest, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. The entire world transformed in an instant into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a frenzied sandstorm celebration. Like a black meteor, engulfed by an infinite fury, it charged towards Qin Yiming with a fierce determination that seemed to roar, "This time, we must settle the score." Taking a deep breath, Qin Yiming's eyes sparkled with resolve and exhilaration. He gripped the Tang Dao tightly, as if his strength could shatter the hilt itself. The beast armor he wore began to flicker with a faint glow, reminiscent of a nascent universe on the verge of eruption, brimming with boundless energy. Preparing for the impending battle, he silently vowed, "Come forth, and let me see who truly holds the upper hand." As the colossal creature drew nearer, Qin Yiming's heartbeat quickened, its rhythm echoing like the relentless pounding of war drums. His spirit soared, loudly proclaiming, "I fear you not. Unleash your might." But reality, akin to an unreasonable tyrant, struck him with an unforgiving blow, bringing him back to clarity. With a thunderous crash, Qin Yiming was sent sprawling like a kite severed from its string, propelled several dozen meters away by the overwhelming force. Indeed, even with the beast armor's compatibility reaching 100%, standing against a lord-level monster proved to be a formidable challenge. Like attempting to strike a stone with an egg, it appeared somewhat presumptuous. However, after Qin Yiming hit the ground and expelled a mouthful of fetid blood, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. Had there been any onlookers, they would have been utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he could still find mirth in such dire circumstances. It turned out that Qin Yiming had long sensed that only when faced with life-threatening peril would the power of his demonic heart emerge, like a concealed super assistant quietly revealing itself. As he felt the injuries to his body swiftly mend, Qin Yiming silently began to calculate the duration of this newfound strength and how to activate it at will, akin to deciphering the enigmatic code of a treasure chest. Once unraveled, it would grant him boundless wealth and power. He then lifted his gaze towards the wildly soaring Rift Giant, his feet slightly bending as he became enveloped once more in a dark crimson glow. This radiance resembled a roaring flame, exuding a searing warmth. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged towards the Rift Giant in the sky, his momentum seemingly intent on shattering the heavens themselves. With relentless determination, he vowed to confront this formidable adversary. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between them in the air. After merely exchanging a single blow, Qin Yiming, lacking the ability to fly, felt akin to a bird with broken wings, losing his balance in the sky. He was once again sent crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, the Rift Giant was also left disoriented from his charged strike, swaying as if intoxicated, nearly losing its control in midair. A solitary individual and a colossal beast clashed head-on, devoid of any semblance of strategy. It resembled two brutes engaged in a fierce brawl, trading blows without yielding, each refusing to submit to the other. There was no respite, and after exchanging hundreds of strikes, they instinctively created a considerable distance between themselves. Like two weary boxers, panting heavily, they desperately sought a moment to recuperate and restore their stamina. After a brief interlude, the enormous creature hovered in the air, perhaps fearing that Qin Yiming might once again mount its back and repeat the scenario of delivering a brutal thrashing. The mere thought of such an event likely sent shivers down its spine, leaving it with lingering trepidation. Thus, it remained suspended in the sky, refraining from any offensive action, akin to a timid turtle, only daring to observe from above without approaching. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming shared the same sentiment, musing inwardly, "What skill is it for you, great bird? To hide in the heavens? Come down and face me in a duel." Yet, he found himself unable to seize an opportunity, his frustration mounting as he stamped his feet, the flames of anger igniting within him. In that moment, the battlefield descended into a peculiar stalemate, an exceedingly awkward situation reminiscent of two children stubbornly refusing to yield, each waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. As time progressed, the power within Qin Yiming began to dwindle rapidly, akin to a deflated balloon. Growing weaker by the second, he calculated the duration, realizing with dismay that it had only been 3 minutes since his explosive surge of strength. Subsequently, under the menacing gaze of the colossal creature, Qin Yiming swaggered back towards the depths of the forest. The scene resembled a feigned nonchalance, as if one were proclaiming, "I shall spare you today, but next time, I shall settle the score. Await your fate." This moment left the rift-void serpent feeling an insatiable itch, yet utterly powerless. For it had been thoroughly intimidated by Qin Yiming. The pain inflicted upon it during their last encounter had left an indelible mark, likely creating an enduring psychological scar. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming, sensing the waning of his strength, silently uttered, 2 minutes. At this juncture, a twinge of anxiety began to creep into his heart, fearing that the rift-void serpent might strike him at this very moment, which could result in severe injury. Fortunately, it ultimately refrained from attacking him. Once Qin Yiming vanished from the serpent's line of sight, it exhaled deeply, as though releasing a heavy burden that had weighed upon its heart, allowing its entire being to relax. Now, if he could only ascertain how to actively harness the power of the demon heart, Qin Yiming would emerge victorious from this confrontation. Suddenly, a wave of hunger surged through his mind once more. This sensation was all too familiar. He hastily retrieved food from his backpack and began to devour it ravenously, consuming it with the ferocity of a tempest. After finishing the provisions in his bag and feeling slightly replenished, Qin Yiming was acutely aware that he must seek out some wild game, lest he succumb to starvation. This had occurred during the previous beast tide. Fortunately, he caught sight of a rabbit, over a meter in length, blissfully unaware of the impending peril it faced, leisurely foraging amidst the grass. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yiming wielded his knife with deft precision, swiftly resolving the matter at hand. With practiced ease, he kindled a fire, revealing himself to be an adept survivalist accustomed to the wilderness. He chose not to depart from the territory of the sky-splitting behemoth, for this locale might indeed be the safest haven, where the diminutive monsters likely feared to tread, wary of becoming prey for the formidable creature. After consuming an entire roasted rabbit with remarkable speed, Qin Yiming cast his gaze towards the mountain summit and involuntarily smiled, as if concocting some mischievous scheme. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes, hinting at a more extensive plan in the works. Suddenly, the world around him dimmed, and without warning, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of oblivion, a singular thought crossed his mind. He had not satiated his hunger. Chapter 27. The Special Abilities of the Dawn Holy Sect. When Qin Yiming finally stirred from his stupor, it felt akin to breaking free from an interminable and absurd grand dream. His consciousness remained shrouded in a haze as he blinked open his eyes. Above him, a canopy of lush foliage filtered sunlight, casting golden flecks upon the ground. His initial reaction was one of relief. He had fortuitously sought refuge beneath a towering tree before losing consciousness. However, as his gaze descended to the scene below, he was nearly struck with terror. A rabbit was voraciously feasting upon the bones of its kin, the gruesome spectacle reminiscent of a chilling scene from a horror film, sending shivers down his spine. What an extraordinary world this is! Qin Yiming could not help but murmur softly, his voice laden with astonishment and perplexity. In a swift motion, he elegantly flicked his right hand, and the Tang Dao materialized as if by magic. With a swift whoosh, the blade gleamed and dispatched the rather peculiar rabbit. "Since you are so unique, do not blame me for being impolite. You shall be my feast." As Qin Yiming spoke, he deftly prepared the rabbit, setting a fire to roast it. His skillful actions suggested that the earlier peril was merely a trivial interlude, and he had swiftly acclimatized to this chaotic realm. Qin Yiming was entirely unaware of how long he had been unconscious. Initially brimming with ambition to further comprehend the demonic powers, he now felt a sense of trepidation. He began to contemplate that returning to the camp might be the most prudent choice. After all, enduring the hardships of life in the wilderness, exposed to the elements day after day, was somewhat overwhelming. Moreover, who would not wish to remain comfortably in a secure place? After finishing the roasted rabbit, Qin Yiming cast a lingering glance at the mountain peak, his gaze seemingly bidding farewell to an unfinished adventure. Without a backward glance, he set off towards the camp at a brisk pace. The 20-kilometer distance was, theoretically, a trivial matter for him at full speed. Along the way, he moved like a gust of wind, agile and swift. He encountered neither his fellow team members from the recovery squad nor any lurking monsters. The surrounding silence was eerily unsettling. It felt as though the entire world had forgotten him, leaving only his solitary figure to wander through the desolate wilderness. With surprising ease, he made his way to the vicinity of the camp in a matter of moments. However, as Qin Yiming drew closer, he was taken aback. What on earth had transpired? A wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble. The once vibrant and bustling camp now resembled a site ravaged by a catastrophic disaster, as if it had been mercilessly plundered by some monstrous entity. All that remained was the chaotic aftermath of a fierce battle. The airship, too, had fallen victim to the devastation, its exterior battered and riddled with cracks, the hatch half ajar. Scattered throughout were the lifeless bodies of the recovery team, their blood long dried, leaving a hauntingly dark crimson stain upon the ground. The scene was almost too harrowing to behold. Qin Yiming's heart raced with urgency, pounding furiously within his chest. After a frantic search through the camp, he astonishingly discovered Wang Xing, barely clinging to life within the confines of the airship. Wang Xing, usually a figure of imposing presence and authority, now lay there like a withered eggplant, his complexion pale and vitality diminished to a mere whisper. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yiming resolved that the priority was to save him. Swiftly, he retrieved a life-saving potion from his backpack and, with a decisive motion, administered it to Wang Xing. Almost immediately, as if under the influence of a spell, Wang Xing's condition began to improve. It wasn't long before he stirred back to consciousness. Upon encountering Qin Yiming, he was taken aback as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quickly head to the radio station and send out a distress signal." His voice was frantic, reminiscent of a starving wolf in pursuit, laced with desperation and anxiety. Qin Yiming, upon hearing this, turned as red as a ripe tomato, scratching his head in embarrassment as he replied, "It seems I am not familiar with operating that device." Wang Xing, nearly beside himself with frustration, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, wondering, haven't you ever been to school? Wasn't he their instruction on how to use a radio? However, he soon recalled Qin Yiming's status as a refugee and could only sigh in resignation. "Just support me. Let us head to the control room." Qin Yiming paused momentarily but did not dwell on it, assisting Wang Xing toward the control room. Once Wang Xing was settled, Qin Yiming leisurely inquired, "Now, could you please explain what exactly has transpired?" After sending the distress signal, Wang Xing, feeling utterly drained, slowly began to explain to Qin Yiming. "It was the Dawn Church that attacked us on the very night you departed." The Dawn Church? Qin Yiming's heart jolted at the mention. He had some knowledge of this sect, which preached the doctrine of coexistence with monsters. Furthermore, this organization boasted a legacy spanning over a millennium on the New Earth. The methods for controlling the monsters currently in use had originated from their teachings. Initially, they had made some contributions to humanity. More than a century ago, an entire city's population was sacrificed to a monstrous entity of demonic proportions. This act incited the ire of the populace, marking the perpetrators as public enemies. Consequently, the Order of Dawn transitioned from the light into the shadows, retreating into obscurity. Surprisingly, a significant number of adherents still persist in various cities, lurking like insidious tumors, poised to instigate turmoil once more. Contemplating this, Qin Yiming could not restrain his curiosity. How many of them are there, and what drives them to attack us? Upon hearing this, Wang Xing's face flushed suddenly, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, and he replied in a hushed tone, "I don't know the reason. It's just one person." "One person?" Qin Yiming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, his voice ascending several octaves. Perceiving Qin Yiming's incredulity, Wang Xing hastily clarified, "She possesses special abilities, just as you do." With a pout, Qin Yiming mumbled under his breath, leaving Wang Xing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The silence was punctuated by a flicker of embarrassment and helplessness on Wang Xing's face. Qin Yiming refrained from pressing further. instead pondering the implications. One individual could potentially annihilate a 100-member retrieval team, including a vice captain. Just how formidable is this member of the Order of Dawn? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him like a relentless tide, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. In the sky, the sound of a hovering airship resonated. Chapter 28, The Armored White Tiger. At that moment, charged with tension that made it difficult to breathe, a clear, melodious voice reminiscent of a cheerful little bird suddenly echoed from the control room of the airship. What is happening here? Who sent the distress signal? Upon hearing this, Wang Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement, akin to two shining searchlights, and a joyful expression instantaneously illuminated his face. He was nearly overcome with exhilaration, exclaiming, "It's Linglong." However, Qin Yiming furrowed his brow, his heart weighed down by an unsettling sense of crisis, akin to a balloon swelling under relentless winds, intensifying with each passing moment. He pondered anxiously. This situation is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. Such coincidences are far too convenient. As Qin Yiming discreetly supported Wang Xing and stepped outside, he finally comprehended the source of his unease. Not far ahead, merely a dozen meters away, stood a striking beauty, her presence commanding like that of a towering giant. It seemed as though the very air around her had solidified in her presence. Draped in a light blue hooded robe, she did not conceal her alluring figure. Rather, it enhanced her enigmatic allure, reminiscent of a celestial being emerging from an ancient scroll. Yet, it was evident that this enchanting figure was no benevolent spirit. She emanated an exceedingly dangerous aura. Wang Xing, pale as a ghost and trembling, stammered in fear, "It's her. She attacked us. You must be cautious." As soon as Wang Xing finished speaking, the airship in the sky, as if responding to some enigmatic signal, slowly lowered its ropes. At that moment, Linglong descended from the ropes, hastily making her way to Qin Yiming's side, her expression grave as she regarded the mysterious woman, as though gazing upon an exceedingly perilous quarry. Her eyes reflected both vigilance and resolve, and she addressed Wang Xing, inquiring, "Are you aware of her unique abilities?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xing awkwardly shook his head, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Linglong, unable to restrain herself, muttered a harsh reprimand. "Incompetent." This remark infuriated Wang Xing, his face flushing crimson, his expression seemingly pleading. "I didn't intend for this. I truly do not know." Yet, he recognized his own shortcomings and had no retort against Linglong, left only with a silent glare. His heart swelling with frustration. In an instant, the atmosphere turned frigid, akin to falling into an ice cavern, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. It was then that the enigmatic woman, her voice devoid of discernible tone, broke the stillness, asking, "Have you found the magnetic orb?" Just as Qin Yiming was about to respond, Linglong transformed, adopting a demeanor of innocence, her large, doe-like eyes blinking as she said, "Dear sister, we have not found it." The mysterious woman pondered for a moment, her pristine mask concealing her thoughts, before continuing in a calm tone. "May I be permitted to search within the confines of the airship?" Qin Yiming and the others were collectively taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss for how to respond. It was hard to believe that anyone would be foolish enough to allow a dangerous individual to infiltrate their ranks. Was this not akin to inviting a wolf into their midst? Before anyone could articulate a reply, the enigmatic woman continued, "Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, she surged forward like a tempest, hurtling towards Qin Yiming and his companions. Linglong was the first to act, firing a projectile at the approaching figure. The shell whistled through the air, akin to a miniature missile, slicing through the atmosphere with ferocious intent. Yet, it was effortlessly thwarted by a shimmering, pale blue aura emanating from the mysterious woman, which formed an impenetrable barrier akin to a fortress wall. With a resounding explosion, dust and debris were cast into the air, but as the haze settled, the woman re-emerged, seemingly unscathed, her demeanor unchanged as she charged forward with renewed vigor, as if the prior assault had merely been a gentle breeze. Observing this, Linglong swiftly switched to machine gun mode, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards her. The sound echoing like firecrackers during a festive celebration, deafening in its intensity. Nevertheless, the mysterious woman adeptly navigated the onslaught, evading bullets with the grace of a dancer, weaving effortlessly through the hail of gunfire, undeterred in her advance. Qin Yiming, unwilling to be outdone, conjured a Tang Dao, his form enveloped in a radiant blue glow. embodying the essence of a superhero. He exuded a formidable aura as he charged bravely towards the enigmatic woman. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by the cacophony of gunfire and the clashing of weapons. Qin Yiming, caught in the fray, felt an escalating sense of dread. He realized that without unlocking the powers of the demon, he was utterly outmatched by the enigmatic woman before him. It was akin to a helpless lamb confronted by a ravenous wolf, destined only to be tormented. On his side, Qin Yiming unleashed a torrent of firepower. Yet the mysterious woman effortlessly handled the situation even while facing two adversaries. He could sense that beneath her pristine, jade-like mask, a hint of scornful amusement flickered, as if she were mocking, "You two dare to challenge me? How utterly foolish." Had it not been for Linglong, who was providing support from a distance with her machine gun, Qin Yiming feared that within mere dozens of exchanges, he would be easily subdued by this formidable woman. At that moment, he envisioned himself being lifted as effortlessly as a chick, at her mercy. This was the outcome he anticipated even without her resorting to her special abilities. And the thought sent chills down his spine. As sweat trickled down his back, he could not discern whether it was due to fear or exertion. Linglong seized a moment amidst the fierce clash of blades. She unleashed another barrage towards the mysterious woman. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yiming agilely distanced himself, retreating to Linglong's side. With urgency, he spoke. Continuing like this is not sustain. The gaze was as if to convey, "If you lack any brilliant ideas, we are doomed. Today may very well be our last." Qin Yiming remained silent, for at that moment, a thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated through the mountains. A magnificent white tiger, measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and adorned in an impressive armor, approached the enigmatic woman with an air of majesty. Delicately, it nudged her with its great head. This thought crossed Qin Yiming's mind. It is over. He quickly turned to Linglong and said, "You take Wang Xing to the airship. I will hold them off. Can you manage alone?" Linglong inquired, her eyes filled with concern, her brow furrowed in worry for Qin Yiming's safety. Qin Yiming countered, "Or shall you stay and hold them off while I escort Wang Xing to the airship first?" Linglong was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by his question. However, she did not hesitate long. Grasping Wang Xing with one hand and the rope with the other, she cried out, "Return to City 77 immediately, at full speed." Her voice echoed with the authority of a battlefield commander, imbued with strength and determination. As the ropes of the airship began to retract, poised for action, Qin Yiming unexpectedly heard Wang Xing utter a hoarse, "Thank you." This took Qin Yiming by surprise, and he glanced at him, pondering, this fellow actually knows how to express gratitude? For the mysterious woman and the formidable white tiger were charging towards them. The aura was so formidable that it seemed as if it could consume them whole. Chapter 29, Frosty Moonlight. Qin Yiming, wielding a tang knife, stood beneath the scorching sun. After taking a deep breath, he transformed into a brilliant blue light, moving with a speed that rivaled that of lightning itself. In an instant, he surged forward with an overwhelming ferocity. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with the cacophony of clashing weapons and the roars of tigers. A symphony that resonated painfully in the ears. Who could have imagined that amidst such a tumultuous commotion, Qin Yiming would successfully intercept both the man and the beast, forging a safe passage for Linglong and Wang Xing, allowing them to return to the airship unscathed? Linglong, equally bold and ruthless, did not hesitate to fire a cannonball downward as soon as she boarded the airship. With a thunderous boom, the cannonball exploded like a miniature nuclear bomb, creating a gaping crater in the ground, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. The debris obscured the sky, and as a gentle breeze swept through, it brought with it a tranquility reminiscent of the calm after a storm, gradually dispersing the dust. Only Qin Yiming remained on the battlefield, along with the enigmatic woman and a fearsome armored white tiger. The white tiger stood imposing and majestic, resembling a fully armed general, exuding an aura that inspired dread. After the fierce battle, Qin Yiming realized that this white tiger was, in fact, a lord-level beast, sending a chill through his heart. Inwardly lamenting his predicament, he thought, "This is truly a grave trouble. A mysterious woman is already difficult enough to deal with, and now another formidable white tiger has appeared. Is this a matter of life and death for me?" Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman gazed at the slowly departing airship, seemingly unfazed. Her voice was calm and casual, as if engaging in mundane conversation, as she leisurely inquired, "As far as I know, you have only been acquainted with them for about a month. Is it truly worth becoming a hero for no apparent reason? A month? Qin Yiming was taken aback, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. His inner alarm bells ringing. His eyes brimmed with caution, and he could not help but ask, "How do you know this? Have you been secretly observing me all along?" The mysterious woman approached him with an air of grace, her steps light and deliberate, as she replied, "After you joined our Dawn sacred sect. I will share this with you." "Very well. I have joined. You may now divulge the information," Qin Yiming responded nonchalantly. In her mind, he should have displayed a look of disdain, coupled with a mocking expression, vehemently opposing the idea of joining. Such a reaction would have been predictable. Yet, Qin Yiming's straightforward admission took her aback, leaving her momentarily speechless. The woman opened her mouth, intending to articulate her thoughts, but now found herself at a loss for words. Observing her astonishment, a subtle smirk crept onto Qin Yiming's lips, revealing a hint of cunning. He understood that this unexpected maneuver had momentarily disrupted his opponent's rhythm. Yet he also recognized the enigmatic woman certainly would not be so easily swayed by him. What lay ahead would undoubtedly involve a more arduous psychological duel. He secretly tightened his grip on the tang knife in his hand, yet outwardly feigned a relaxed demeanor as he continued. "What? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Wasn't it said that if I joined, you would inform me?" Qin Yiming's eyes darted about, his mind racing to devise a strategy for the present predicament. Shortly thereafter, he posed an unexpected question. "By the way, is there a membership fee for joining the sect? I must ensure that my finances are in order. After all, I cannot afford to deplete my entire fortune simply by joining a cult." The suddenness of his inquiry introduced a hint of absurdity to the previously tense atmosphere. The mysterious woman was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected question. Before her mind could catch up, she instinctively responded, "No, but a recommendation is necessary." As soon as the words left her lips, her mind buzzed with realization, acknowledging how close she had come to being led astray by Qin Yiming. Her face fluctuated between shades of green and white, feeling akin to a jester being toyed with, and she promptly retorted, "Are you mocking me?" Qin Yiming adopted an expression of innocent bewilderment, his eyes wide like two polished black gems, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. "Huh? How am I mocking you? Was it not you who asked me if I wanted to join your Dawn sect? I am merely responding to your call and sincerely wish to join. Is it that your Dawn sect does not accept new members? My heartfelt sincerity, I hope you do not take it for granted." His words were delivered with such righteous fervor and emotional resonance, as if the other party had been unreasonable and had squandered his enthusiasm, showcasing an acting prowess that was nothing short of remarkable. Beneath the pristine mask of the mysterious woman, one could imagine her head filled with dark thoughts. Internally lamenting, "How did I come across such a troublesome gem?" She regarded Qin Yiming with a frosty gaze, her eyes glinting with coldness, and once more declared with fervor, "Yes, our Dawn Holy Church will not accept you." Then, amidst Qin Yiming's astonished expression, the mysterious woman advanced towards him step by step. With each stride she took, the ground beneath her feet was cloaked in a layer of chilling frost, while the long sword in her hand became visibly enveloped in ice, glimmering like icicles. Upon witnessing this daunting display, Qin Yiming's heart sank. He thought to himself, however, the potency of this strike was extraordinarily amplified, several times greater than before. Instantly, Qin Yiming was akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled dozens of meters by the immense force, tracing a wretched arc in the air. Upon landing, he tumbled across the ground like an uncontrollable sphere, dust coating his entire being. Before he could expel a mouthful of stagnant blood, he beheld the white tiger, its robust limbs carrying it forth like an errant, miniature tank, charging with menacing speed. Subsequently, the white tiger leaped, its maw agape, saliva cascading like a torrential waterfall, lunging to devour Qin Yiming. Reacting instinctively, Qin Yiming narrowly evaded the tiger's fatal bite with a sidestep, only to confront the approaching enigmatic woman. He barely managed to position his tang blade defensively before him when he heard the mysterious woman utter, ethereally, "Frost Moon Gleam." In the subsequent instant, Qin Yiming comprehended that this was no benign pronouncement, but rather a signal of lethal intent. Qin Yiming was propelled hundreds of meters by the force of this strike, impacting a towering tree like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the tree swayed violently, its leaves fluttering down. Qin Yiming felt his internal organs displaced in an instant, causing him to cry out in agony. Inwardly, he lamented, "This is far too ruthless. She intends to end me." Nevertheless, Qin Yiming, though ensnared in dire straits, cast a rakish smile as he gazed upon the slowly approaching enigmatic woman. Chapter 30. The mysterious woman knows the heart of the demon at this very moment. The power of the demon surged forth unexpectedly. In but an instant, Qin Yiming found himself enveloped in a dark crimson glow, reminiscent of a roaring flame, brimming with boundless strength, as if it sought to incinerate the surrounding darkness. His injuries healed instantaneously, and he was imbued with a renewed sense of determination and vitality. With icy coldness in his gaze, Qin Yiming fixed his stare upon the enigmatic woman and the white tiger, his face flushed with indignation, resembling a ripe tomato. He spoke frostily. "Is it amusing to bully others? You've invited me to join your Dawn-Holy sect, yet you refuse to accept me? Very well. I shall not join. Even if you beg me, I shall not return." Taking a deep breath, he felt the tumult of demonic power within him and silently vowed, "In 3 minutes, I shall incapacitate you." He stretched his limbs, the Tang Dao in his hand gleaming with a chilling light, harmonizing with the dark crimson aura enveloping him. "Since you have compelled me, do not blame me for being ungracious." He growled softly. With a light push against the ground, he surged forward like a bolt of black lightning towards the mysterious woman and the white tiger. However, the woman and the tiger showed no signs of trepidation. The white tiger, in particular, let out a deafening roar, and from its mouth shot forth a piercing cold light, akin to a bolt of icy blue lightning, racing towards Qin Yiming with blinding speed, freezing the air in its wake. Qin Yiming maintained his speed, agile as a nimble monkey, effortlessly evading the oncoming attack. However, in his swift maneuver, he failed to notice the towering tree behind him, which, under the chilling glare, instantaneously resembled a figure frozen by a sorcerer's spell. From its trunk to its leaves, it transformed into a resplendent ice sculpture, shimmering under the sunlight and refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. In that fleeting moment, the trio of 2 combatants and 1 beast became akin to 3 frenzied dancers, entangled in a chaotic ballet amidst the wilderness. Yet this time, the narrative took an unexpected turn. Qin Yiming was no longer the pitiful figure who had once been bullied. He had fully awakened the power of a demon. A formidable aura emanated from him as he dominated the scene, mercilessly overwhelming the mysterious woman and the white tiger. The white tiger howled in despair, its cries echoing. "How has this boy suddenly become so formidable? I cannot withstand this onslaught." The mysterious woman, too, found herself compelled to evade left and right, her once graceful demeanor now appearing quite disheveled, hair tousled and garments billowing wildly. In that moment, summoning all her strength, the mysterious woman unleashed a powerful shout, "Frost Moon without radiance." Astonishingly, Qin Yiming witnessed her swordplay, each stroke accompanied by flurries of snowflakes cascading down. As the battle intensified, Qin Yiming felt an invigorating rhythm within him, like a precise little clock, silently counting. 40 seconds, 45 seconds. I wonder how long you can endure. Ultimately, it became evident that the mysterious woman still lacked the requisite strength to match him. Under the relentless pursuit of Qin Yiming, she could do nothing but retreat like a vanquished soldier, staggering away to a safer distance. The enigmatic woman gasped for breath, her eyes reflecting a fierce unwillingness as she began to reassess her strategy. Meanwhile, the white tiger, undeterred, launched another attack with a glimmering strike. Qin Yiming, radiating confidence, faced the icy glare without a trace of fear, charging boldly towards the mysterious woman. Before she could react, Qin Yiming's Tang Dao sliced through the air like a streak of silver lightning, wielded with formidable intent aimed directly at her throat. The air itself seemed to resonate with the sharp sound of the blade cleaving through it. In a state of urgency, the mysterious woman could only parry with her longsword. With a resounding clash, a powerful shockwave sent her hurtling hundreds of meters away, tracing a long arc through the air before she crashed heavily to the ground. The impact even dislodged the pristine white mask from her face, sending it fluttering to the earth. 1 minute. Just as Qin Yiming silently counted down in his mind, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the air. The white tiger charged at Qin Yiming as if it were heedless of its own life, its stance radiating a furious growl. "You shall not bully my master." It desperately sought to prevent Qin Yiming from advancing any closer to the mysterious woman, its gaze filled with determination and ferocity. Yet, the disparity, with a swift spinning kick, Qin Yiming executed the movement with the grace of a martial arts maestro. Fluid and seamless, he sent the white tiger sprawling towards the enigmatic woman. The creature lay on the ground, emitting low whimpers, clearly gravely injured, its limbs twitching pitifully, evoking a sense of compassion in onlookers. Seizing this moment, The mysterious woman hastily tore a piece of cloth from her attire, obscuring her visage before fixing her gaze upon Qin Yiming and exclaiming, "So the heart of the demon lies with you." Her words detonated within Qin Yiming's mind, halting him in his tracks. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "What do you mean by that? And how do you know about the demon's heart?" His eyes brimmed with suspicion and vigilance, fixated on the enigmatic figure. Ignoring his inquiries, the woman called out to the injured white tiger, "Little Bai, we must depart." Her voice bore a trace of fatigue and resignation. Qin Yiming, bewildered, exclaimed, "Do you intend to leave without consulting me? I have yet to finish this fight." His voice echoed across the desolate landscape, filled with defiance and fury. The mysterious woman responded coolly, "Do you think I can endure under your hand until your demon powers are spent?" At her words, Qin Yiming's eyes widened in shock. Momentarily immobilized as if ensnared by a spell, his body frozen in place. He could only watch helplessly as the white tiger, bearing the enigmatic woman, gradually vanished into the depths of the forest like two specters. In the end, a voice echoed from the woods, "Qin Yiming, we shall meet again, ha ha ha." This ethereal laughter reverberated through the forest. The utterance jolted him back to reality, prompting him to hastily pursue the forest's depths. Yet, upon entering, he could no longer discern the presence of the mysterious woman, as if she had never existed at all. The surrounding silence was terrifying, broken only by his own heavy breaths. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiming, the mysterious woman, somewhat weakened, spoke softly to the white tiger, "Xiao Bai, let us return to the village to recuperate." Her voice was faint, laden with frustration and melancholy. Meanwhile, on Qin Yiming's side, after losing sight of the woman, he understood that he must first seek refuge. Otherwise, the repercussions of wielding the demon's power would soon threaten his safety. He glanced toward the territory of the Rift Sky Giant, seemingly in search of a final sanctuary, his eyes betraying a hint of hope and resignation as he murmured, "1 minute." With that, he transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the domain of the Rift Sky Giant. Qin Yiming hoped to discover a semblance of peace there, a refuge from the impending dangers of the night. As he sprinted, thoughts of the mysterious woman's words echoed in his mind. "So the demon heart resides with you." What could she possibly mean by that? Did the power of the demon have some connection to her? Moreover, how could she possess such profound understanding of this power? A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, leading him to feel increasingly that a colossal secret lay hidden behind it all. Chapter 31. The quest for the magnetic sphere. As Qin Yiming gradually awakened once more, he opened his eyes to behold a familiar scene, the same lush, sprawling tree from before. Its sturdy branches stretched out with abandon, seemingly mocking him for returning yet again. Beneath the tree lay remnants of the previous rabbit he had roasted, scattered haphazardly. More absurdly, a rabbit was crouched there, savoring its own kind with gusto. At that moment, his stomach grumbled audibly. He gazed at the rabbit, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous grin. Not long thereafter, he transformed into an adept, seasoned barbecue master, skillfully preparing the rabbit for roasting. From igniting the fire to setting up the grill and expertly flipping the rabbit, each step was executed with remarkable proficiency. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiming, he had been in a coma for a full 5 days. During this lengthy interlude, the outside world had likely assumed he had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, he had missed a chance encounter with an airship searching for him, akin to two strangers in a vast sea of humanity who had perfectly missed each other. After consuming an entire rabbit, Qin Yiming let out a resounding belch, startling the surrounding wildlife. He suddenly felt that this wilderness might be even safer than the City 77, where various intrigues and troubles lurked around every corner. Although the conditions here are arduous, they possess a certain simplicity and directness, devoid of the complexities of interpersonal relationships and scheming machinations. The heart of the demon, a gift from Elder Bai to himself, raises an intriguing question. How did that enigmatic woman discern its nature at a glance? Could it be that the heart of the demon was pilfered from the Dawn Holy Church by Elder Bai? The more Qin Yiming contemplated, the more his head throbbed, feeling as if it were an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Nevertheless, he resolved to first ascertain how to actively unlock the power of the demon's heart. This was the immediate priority, while other enigmas could be set aside for the time being. He then glanced at the mountain's summit and couldn't help but think how formidable the sky truly was. That white tiger had been severely injured by a single kick, likely still nursing its wounds in some shadowy corner, while the sky dash, having endured countless blows, appeared wholly unfazed. Its resilience was nothing short of astonishing, akin to that of a steel-clad warrior in the realm of monsters. This time, Qin Yiming decided to prepare in advance, refusing to engage in another unprepared battle like the last. With nimble grace, he darted into the forest, his steps light as he navigated through the dense foliage with ease. Before long, he had procured the carcasses of several beasts, plump rabbits, a robust roasted bear, and a massive snake measuring 20 to 30 meters in length. After skillfully hanging these trophies from the branches of a great tree, he clapped his hands together and swaggered towards the mountain peak. Upon catching sight of the sky dash, Qin Yiming smiled and waved, exclaiming, long time no see. Have you missed me? With a relaxed yet provocative demeanor, he seemed to regard the formidable sky-splitting behemoth with utter disdain. In the ensuing moments, he engaged in a fierce battle with the creature, clashing for 300 rounds, a spectacle reminiscent of a frenzied contest between monstrous beasts and humans. Upon the conclusion of their epic duel, he returned to the great tree, where he prepared the carcasses of the beasts he had collected, roasting them for sustenance. His voracious consumption was so ravenous that even the most famished specter would feel ashamed by comparison, devouring the food with a speed akin to a whirlwind sweeping away remnants. Perhaps due to his ample preparations, after finishing all the beasts, Qin Yiming astonishingly did not succumb to unconsciousness this time. This revelation filled him with joy, his eyes widening in surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. After a satisfying feast, he indulged in a deep slumber, his snores reverberating so loudly that they could potentially rattle the birds from the branches above. The surrounding small creatures, terrified by the tremendous noise, scurried away in panic. The following day, he repeated his actions, dragging a multitude of beast carcasses to hang from the great tree, even adorning the surrounding trees with the remains. From a distance, it appeared as a forest of corpses, an eerie and striking tableau. Having completed this grim task, he swaggered towards the mountain peak. In that moment, the wilderness resonated once more with the thunderous roar of the sky-splitting behemoth, its cries powerful enough to seem as if they could shatter the very sky. Akin to the clarion call of a fierce war, heralding the resumption of battle. A month later, Qin Yiming sat within the lair of the sky-splitting behemoth, gazing up at the creature circling majestically in the heavens above. He anxiously exclaimed, "Come down quickly, let us have another match." "Are you afraid?" After a long pause, he coaxed, "Please, this is the last time. I promise I won't bother you again. Just have pity on me and play with me one last time." Yet, the skybreaker remained utterly unresponsive, not even casting a glance in his direction. He attempted to provoke it further, taunting, "Are you a coward? As a lord-level beast, don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Yiming's tone fluctuated, at times assertive, at others tinged with a childlike plea, resembling a willful child. However, no matter how he tried to entice it, the skybreaker continued to hover in the air, stubbornly refusing to engage with him. Observing this, Qin Yiming grew weary of his efforts and began to examine the lair of the skybreaker. To be honest, after a series of fierce battles, his once formidable beast armor was now in tatters, the fabric reduced to mere strips, draping over him like a pile of rags, devoid of any protective quality. At this moment, Qin Yiming was left with little covering, resembling a wild man. Outsiders might even mistake him for a rugged mountain dweller. He exuded an aura that was both primal and fierce, perhaps a result of his diet of wild beasts. The muscular contours of his physique had become increasingly pronounced, every muscle radiating strength, bestowing upon him an imposing presence. As he explored the lair of the skybreaker, he noticed the crevices of the mountainside. Curiosity compelled Qin Yiming to approach and examine the cavern of the colossal skyripper. To his astonishment, he discovered a small opening, just large enough for a person to enter. Inside lay an exquisite piece of nano-armor, which filled Qin Yiming with uncontainable joy, his eyes sparkling with delight. Most astonishing of all was the presence of a magnetic orb, a sought-after prize by many, hidden right within this lair of the skyripper. It was no wonder that no one had managed to locate it. The orb was cleverly concealed in this very nest. It truly epitomized the saying, after much searching, one finds their prize with ease. With utmost care, he picked up the magnetic orb, studying it intently, his mind swirling with questions. What secrets did this orb hold? Why did it incite such fierce competition among various factions? And what connection did it have to his own demon heart? Chapter 32. Lord-level beasts possess intelligence suddenly. An overwhelming stench assaulted Qin Yiming's nostrils, a revolting odor that was simply unbearable. His face contorted in disgust, his features scrunched together like a crumpled bun. In that instant, He realized the purpose of the small opening. It was none other than the private lavatory of the Sky Ripper. This discovery elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation, and he dared not linger for another moment. With the agility of one fleeing from a great beast, he swiftly retrieved the nano-armor and the magnetic orb, darting out of the small opening as if his rear were ablaze. Once outside, he inhaled the fresh air deeply, his chest heaving with relief. He then directed a scathing tirade towards the Sky Ripper soaring above. "You filthy bird! Do you not ever use the restroom?" Oh, the frustration! That furious countenance resembled that of a petulant child. At that moment, the rift giant loomed above, exuding a victorious glee, its shrill cries resonating through the air, sharp yet jubilant. It seemed to mock Qin Yiming mercilessly. "Ha! You've fallen into my trap." This only fueled Qin Yiming's ire, leaving him powerless to retaliate. He could only storm off in search of a place to cleanse himself, his heart brimming with helplessness and resentment. Fortunately, he was aware of a nearby stream, which, at that moment, felt like a lifeline. He sprinted towards the water's edge and leaped in with a mighty splash, akin to an elephant plunging into the depths, sending waves cascading around him. He first rinsed off his nano-armor, and upon completion, he donned it immediately. Before activation, the nano-armor resembled a mere forearm gauntlet, equipped with a button for its protective features. Having previously discussed this with Elder Bai, Qin Yiming was well informed. As he gazed at himself, enveloped in the sleek black nano-armor, a mask partially obscured his face, leaving only his eyes visible. From a distance, he appeared as a mysterious figure clad in black. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, "Wow, this is incredibly cool." In that moment, Qin Yiming felt an exhilarating surge of confidence, as if the entire world lay at his feet. Upon returning to his makeshift camp, he was filled with determination. He retrieved his backpack from a tree laden with the carcasses of beasts, which seemed to whisper, "Master, are you finally departing?" Subsequently, he dashed towards the summit of the mountain. Along the way, he savored the distinct differences between this nano-armor and the beast armor. In terms of defense, performance, and even comfort, the nano-armor had elevated to an entirely new echelon, akin to upgrading from a dilapidated bicycle to a sleek supercar. The experience was nothing short of transformative. Notably, the compatibility percentage displayed on his left arm remained at a perfect 100%, further enhancing Qin Yiming's satisfaction with the armor. With reckless abandon, he sprinted to the mountain's peak. Upon sighting him, it was so startled that it soared into the sky, likely pondering, "Why is this fellow back, and with new gear? Is he here to trouble me again?" It understood that this human's sole weakness lay in his inability to fly, yet this new equipment left it feeling uncertain. Seeing its reaction, Qin Yiming offered what he believed to be a friendly smile, which, under the armor's sheen, appeared somewhat sinister as he said, "Little, do not be afraid. I know you can understand me. I have come to bid you farewell. It has been wonderful having your company this past month, although I endured daily beatings." It was quite entertaining. He then added enticingly, as the saying goes, "No fight, no acquaintance. Come down, let us shake hands and make amends, shall we? I assure you, I shall not strike you again." The sky-splitting giant eagle merely fixated its gaze upon Qin Yiming, its eyes betraying a sense of vigilance, seemingly lost in thought. One might conjecture it was pondering, "Surely, this lad is not concocting another trick." Yet, Qin Yiming remained unfazed, bellowing with conviction, "If you do not descend, do you believe I shall leave? I will remain here, guarding you day after day, compelling you to play with me." No sooner had Qin Yiming uttered these words than the sky-splitting giant eagle emitted a soft cry and gradually descended before him. At this moment, it was Qin Yiming who was taken aback, his mind racing with the thought, "Goodness, these creatures possess intelligence? How astonishing! Could it truly comprehend the Chinese language?" His face was a canvas of disbelief, and as he regarded the creature, a flicker of anxiety crossed the sky-splitting giant eagle's heart. This was primarily due to the fact that over the past month, it had been thoroughly intimidated by Qin Yiming's prowess. Although it had not sustained injuries, the pain inflicted was indeed genuine. Each encounter felt akin to being pounded by countless small hammers, leaving it with lingering trepidation. Eventually, Qin Yiming, with utmost sincerity, addressed the sky-splitting giant eagle, "How about you escort me?" This time, he distinctly perceived a struggle and contemplation within its eyes, as if weighing the pros and cons. If I accompany him, he might devise more mischief. If I do not, he may very well refuse to depart. After a prolonged internal struggle, the sky-splitting giant eagle relented, and Qin Yiming found himself perched atop its head, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies. The wind howled, brushing against his face, making him feel like a sovereign of the skies. It is likely that no boy could resist the allure of such a sensation of flight. He exclaimed with exhilaration, "This is exhilarating. Even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster." His voice echoed through the heavens, filled with pure joy. Suddenly, Qin Yiming spotted a village nestled within a forest not far from the 77th city. He noticed the smoke rising from chimneys, wafting the delightful aroma of food into the air. Instantly, Qin Yiming patted the back of the sky-tearing behemoth, signaling it to veer to the side and let him down. Murmuring, "Quickly, I must savor that delicacy." His eagerness was such that only someone who had spent over a month in the wilderness, feasting on bland game, could comprehend the depth of his longing for food at that moment. At that moment, not far from the village, a white tiger within a cave slowly rose, casting a glance in Qin Yiming's direction. Meanwhile, the sky-tearing behemoth circled in the air, emitted a few cries, and then soared away. The sound seemed to serve as a warning to Qin Yiming, hinting at the presence of a formidable beast nearby, as if to say, "Brother, be cautious. There are powerful entities ahead." Yet, Qin Yiming merely gazed at the distant sky-tearing behemoth and then at the village. After taking a deep breath, he set forth towards the village, oblivious to the warning from the behemoth. Even if he had heeded those cries, he would not have understood the language of beasts. Especially now, as he was consumed by an overwhelming desire for culinary delights. Chapter 33. The Accidental Consumption of Zombie Virus. Qin Yiming hummed a disjointed little tune as he meandered aimlessly, wandering for over 10 minutes until he finally stepped into the village's periphery. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead as if struck by an electric current, abruptly recalling something vital. In a flurry of motion, he hastily deactivated his striking nano-armor. In the blink of an eye, the armor reverted to a mere half-sleeve. However, as he took a few steps, he felt a chilling breeze enveloping his lower body, as if a sharp wind were penetrating his trousers. His face flushed with embarrassment, turning as red as a ripe tomato. In a frantic attempt, he gathered a handful of twigs, awkwardly shielding his vulnerable areas. After this commotion, he finally composed himself, feigning nonchalance as he strode confidently into the village. Upon entering, he resembled Lu Lao Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, his eyes wide with curiosity and astonishment. Lining both sides of the street were rows of houses, neatly arranged like orderly little boxes, exuding a rustic charm. In the middle of the street, dozens of people formed a queue, each straining their necks in eager anticipation of what lay ahead. The air was thick with a palpable sense of urgency and yearning. To his surprise, the distributors of food were none other than Bai Lao and his colleagues from the research lab, alongside Bai Changqin, who stood guard with a team of retrieval members, resembling loyal bodyguards. The moment Qin Yiming caught sight of the food, his eyes sparkled with intensity, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting a plump lamb, gleaming with insatiable greed. He had no time to ponder, transforming into a whirlwind. With a swift rush, he darted to the table. His hand moved like lightning, seizing the food and stuffing it into his mouth with a ravenous abandon that would have made even the hungriest ghost feel ashamed. He devoured the food before him with a speed akin to a tempest sweeping away remnants. The suddenness of the event left the members of the retrieval team momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, Qin Yiming resembled a gluttonous little hamster, his cheeks puffed out as he munched on several loaves of bread. Bai Changqin was the first to snap back to reality. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Stop him!" Simultaneously, she swiftly drew her long spear, adopting a defensive stance, fully prepared for confrontation. Given her prowess, it was astonishing that she had not immediately detected Qin Yiming's approach. His speed unequivocally indicated that he possessed extraordinary strength. At that moment, Qin Yiming, still being held like a small chick by the retrieval team members, continued to cram delicious bread into his mouth. With his cheeks bulging, he mumbled indistinctly, "Don't stop me. I'm not done eating yet. Just let me have a little more." It was then that Bai Changqin, eyes wide with astonishment, pointed at Qin Yiming and exclaimed, "Qin Yiming, you're not dead." Her words detonated like a bomb among the crowd, leaving those around her in shock. Curious glances were exchanged, and hushed whispers filled the air. In her heart, Bai Changqin couldn't help but wonder, when did this fellow become so formidable? Could it be that he experienced some extraordinary adventure while he was away? Qin Yiming rolled his eyes, his face a mask of resignation, and responded nonchalantly, "Captain Bai, must you curse me to death every time we meet? Am I not living quite well?" His words made Bai Changqin's cheeks flush crimson, leaving her at a loss. However, in stark contrast to Qin Yiming's jesting reply, He was met not with warm embraces or heartfelt concern. Instead, he witnessed a brief exchange of glances between Bai Changxin and the elder Bai, after which Bai Changxin issued a commanding shout. Everyone, restrained Qin Yiming immediately and prepared to return to the city. Her tone brooked no dissent, exuding an air of authority. Qin Yiming was left utterly bewildered, his mind buzzing like a swarm of bees, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What was happening? What on earth was this? Yet, he refrained from resistance, contemplating that he would wait to see what they were up to, confident that someone would eventually elucidate the circumstances. Besides, he was curious to discover their intentions, and most importantly, he felt no fear given his current capabilities. Thus, Qin Yiming allowed them to confine him within a specially designed cage, remaining silent as he quietly observed his surroundings. Indeed, as they escorted him back, Elder Bai approached in his wheelchair, resembling a mysterious envoy, and leisurely halted before Qin Yiming's enclosure, stating slowly, "Do you understand why you have been captured?" Qin Yiming wore an expression of utter disbelief, rolling his eyes dramatically as he retorted, "Do I appear to be someone who possesses such knowledge? Ha ha. You truly remain as humorously astute as ever," chuckled old Bai, his laughter resonating through the air like a cacophonous gong. Qin Yiming shrugged in response, and old Bai, no longer holding back, proceeded to elucidate. "The bread you just consumed was specially crafted in our laboratory. It is nothing extraordinary, merely infused with certain seasonings. However, it does have a peculiar effect. After consumption, one transforms into a creature that bites indiscriminately." "Zombies?" Qin Yiming blurted out, his eyes widening in astonishment, resembling brass bells filled with shock and dread. After a moment of contemplation, old Bai continued, "You are not entirely mistaken. It indeed behaves similarly to a zombie virus, transmitting through bites. The contagion spreads rapidly, and once unleashed, I cannot fathom the ramifications." For someone like Qin Yiming, who had watched countless zombie films, this felt akin to playing with fire. He recognized that while old Bai appeared exceedingly affable, deep within resided a madman. Unable to contain himself, Qin Yiming inquired, "Old Bai, you cannot seriously intend to use this zombie virus to eradicate those monsters, can you? Are you not concerned about the potential for unforeseen consequences?" "Indeed. I knew you were astute. You have proven me right," old Bai replied, a chilling smile gracing his face, one that sent shivers down the spine. Qin Yiming sighed deeply and timidly inquired, "Old Bai, have there been experiments conducted on the fusers? What were the results?" The response he received was dishearteningly vague, leading Qin Yiming to nearly leap from his seat in frustration. Such an answer was utterly exasperating, making him feel as if he had been reduced to a mere laboratory rat. Subsequently, old Bai casually remarked, "Well, you are indeed the first experimental subject." His words suggested that this was an entirely ordinary matter. If looks could kill at that moment, old Bai would undoubtedly have been subjected to 1,000 torturous fates at the hands of Qin Yiming. Simultaneously, Qin Yiming felt an overwhelming urge to strike himself, cursing inwardly. "What have I done to deserve this? How could I be so gluttonous as to consume this perilous bread?" Filled with remorse, he gazed at the sky beyond the prison bars, utterly uncertain of the fate that awaited him. Chapter 34. Old Bai's confession in that enigmatic research facility. Suffused with an eerie atmosphere, Qin Yiming felt akin to a caged beast, weakly confined within a glass enclosure. This transparent prison tightly bound him. It had already been 3 days. For Qin Yiming, those interminable days felt like years, each moment dragging on more painfully than the last. During this time, old Bai resembled a man driven mad by an insatiable thirst for scientific discovery. Beyond presenting an array of peculiar and meticulously concocted potions, he forcibly administered them to Qin Yiming as if he were a mere laboratory animal. Every hour, a meticulous and comprehensive examination was conducted on him. Each action of the examination revealed his fervent longing for the experimental results. During these 3 days, Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu, under the guidance of Bai Changxin, also visited him. The moment Xiao Lu laid eyes on Qin Yiming, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood, flowing incessantly. She sobbed uncontrollably, her entire being trembling with emotion. Qin Yiming, feeling a deep pang of sorrow, resorted to fabricating a benign lie, softly reassuring her, "Xiao Lu, please do not cry. I will be out soon, so rest assured." His gentle tone seemed to possess a soothing enchantment, gradually calming her down. At that moment, Bai Lao, without granting him further time for contemplation, maneuvered his electric wheelchair to the glass window, gazing at him with a look of astonishment. Suddenly, he erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. You, my boy, are remarkably fortunate to have resisted for so long without succumbing to transformation. Unlike those unfortunate souls beyond the high walls, who have already turned into merciless zombies, you appear completely unaffected. It seems that the heart of the demon has shielded you from the zombie virus. Ha ha. Bai Lao's laughter, sharp and jarring, resonated hauntingly in the eerily silent laboratory. Perhaps due to his frailty, the sound pierced Qin Yiming's eardrums painfully. Qin Yiming responded feebly, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I must thank old Bai for concocting the antidote, which spared me from calamity. However, deep down, Qin Yiming was acutely aware that this so-called antidote might conceal some unspeakable secrets. Ah, you see, those potions are merely other viruses, a toxic countermeasure, which might yield extraordinary results, old Bai remarked with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing the weather. It seemed utterly mundane to him to casually manipulate viruses. As soon as old Bai finished speaking, Qin Yiming couldn't help but scoff, rolling his eyes dramatically. In that moment, he profoundly grasped a truth. When one is rendered utterly speechless, laughter can erupt, a laughter tinged with helplessness and absurdity. In truth, Qin Yiming was not entirely unresponsive to the zombie virus. On the very night of his return, he perceived everything through a veil of crimson mist. The world appeared drenched in blood. The heart of the demon acted as a concealed savior, drawing him back from the precipice of collapse and restoring him to the path of stability. Naturally, old Bai was well aware of his situation. In fact, he was the only one, aside from Qin Yiming, who was certain that he would not succumb to the transformation into a corpse. One could only wonder from where old Bai derived this inexplicable confidence, as if he had already discerned the entirety of the truth. Soon after, Qin Yiming weakly inquired, his voice laden with exhaustion and confusion, "Old Bai, what is your true purpose behind the development of this zombie virus?" He simply could not fathom the ulterior motives concealed within old Bai's enigmatic plans, nor the conspiracy lurking in the shadows. After a moment of contemplation, old Bai slowly began to speak, his tone reminiscent of unveiling a long-buried, earth-shattering secret. You are aware of the Dawn Holy Sect, correct? Their next sacred silence is poised to take place in City 77. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming's heart surged with tumultuous waves, shaken to the core. Sacred silence? He could not help but unleash a torrent of questions, his voice involuntarily rising in pitch. How do you know this? Are they truly intending to use the entire city's populace as sacrificial offerings? Exactly. I knew you were astute. You grasped it immediately. Old Bai replied with a look of admiration. That smile seemed to harbor even more secrets, elusive and unfathomable. Qin Yiming pressed further. And what connection does this have with your creation of the zombie virus? I merely wish to experiment, to see if I can provoke the monster. As old Bai casually remarked, as if this were a flawlessly orchestrated plan. He showed no regard for the catastrophic consequences that this scheme might incur. In that moment, Qin Yiming suddenly comprehended old Bai's frenzied intentions. Old Bai actually intended to utilize the sacred silence of the Dawn Holy Church to unleash the zombie virus upon a demon-level beast. This notion was utterly insane. Once set into motion, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Qin Yiming, and he inquired once more, Old Bai, if I had not inadvertently ingested it, would you have sought an opportunity to force the zombie virus upon me? His gaze was filled with vigilance, fixated on old Bai as though scrutinizing a most perilous adversary. Indeed, old Bai did not conceal his intentions in the slightest, responding candidly. He continued, yet, seeing your reaction, it appears the zombie virus has had some effect. His tone resembled that of an evaluator assessing experimental results, cold and ruthless, treating Qin Yiming merely as a tool for experimentation. Internally, Qin Yiming cursed vehemently, madman. But outwardly he stated, Old Bai, by doing this, you would also endanger your daughter. Do you not realize that? This time, old Bai simply smiled, offering no reply. Within that smile lay a complex tapestry of emotions regarding his daughter, guilt, helplessness, and unwavering resolve. Upon witnessing old Bai's intent to depart, Qin Yiming could not suppress his curiosity any longer and inquired, Old Bai, why did you caution me to be wary of Wang Xing while searching for the magnetic sphere? This question had lingered in his mind, akin to a thorn embedded in his heart. Old Bai offered no immediate reply, instead responding nonchalantly. Because that lad has begun to suspect that I am affiliated with the Dawn Holy Sect. I merely wish to see if I can leverage your hand to eliminate him. His voice, seemingly unremarkable, stirred a tempest within Qin Yiming's heart. A profound silence enveloped him as he contemplated. This cunning fox, indeed. I underestimated these individuals from the future. Eventually, he heard old Bai leisurely add, by the way, Once you step outside, be sure to refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Otherwise, you may find yourself in an untimely demise without even understanding how it occurred. Furthermore, it appears that the members of the Dawn Holy Sect are deliberating on how to reclaim their demonic heart from you. As a shiver coursed through Qin Yiming's being, he pondered why Old Bai felt compelled to issue yet another warning. Chapter 35. The Council of Order. That very evening, Qin Yiming emerged from the enigmatic confines of the laboratory, feeling utterly drained. Liberated, he was enveloped in a wave of joy. Like a considerate elder brother, Li Daxiong had come specifically to escort him, informed by Bai Chanxin. A warmth blossomed within Qin Yiming's heart, nearly overwhelming him with emotion to the point of embracing Li Daxiong in tears. This bond of friendship shone particularly bright in this intricate and perilous world. The following afternoon, after a deep slumber that seemed to stretch on endlessly, Qin Yiming finally stirred awake languidly. He groggily emerged from his room. As he opened his eyes, the sight before him jolted him awake. There stood Li Daxiong, who had prepared a lavish feast. An array of delectable dishes spread across the entire table. The enticing aromas wafted toward Qin Yiming, stimulating his appetite and causing a frenzy in his stomach. Without hesitation, he dove into the meal, devouring it with a ferocity that would leave onlookers astonished. Today, it just so happened to be the weekend, and Xiao Lu did not have to attend school. Upon seeing Qin Yiming safe and sound, the child's smile blossomed like flowers in spring, radiant and impossible to conceal. She joyfully leaped into Qin Yiming's embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Yiming, you're finally back." At that moment, Li Daxiong cleared his throat and spoke. "Yiming, this morning, someone delivered an invitation, requesting your presence at the mayor's gala tonight." Qin Yiming, preoccupied with stuffing his mouth, nodded absent-mindedly while mumbling indistinctly, understood. His mind was solely focused on regaining his energy. Thoughts of the gala were cast aside. He then turned to Li Daxiong, his expression serious, and said, "Uncle Li, during this period, please procure some portable seasonings, the more the better. Also, starting today, Xiao Lu should no longer attend school and you two must remain inseparable." The gaze of Qin Yiming conveyed an unwavering determination. Li Daxiong, scratching his head in confusion, inquired, "Yiming, has something happened?" He simply could not comprehend the underlying motives behind Qin Yiming's series of peculiar requests. Qin Yiming chose not to elaborate, as he was reluctant to divulge too much to Li Daxiong for the time being. He pondered, "This matter is far too intricate, even if I were to explain. Uncle Li might not grasp it fully, and it could potentially add to his worries." Li Daxiong, sensing Qin Yiming's hesitation, began to harbor an unsettling premonition and refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in silent acquiescence, choosing to place his trust in Qin Yiming. Soon, the time for the mayor's soiree approached. Following the invitation's instructions, Qin Yiming arrived at the most opulent hotel in City 77. The establishment resembled a resplendent palace, adorned with lavish decorations that nearly dazzled Qin Yiming's eyes. From the exquisite crystal chandeliers to the magnificent murals, every detail exuded extreme wealth. As he stepped through the hotel entrance, he spotted Wang Xing leaning against the revolving door like a sentinel. Upon seeing Qin Yiming, Wang Xing's eyes lit up, and he immediately greeted him with fervor. "Qin Yiming, I have something to discuss with you." His enthusiasm resembled that of a long-lost brother reuniting. Yet Qin Yiming found the situation somewhat peculiar. With a perplexed expression, he mused internally, "Although I saved his life, our relationship hardly seems to have reached the level of friendship. What could this fellow want from me?" However, Qin Yiming found himself once again sharing an elevator with Wang Xing, both ascending towards the venue of the banquet. Within the confines of the elevator, Wang Xing, eschewing any preamble, boldly inquired, "Qin Yiming, are you affiliated with the Dawn Holy Sect?" His gaze was fixed intently upon Qin Yiming, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts, leaving no subtle shift in expression unexamined. "Not at all," Qin Yiming replied with an air of indifference. Wang Xing continued, "I have come across information indicating that Old Bai is associated with the Dawn Holy Sect. Indeed, Old Bai informed me of this yesterday and also mentioned that the sacred silence will take place in City 77. Qin Yiming's demeanor remained unperturbed, his expression as nonchalant as if he were discussing the sunrise, devoid of any astonishment. The monumental revelations seemed to ripple past him without stirring a single wave. This very countenance left Wang Xing astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, and he stammered, You are aware of the sacred silence?" His eyes were wide with disbelief, as if he were gazing upon an entity from another realm. "Shouldn't I be?" Qin Yiming's response rendered Wang Xing momentarily speechless, akin to a mute tasting bitter herbs, unable to articulate his dismay. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open, revealing the banquet scene before them like a lavish tapestry. The opulent decor was adorned with tables and chairs flanking either side, draped in layers of what appeared to be the pelts of rare and exotic beasts. Sitting upon them felt extraordinarily comfortable, akin to resting upon a cloud, enveloped in a gentle embrace. Even the carpet felt delightfully soft beneath one's feet. Akin to walking upon clouds of cotton candy, each step imbued with a sense of comfort. Naturally, the dignitaries of City 77 had already taken their seats, engaging in lively discussions. The atmosphere resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with laughter and cheer. Meanwhile, Qin Yiming found a corner and settled down, promptly indulging in the food laid out before him. In his mind, he thought, regardless of your conversations, I must first satiate my hunger. Only then will I have the strength to face the challenges ahead. Wang Xing also plopped down beside him and candidly stated, Qin Yiming, I am from the Order Council, sent to investigate the sacred silence. During my years in City 77, I have felt that everyone, including my uncle, is connected to the Dawn Holy Church. Qin Yiming was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming, the Order Council? Such a formidable entity? If one were to identify the true powers in this new world, it would undoubtedly be the Order Council, for they are the architects of the laws governing this realm. Contemplating this, Qin Yiming regarded Wang Xing with newfound seriousness, as if striving to uncover deeper secrets about the Order Council etched upon his face. He then inquired, is Bai Changqin involved as well? Qin Yiming was eager for the answer, as it pertained to his trust in those around him and the direction of his future actions. After a moment of silence, Wang Xing nodded, his expression heavy, as if the revelation weighed upon him. Have you discovered the identity of the mysterious woman who attacked us that day? Qin Yiming posed yet another question. This enigmatic woman had long been a heavy stone in his heart. Wang Xing shook his head, indicating his ignorance. His expression tinged with frustration, evidently vexed by his failure to uncover vital information. Then why did you seek me out? Qin Yiming continued, eager to elucidate Wang Xing's true intentions for collaboration. I wish to partner with you, Wang Xing replied earnestly, his gaze brimming with anticipation, as if Qin Yiming were his last beacon of hope. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming did not respond immediately, but fell into deep contemplation. He understood well that collaborating with Wang Xing could potentially yield greater insights into the Dawn Holy Sect and the Silent Sanctum. However, it also risked entangling him deeper in peril and conspiracy. He silently deliberated on Wang Xing's genuine motives. Chapter 36. The approach of Jiang Zhishan. The gears in Qin Yiming's mind whirred chaotically, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he fixed a serious gaze upon Wang Xing and resolutely declared, I decline. Wang Xing's eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets in disbelief, as he exclaimed, why? Aren't you going to hear the terms I offer? Your refusal is rather abrupt. Qin Yiming stifled a mischievous grin, deliberately prolonging the suspense. His expression akin to that of a playful child harboring a significant secret as he replied, because of your name. The moment the words escaped his lips, it was akin to a small stone plummeting into water. A stone was cast into the tranquil surface of the lake, instantly creating ripples that ignited Wang Xing's curiosity. He found himself increasingly bewildered, as if countless bees were buzzing in his head, almost overwhelming him with their incessant noise. In a state of confusion, he inquired, what does this have to do with my name? Could it be that my name has somehow offended you? He scratched his head, utterly perplexed, his expression reflecting thoughts of, who am I? Where am I? What is occurring? Qin Yiming, maintaining a composed demeanor, began to absurdly articulate, your name, upon first hearing, suggests you are not a person of good character. His expression was as grave as that of a judge delivering a sentence, almost convincing Wang Xing of its veracity. Internally, he mused, this reasoning could only have emerged from his own mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing erupted like a powder keg ignited, with a sudden surge of anger. His face flushed crimson as he bellowed, Qin Yiming, are you toying with me? I approach you with earnest intentions for collaboration, and you respond with this nonsense? If that's how you feel, so be it. Qin Yiming shrugged nonchalantly, as if dismissing the matter as trivial. His indifferent attitude was enough to infuriate one to the point of madness. Internally, Wang Xing vowed, if this does not drive you to despair, I concede defeat. Humph. Qin Yiming, you shall rue this day. With a parting remark filled with venom, Wang Xing turned on his heel, his retreating figure radiating fury, as if proclaiming, just wait and see how I will deal with you in the future. regretting my collaboration with you. Do you not recognize your own predicament? Are you solely intent on dragging me down with you? Qin Yiming coldly reprimanded without mincing words. Observing Wang Xing's retreating figure, he couldn't help but smirk. Pondering, does Wang Xing truly believe I am oblivious to his current plight of being besieged on all sides? He wishes to use me as a scapegoat. But that is utterly out of the question. What a lunatic. In truth, Qin Yiming was acutely aware that his best course of action was to abstain from aligning with any faction and to lead Xiao Lu and the others to safety from City 77. Should he choose the wrong side, his life could vanish as swiftly as a soap bubble. Poof, and it would be over, which would be a dire fate indeed. At that moment, the city lord, Jiang Tianong, strode into the venue with commanding presence, exuding an aura that seemed to resonate with a personal soundtrack. Thud, thud, thud. Every gaze in the room was magnetically drawn towards him, as if enchanted. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhishan held the hand of Jiang Xiaoming, gracefully trailing behind him like an elegant princess, her demeanor suggesting that the entire assembly was her stage. Qin Yiming observed as the crowd's attention, as if under a spell, was entirely captivated by Jiang Zhishan. She resembled a brilliant star, shimmering with radiance. At that moment, Jiang Tianyong raised his glass and bellowed, "The true protagonist of today's banquet is neither my sister nor myself, but our hero, young brother Qin Yiming. He has retrieved the magnetic orb for the safety of City 77. Therefore, I propose we raise our glasses in tribute to our hero." Simultaneously, Jiang Tianyong's words left Qin Yiming utterly astonished. His mouth agape as if he could fit an egg within. He pondered in disbelief. Is this banquet truly held in my honor? Nevertheless, he conformed to local customs. Raising his glass to join in the communal toast, he reasoned to himself, it's best to drink first. After all, why not enjoy it? Naturally, Qin Yiming seized this opportunity to survey the crowd like a detective. He spotted Wang Xing, visibly irate, engaged in a heated debate with his uncle, Wang Jingshan. Their faces reddened and necks strained. It seemed as if a physical altercation was imminent, the air thick with tension. Nearby, a group of charming young women regarded him with cheerful expressions. Their gazes felt like gentle beams of light, rendering Qin Yiming quite uneasy. Yet, he failed to catch sight of Bai Lao and Bai Chanqing. He couldn't help but wonder how many among these people were aware of the matter concerning Xingji, and how many belonged to the Dawn Holy Sect. Each enigma loomed over him like a thick fog, causing his head to spin. After toasting, Qin Yiming's stomach began to grumble once more. Disregarding any semblance of decorum, he ravenously devoured the food on the table, his manner reminiscent of a famished refugee who had gone 3 days without sustenance. Once he finished the food on his table, he paid no heed to the disapproving glances of others and audaciously reached for the dishes on the adjacent table, eliciting disdainful expressions from the guests seated there. It seemed as though he were a monster, pondering within himself, how could this individual be so devoid of manners? However, it was hardly Qin Yiming's fault. Ever since he emerged from the laboratory, he had inexplicably remained in a state of perpetual hunger, as if he had never truly been satiated. This display of utter lack of decorum inadvertently served to repel those who sought to approach and befriend him. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through the air. "Please instruct the servants to replenish that table of food. We cannot allow the heroes of our City 77 to go hungry." The voice wafted in like a gentle spring breeze, warming the heart. Qin Yiming lifted his gaze and beheld Jiang Zhishan, her face aglow with a smile as she softly continued, "Would you mind if I took a seat here?" Her smile was as sweet as honey, seemingly capable of penetrating the very soul. Qin Yiming sensed the collective gaze of the onlookers, now drawn to this interaction due to Jiang Zhishan's presence. The thought of the inexplicable hero title bestowed upon him made him scoff internally. He mused, "What hero? I have no desire for such a mantle. I am merely an ordinary person striving for survival." Moreover, a certain hero's mother had once remarked, "The more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she is, particularly those who come willingly." Thus, he promptly declared, "I do mind. In fact, I mind very much." The moment his words escaped his lips, it was akin to a bombshell, leaving those around him utterly bewildered. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, as though silently questioning the state of his mind. Especially on Jiang Zhishan's face, a wave of green and white washed over her. One could only speculate that she was thinking to herself, how could this young man be so ungracious? I am undeniably beautiful, yet he fails to welcome me? This was the first time Jiang Zhishan had ever questioned her own appearance. However, she quickly regained her composure, seated herself, and inquired, "Qin Yiming, What do you think of me? Her question caught Qin Yiming off guard, causing him to choke on his food. After a couple of coughs, he frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" His expression was filled with bewilderment, as if to say, "Is this question not rather abrupt? I am still in the midst of eating. And you spring this on me." Chapter 37. A moment of inspiration soon after, Qin Yiming heard Jiang Zhishan, as if performing a magic trick, unexpectedly drop a bombshell. "My father wants me to find a companion, and I think you are quite suitable." Her tone was casual and carefree, as though she were merely commenting on the splendid weather, treating her astonishing words with utter nonchalance. No sooner had Jiang Zhishan finished speaking than Qin Yiming erupted, akin to an uncontrollable fountain, spewing food uncontrollably in all directions, leaving remnants scattered about. Those around them quickly recoiled in response. His eyes widened like saucers, filled with astonishment. He then solemnly remarked, "Miss Jiang, have you perhaps had your head caught in a door? The two of us, when all is said and done, must be meeting for only the second time, right? It feels as though our relationship is developing at a pace swifter than that of a rocket, and my tender heart is struggling to keep up." The tone was filled with incredulity, as if questioning whether Jiang Zhishan was jesting. "Ha ha ha, hurry up. If you are willing, we could consummate our union tonight." Jiang Zhishan, with a beaming smile, did not take offense at Qin Yiming's audacity. Yet, within that smile, there seemed to be a whimsical little secret, as she playfully responded. Such audacious and almost outrageous words nearly left Qin Yiming's jaw agape. He felt as if he had fallen into an absurd dream. At that moment, he could not help but reflect on the words of Zhang Wuji's mother. Indeed, beautiful women are adept at deception. Simultaneously, Qin Yiming found himself pondering Jiang Zhishan's intentions behind such a bold move. While he was not entirely impervious to temptation, he understood the necessity of exercising caution when faced with such unexpected propositions. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. One must be wary of hidden traps. Most importantly, Jiang Zhishan is undoubtedly a staunch feminist. This information is readily available on various platforms within the 77 cities, easily accessible to anyone who seeks it. It's as if it were laid bare like a head of cabbage, common knowledge for all. To say she wishes to marry is scarcely more believable than claiming a sow can climb a tree. The entire situation exudes an air of strangeness, leaving one perplexed as to her true intentions. Jiang Zhishan, upon encountering Qin Yiming, remained silent for an extended period. Reminiscent of a mischievous child whose curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, she continued to jest. "What do you say we head to the notary's office right now to obtain our certificate?" I can hardly contain my excitement. Her demeanor suggested that this was an utterly mundane affair, with a hint of teasing in her tone. "Miss Jiang, could you please refrain from jesting?" Qin Yiming gently implied, expressing his hope that Jiang Zhishan would abandon her roundabout probing. He felt utterly bewildered, yearning to unveil the enigmatic veil shrouding their interaction. "Be my husband. Can you do that?" Jiang Zhishan replied candidly, her forthrightness catching him off guard. For a moment, Qin Yiming was rendered speechless, as if struck by a spell. His mouth agape yet devoid of words. His face was a canvas of embarrassment and helplessness. Their conversation was far from discreet. Onlookers listened intently, their expressions frozen in astonishment, as if witnessing an absurd farce. Some men regarded Qin Yiming with incredulity, seemingly pondering how he could hesitate at such a fortuitous proposition. Is this lad out of his mind? They likely mused. Just as Qin Yiming felt a sense of resignation, ensnared in the whimsical trap laid by Jiang Zhishan. Jiang Xiaoming appeared like a jubilant little angel, rushing over with a radiant smile. With utmost politeness, he remarked, "Brother Yiming, this is the first time my aunt has ever said such words to a man." Her voice, as melodious as a silver bell, resonated beautifully amidst the clamor of the gathering. Qin Yiming pressed his forehead, pondering, why has this little rascal come to join the fray? He was disinclined to engage with the clever child. Yet, he soon heard Jiang Xiaoming continue, "Brother Yiming, please agree to my aunt. If you do, I can see little Lu every day. Moreover, I can invite little Lu to visit Uncle Jiang Tianyu in 78 City the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Just when he was yearning for a reason to venture out of the city, it had presented itself to him on a silver platter. It was as if slumber had arrived, and someone graciously provided a pillow. At that moment, Qin Yiming felt an overwhelming desire to embrace Jiang Xiaoming and plant a kiss on the cheek of this little boy. Just as he was about to seize the moment to respond on behalf of little Lu, Jiang Zhishan interjected with a calm yet firm tone, "Xiaoming, do not act recklessly. Your father has matters to discuss with your uncle, and bringing you along is merely to broaden your horizons. You cannot take outsiders with you. Her tone was reminiscent of a stern parent, leaving no room for dissent. Aunt, Brother Yiming is your husband, not an outsider, Jiang Xiaoming slyly retorted, his little eyes gleaming with a cunning light, akin to a wily little fox, leaving Jiang Zhishan momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she mused to herself, can it truly be that Qin Yiming is to be my husband? How is that even conceivable? I merely wish to achieve my objectives with the least possible cost. At this moment, Qin Yiming felt his scheme to abscond from the confines of the 77th city might very well be dashed, dissolving like a fragile bubble. Every nuance in Jiang Zhishan's discourse intimated that she would not countenance their company. Abruptly, a spark ignited within Qin Yiming's mind, akin to a sudden lightning strike. The city lord's family was slated to journey en masse to the 78th city the day after next. Could the advent of the sacred silence be synchronized with that departure? His thoughts then drifted to Elder Bai and Bai Chanqing. One, the preeminent researcher of the 77th city. The other, the captain of the city's reclamation squad. Such an occasion would invariably demand their presence, unless they were preoccupied with pressing matters. Could it be that they were disseminating the zombie virus throughout the 77th city? The mere thought plunged Qin Yiming into a state of profound anxiety, akin to an ant scurrying frantically upon a scorching pan. Promptly, he addressed Jiang Zhishan, Miss Jiang. I find myself afflicted by a sudden stomach ailment. I must attend to it forthwith. His countenance bore the unmistakable signs of genuine distress, with beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. Without tarrying for the astonishment of the assembly, Qin Yiming rose with alacrity and departed from the venue. Unbeknownst to Qin Yiming, Jiang Zhishan, gazing upon his departing figure, murmured to herself, possessing a rather keen perception, wouldn't you say? Upon exiting the venue, Qin Yiming hastened directly towards his humble abode, his pace akin to a whirlwind, stirring up the dust beneath his feet. However, upon his return, he was greeted by a sight that defied all expectations, an individual whom he deemed utterly improbable to encounter within the confines of his residence. Chapter 38. Elder Bai's missive. Qin Yiming arrived at the threshold of his courtyard with haste and trepidation. Upon witnessing the scene before him, one could only marvel at its enchantment. Bai Chanqing, resembling a gentle elder sister from next door, was playfully embracing a fawn in the quaint courtyard, reveling in her joy. Her laughter, as melodious as the chime of silver bells, resonated throughout the yard, filling the hearts of onlookers with delight. Meanwhile, Li Daxiang stood awkwardly to the side, his expression betraying a profound embarrassment, akin to a monk who had inadvertently stumbled into a realm of maidens, uncertain of where to place his hands and feet. Utterly bewildered and clueless as to what actions to undertake. The moment his gaze fell upon Qin Yiming, Li Daxiang's eyes sparkled with an illuminating fervor, akin to discovering an oasis amidst a parched desert, as though he had encountered a savior. He eagerly exclaimed, Yiming, you have finally returned. Come and sample the tea brought by Miss Bai. Its flavor is exquisite, reminiscent of the legendary celestial brew, truly delightful. His tone brimmed with enthusiasm, as if he were extolling the virtues of an unparalleled tea, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Yiming, attempting to maintain his composure, wore a cheerful smile, yet internally, he felt as though a restless rabbit danced within his chest, his heart racing in excitement as he responded, absolutely. He then turned to Bai Chanqing, his face beaming with joy, and playfully remarked, what extraordinary wind has blown you to my humble abode? My heart is nearly overwhelmed by this delightful surprise. I am truly flattered. His exaggerated expression and tone seemed to proclaim, I am utterly astonished, in bold letters across his forehead. Before Bai Chanqing could respond, Xiao Lu, like a cannonball, eagerly interjected, Brother Yiming, it was during our outing with Dad to purchase spices that we encountered Sister Chanqing and decided to return together. Her voice was bright and clear, akin to a little trumpet, instantaneously relaying the entire context of the situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming felt a sudden jolt in his heart, akin to being struck by a small hammer. He couldn't help but muse. It seems that after I left, Bai Chanqing has already paid a visit. Her speed is truly swifter than a rocket. However, what could her purpose be? A wave of unease washed over him, and his sense of caution heightened. At that moment, Bai Chanqing gently handed Xiaolu to Li Daxiang and spoke softly, Uncle Li. May I have a private word with him? Her tone, though soft and gentle, carried an unmistakable undercurrent of assertiveness that was impossible to resist. Li Daxiang glanced at Qin Yiming, who nodded in acquiescence. With the swiftness of one granted a reprieve, he took Xiaolu and hastily retreated indoors. Thus, only Qin Yiming and Bai Chanqing remained in the courtyard. The atmosphere grew subtly tense, as if the very air was thickening. Bai Chanqing continued, My father sent me to convey his hope that you would stay and take a good look at this sacred silence. Her expression was earnest, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Yet, Qin Yiming understood well that this sacred silence was far from simple. Qin Yiming wore an expression of disbelief, internally lamenting. If I were insane, I would certainly stay. This profound silence suggests nothing good. Remaining here would only invite misfortune. His inner monologue was so intense it nearly escaped his lips. Observing Qin Yiming's silence, Bai Changqin continued, that pot of tea was specially crafted by my father. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming's demeanor instantly transformed, his countenance growing cold as if he were a different person. His expression hardened, fixating intently on Bai Changqin, his gaze seemingly questioning her intentions. Yet, he coolly replied, if that's the case, the friendship we share might just capsize. Internally, he thought, I certainly do not wish to be ensnared by your father's peculiarity. His tone was laced with vigilance and concern. Bai Changqin remained composed, responding as if nothing were amiss. Rest assured, that pot of tea serves as a vaccine, a remedy to ensure their safety. Her tone was casual, akin to introducing an utterly mundane household item. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming felt an immediate sense of relief. He had no desire to confront Bai Changqin, especially not in this setting. However, his expression swiftly shifted, changing more rapidly than the dramatic face-changing art of Sichuan opera, as he cheerfully inquired, surely, Bai Lao must have some conditions for this? Internally, he mused, no one approaches the Temple of the Three Treasures without a purpose. Bai Lao cannot be so benevolent. Although a smile graced his face, the shrewdness in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Suddenly, Bai Changqin locked her gaze onto Qin Yiming's eyes, her look piercing as if she could see into his very soul. She spoke slowly. My father mentioned that you are quite astute. He was indeed correct. After Bai Changqin finished speaking, she handed a letter to Qin Yiming and continued, my father's conditions are all outlined in this letter. He believes that once you read it, you will understand. Without hesitation, Qin Yiming took the envelope, preparing to open it, when he noticed Bai Changqin rising swiftly and moving towards the door with fluid grace. Qin Yiming felt compelled to stand and see her off, for he held no animosity towards her, and in fact, Bai Lao had shown him kindness. One ought not to forget such benevolence. Just as he was about to rise, Bai Changqin interjected, no need to see me off. Once you accept the letter, I will consider you have agreed to my father's terms. Additionally, I have a question to ask you. Feel free to inquire. I assure you I will answer candidly. Qin Yiming declared, thumping his chest with a sense of righteousness, as if to showcase his generosity. Did you truly consume the heart of the demon? Bai Changqin asked directly, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yiming. Indeed, Qin Yiming did not shy away from the truth, recognizing that Bai Changqin would inevitably discover this matter. It was better to acknowledge it openly than to conceal it. Upon receiving her answer, Bai Changqin remarked, take care of yourself, and with that, she vanished like a wisp, leaving Qin Yiming momentarily stunned by her swiftness. Instead of pondering her cryptic words, he immediately turned to the envelope, noticing it had been sealed with wax, presumably by Bai Lao to prevent Bai Changqin from prying into its contents. As Qin Yiming dismantled the envelope, he muttered to himself, this old Bai is so enigmatic. Upon opening the envelope, he found a single phrase inscribed, protect my daughter at all costs. Stunned, Qin Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. He pondered, old Bai, have you made a mistake? Me, tasked with safeguarding Bai Changqin? What merit do I possess to shoulder such a responsibility? Surely, old Bai holds me in too high regard. This feels akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to escort Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu away from City 77. In a flurry of urgency, he dashed into the room, calling for them both, and swiftly began to gather their belongings with remarkable agility. Although Li Daxiang was perplexed, he nonetheless cradled Xiao Lu and shouldered his pack, following Qin Yiming towards the iron gates of City 77. Along the way, unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Daxiang, akin to an inquisitive child, timidly inquired, Yiming, are we truly leaving this place? His tone carried a hint of reluctance and confusion, for this was the only home he had known for quite some time. Indeed, Uncle Li, Qin Yiming replied, racing ahead without so much as a glance back, his pace suggesting that some dreadful force was in pursuit, compelling him not to linger even for a moment. Yet, as they approached the iron gates flanked by towering walls, Qin Yiming couldn't help but curse under his breath. My luck is truly abysmal. Among 4 city gates, I just had to encounter those I was meant to protect. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the guards at the gate were none other than Wang Xing and his uncle Wang Jingshan. A wave of dread washed over Qin Yiming. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Uncertain of how Wang Xing would challenge them. Chapter 39, Trapped in City 77. upon sighting Wang Xing and Wang Jingshan. Clad in full tactical gear, they resembled two elite operatives, standing resolutely beneath the iron gates of the towering walls. Wang Xing's gaze was as vigilant as that of a leopard fixated on its prey, his expression seemingly proclaiming, "All interlopers, step aside." In contrast, Wang Jingshan wore a stern countenance, exuding an aura that deterred any approach, akin to an immovable iceberg. Qin Yiming and his companions hurried over in a state of urgency. With keen eyes, Wang Xing immediately spotted them and shouted with a teasing tone, "Oh, our great hero Qin Yiming, what a late hour to be out and about. Surely, you're not sneaking off for a rendezvous?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, reminiscent of someone who had just consumed an entire lemon, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. It felt as if he had finally uncovered a secret weakness of Qin Yiming. "Do you believe I'm heading out for camping?" Qin Yiming forced a smile, his face adorned with an ingratiating expression, while internally he was anxiously drumming his thoughts. This excuse should suffice, right? Let us hope he doesn't see through it. "Do you think I believe you?" Wang Xing retorted with a smirk, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes. His expression suggested, "Don't think you can deceive me. At last, I've caught a glimpse of your secret to avenge your refusal to collaborate." The upward curve of his lips and the slightly provocative glint in his gaze made it abundantly clear that he was deliberately making things difficult. "How about we head up to the high walls and enjoy the starlight? Surely that's acceptable." Was there really no fault in this? Qin Yiming, still unwilling to concede, presented yet another justification, silently praying that he could evade detection. His eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope, yearning for Wang Xing to relent. Just as Wang Xing prepared to respond, Wang Jingshan, akin to a cold-faced judge, retorted icily, "After 10 p.m., no outsiders are permitted within the high walls. Are you not aware of this?" His voice was as frigid as ice, delivering a chilling command that sent shivers down the spine, as if defiance would incur severe repercussions. In that moment, Qin Yiming found himself at a loss for words, inwardly berating himself. How could I have forgotten this rule? Truly a fool. He was well aware of the regulations of the 77 cities. It was merely that, at this crucial juncture, his mind had chosen to conveniently overlook them. At that moment, he felt such regret that he wished he could slap himself. Realizing his efforts were futile, Qin Yiming resembled a deflated balloon, his one straight spine bending in defeat. He had no choice but to lead Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu back the way they had come, dejected. After walking a short distance, Wang Xing, like an eager shadow, hurried over to catch up with Qin Yiming and inquired, "Qin Yiming, have you not yet learned the time of the sacred silence?" His gaze was fixed intently on Qin Yiming, as if trying to penetrate his thoughts and scrutinize any subtle changes in his expression. "I don't know." Qin Yiming responded in astonishment, his eyes widening as if to convey disbelief at the enormity of the matter, questioning how one could remain unaware. The smile on Wang Xing's face turned crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, his ears flushed with embarrassment, a palpable awkwardness radiating from him. Subsequently, Qin Yiming gave Wang Xing's shoulder a reassuring pat, maintaining an air of calm as he remarked nonchalantly, "I said it has already begun. Do you believe me?" His tone resembled that of someone discussing a trivial matter, his expression unruffled, devoid of any ripples of emotion. It was as if the silence was a foregone conclusion for him. Upon hearing this, Wang Xing's heart jolted, akin to a bomb detonating within him, causing an involuntary tremor. He couldn't help but ponder. No wonder his uncle had tasked him with escorting Lord Jiang to City 78. In an instant, Wang Xing turned back, his face a mask of disbelief, gazing at his uncle. His eyes brimmed with astonishment and suspicion, as if he were re-evaluating this familiar yet unfamiliar figure before him. At that moment, he was convinced that his uncle was indeed affiliated with the Radiant Holy Church. Moreover, Qin Yiming, perceiving the look in Wang Xing's eyes, comprehended his thoughts. Simultaneously, he realized that escaping City 77 was no longer an option, for Wang Jingshan was the commander of the city's guard. At this juncture, he must have already given orders to seal off the entire city. In that instant, Qin Yiming felt as though he were confined within a vast cage, unable to take flight. Although he had considered using force to break through the guards' blockade and reach the high walls, he pondered the fate of Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu. Thus, Qin Yiming had no choice but to lead Li Daxiang and Xiao Lu back to the courtyard. Their spirits notably dampened. Li Daxiang and the little deer observed his expression, filled with melancholy. Like two understanding and obedient children, they refrained from intruding and simply watched him with concerned eyes. A sleepless night passed. The following morning, Qin Yiming sat in the small courtyard, his mind nearly fracturing with thoughts, struggling to devise a plan to leave City 77. He felt akin to a headless fly, aimlessly wandering through the streets of City 77. His steps heavy, his gaze lost. As he exited the courtyard, he encountered the floating school bus. Inside, the children resembled a lively flock of birds, chattering incessantly. They pressed against the windows, their faces alight with excitement and admiration, calling out to Qin Yiming, "Good morning, Brother Yiming." Their voices rang out like the sweet chime of silver bells, reverberating through the air and dissipating some of the morning stillness. Perhaps the shouts of the children lifted a portion of the gloom from Qin Yiming's heart. He genuinely smiled back, replying, "Good morning to all of you as well." Although his smile bore a hint of reluctance, it was sincere, with the corners of his mouth lifting slightly and a glimmer of warmth flickering in his eyes. Just as Qin Yiming finished speaking, he heard some children exclaiming, "Brother Yiming, you're so handsome. Brother Yiming, when I grow up, I want to marry you. Brother Yiming." "Me too. I want to have your children." This sudden barrage left Qin Yiming utterly astonished, his handsome face turning as red as a boiled shrimp, even his neck flushing with color. He hurriedly informed the teacher accompanying the bus that the little deer would not be attending school today. Like a hunted creature fleeing from a pursuing wolf, he departed in a hasty manner, his disheveled appearance eliciting stifled laughter. As Qin Yiming traversed the bustling streets of City 77, he observed the throngs of people amidst the vibrant chaos. He couldn't help but reflect that had he remained ignorant of the impending calamity, he too might have regarded the day as yet another fulfilling and industrious one. Gazing at the hurried figures weaving through the alleys, his heart brimmed with a sense of helplessness and trepidation. This seemingly tranquil city was on the brink of a monumental disaster. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yiming soon approached the iron gates of the high walls, where he witnessed the city guards restraining a group of citizens from City 77 who sought to ascend the walls for leisure. This sparked a minor uproar, swiftly quelled by the guards' stern intervention. Faced with this unfolding scene, Qin Yiming found himself powerless, merely a spectator filled with discontent yet unable to act. As he watched the guards disperse the citizens, after wandering for a while, he returned to his small courtyard, observing Li Daxiang frolicking with a fawn. Resigned, he reclined on a chair, beginning to savor the tranquility that lingered before the storm. Suddenly, a notification erupted on his phone, akin to a bombshell that reverberated across various platforms in City 77 in the early hours of today. A man in the western part of the city inexplicably erupted in violence, his eyes bloodshot, injuring numerous individuals. Within less than an hour, he had bitten dozens. Upon reading this news, Qin Yiming's heart sank with understanding. The zombie virus released by Old Bai had begun to spread through City 77. Inwardly lamenting, he thought, "This is quite troublesome. 77 City is on the verge of becoming a city of the undead." His gaze was filled with helplessness and concern, as if he could already envision the city descending into chaos and despair. A dreadful calamity seemed to be descending upon 77 City with an unstoppable force. Chapter 40. The outbreak of the zombie virus. On the following morning, 77 City felt as though the heavens had doused it with a bucket of cold water. As a light rain began to fall, the raindrops poured down densely, as if the sky were shedding long-held grievances in a torrential downpour. Qin Yiming stood atop the roof of a small courtyard, resembling a vigilant sentinel, his eyes wide as copper bells, fixated on an airship in the sky. The airship drifted lazily towards the outer walls, moving at a pace akin to a snail, each inch traversed appearing extraordinarily laborious. It was evident without speculation that it was the airship belonging to the Jiang family, en route to 78 City. The appearance of this airship felt like a mysterious and eerie signal flare. In an instant, Qin Yiming sensed a vast expanse of dark clouds, akin to a horde of clawing little demons, closely trailing behind the airship, slowly encroaching upon the skies of 77 City, gradually enveloping the entire metropolis. It seemed as though, in the next moment, they would consume the city whole. Suddenly, Qin Yiming's eyes brightened significantly as he caught sight of a figure darting across a nearby high-rise, moving with the swiftness of a gentle breeze, racing towards the western part of the city. Behold the agile figure, and cast your gaze upon the black and crimson uniform. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and it became evident that these silhouettes belonged to the collection team. Why, you may ask? Because the city guards donned light azure attire, distinct as the unique garments of various sects, easily discernible at first glance. At that moment, Qin Yiming bellowed, "Li Daxiang. Uncle Li, we are ready to depart." His voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing throughout the small courtyard. Li Daxiang, devoid of any doubt, swiftly acted. The previous night, Qin Yiming had divulged all he knew regarding the situation in City 77. In a flash, Li Daxiang sprang into action, akin to a seasoned sprinter, effortlessly scooping up the fawn before sprinting alongside Qin Yiming toward the Starry Survivors Academy in the east of the city. Upon encountering the news about the man yesterday, he had calculated in his mind that, should the zombie virus erupt, it would likely commence from the west of the city. Coincidentally, their modest courtyard lay not far from that very direction. Moreover, throughout the night, the sounds of gunfire from the west resembled the crackle of firecrackers, persisting without a hint of cessation. It was apparent that the collection team and city guards had begun to establish a defensive perimeter over there. Strangely, despite the passing night, Qin Yiming had not received any orders from the collection team to head westward to offer assistance. For the sake of the fawn's safety, he refrained from venturing into that perilous fray. As they journeyed forth, Qin Yiming and his companions, akin to explorers who have stumbled upon a new continent, keenly sensed that something was amiss. The streets were lined with military vehicles, resembling an anxious procession of serpentine dragons, racing toward the western part of the city with astonishing speed. In an instant, Qin Yiming's mind pivoted, and he surmised that the situation in the western district must be extraordinarily dire. Perhaps chaos had erupted, turning the realm into utter disarray. He observed the oblivious citizens on the streets, blissfully engaged in their routines, exhibiting no semblance of urgency or awareness of the looming peril, an inconceivable contrast to the plight of the refugees beyond the towering walls. Occasionally, these city dwellers cast curious glances at the hurried trio of Qin Yiming, their expressions seemingly questioning, "What is the matter with these three? Why the frantic haste?" Their gazes were laden with confusion and misunderstanding, entirely unaware that danger was encroaching upon them. As they sprinted, Qin Yiming felt a sense of relief. Li Daxiang possessed a piece of extraordinary beast armor and was a 30% compatible user. While not the pinnacle of capability, he resembled a half-baked superhero nonetheless. Thus, their pace was not particularly slow. However, at this rate, it would take nearly an hour to reach the Starry Heritage Academy. This seemingly endless journey felt akin to an interminable marathon. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted before him, akin to a heavy bomb detonating, reverberating loudly in Qin Yiming's ears. Following that, a series of harrowing cries for help pierced the air, their shrillness and desperation sending shivers down one's spine. In less than a minute, a cacophony of agonizing screams erupted, echoing like a macabre symphony amidst the incessant roar of hovering vehicles and blaring horns. The resulting din was deafening, threatening to shatter eardrums and ascend beyond the clouds. A wave of apprehension washed over Qin Yiming as he surmised that a zombie outbreak must have occurred ahead, causing the sudden gridlock. Having personally witnessed the devastating power of the zombie virus, his unease intensified, as if an invisible hand had clenched around his heart. Without hesitation, he turned to Li Daxiang and declared with unwavering resolve, like a commander issuing an unassailable order, "Uncle Li, we must ascend to the rooftop of this building immediately." Right away, Li Daxiang responded promptly, his eagerness akin to accepting a trivial task, his eyes reflecting unwavering trust and determination. With the agility of a seasoned martial artist, Qin Yiming unsheathed his tang blade, its gleaming surface shimmering as he dashed towards the adjacent building. His sudden entrance startled the occupants, who recoiled in astonishment, their faces etched with bewilderment and curiosity. As if observing a group of naive and sheltered individuals, Qin Yiming felt no inclination to warn the three before him. Their prolonged existence within the confines of a secure and comfortable environment had likely dulled their senses to the reality that it was not humanity, but rather monstrous beings that now dominated the earth. While he harbored an inner anxiety regarding the current predicament, he turned to Li Daxiang and commanded, "Take the stairs." Li Daxiang offered no reply. Instead, cradling the fawn, he followed Qin Yiming closely, resembling a devoted acolyte. Upon entering the stairwell, they were abruptly startled by the shattering of glass on the first floor, the result of a collision with a hovering vehicle. The sound reverberated like a thunderclap, inciting a cacophony of screams as chaos and panic erupted throughout the building. The towering structure, standing over 100 meters high and aligned with the high walls, posed no significant challenge for the duo. Ascending it felt as effortless as scaling a gentle slope. Confronted by a rooftop door secured with heavy chains, Qin Yiming swiftly severed them with a single stroke of his blade, the motion fluid and swift. As the chains fell away, he emerged onto the rooftop, only to be met by several high-velocity cannons, their gaping muzzles resembling the menacing jaws of fearsome beasts, all aimed directly at him. His heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat, and with a commanding shout of "Do not enter yet," he summoned his nano-battle armor. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting towards the formidable cannons with unparalleled speed. As a few bullets were fired, they were swiftly reduced to mere fragments by Qin Yiming, accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. The scene resembled an intense miniature war, with sparks flying and smoke swirling in the air. Only a few anti-aircraft artillery pieces stood solitary on the rooftop, appearing strikingly out of place. At this moment, a A sudden cry of surprise escaped from a fawn. Qin Yiming turned around, his pupils widening in shock as if he had encountered an unimaginable horror. His face was etched with astonishment and confusion. Chapter 41. Encounter with a mysterious woman. Qin Yiming focused his gaze and, to his astonishment, beheld the enigmatic woman he had encountered only once before. She remained unchanged, her face obscured by a pristine white mask, resembling a mysterious dark night sprite quietly standing at the rooftop entrance. In her hand, she wielded a pale blue longsword, its blade glinting ominously, akin to a bolt of blue lightning poised to strike. The sharp tip was pressed against Li Daxiong's neck. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with tension, reminiscent of a suspenseful scene from a film, as if the very air had solidified. This sudden turn of events left Qin Yiming momentarily paralyzed. His heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him incapable of any movement. His mind raced with questions. How could she be here? Was she lying in wait to ambush me? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, he heard the mysterious woman's voice, altered by some means. A haunting whisper echoed from the depths of a shadowy valley, imbued with an ethereal yet eerie quality. Long time no see, Qin Yiming. I trust you are well. Release them. Qin Yiming responded icily, his tone as frigid as millennia-old ice, capable of freezing the very air around him into shards of frost. No sooner had he spoken than the enigmatic woman, under his astonished gaze, deftly sheathed her long sword with the finesse of a master magician. Unperturbed, she allowed Li Daxiong to embrace the frightened little deer, resembling two overly startled rabbits who hurriedly scurried to Qin Yiming's side. This action only deepened his perplexity. As his mind buzzed like a swarm of frantic bees, what play is this? What is her true intention? The mysterious woman sauntered forth at a leisurely pace, unhurriedly releasing a wall of ice. With a resounding crack, the wall solidified, effectively sealing the rooftop door. This crystalline barrier, both translucent and unyielding, resembled an impenetrable fortress, isolating them from the outside world. Then, in a calm and measured tone, the woman remarked, Qin Yiming, do refrain from making any sudden movements. Otherwise, should anything happen to those two behind you, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Her words fell like a binding spell, instantly compelling Qin Yiming, who had just begun to entertain a flicker of thought, to issue a stern command to his body. Remain still, do not move. Suddenly, he responded. I truly did not expect this. I randomly chose a building, and here I am encountering you on the rooftop. Had I known, I would have selected another. Alas, I must be cursed with an extraordinary streak of misfortune. His tone was rife with frustration and helplessness, intermingled with a hint of jest. Ha ha, Qin Yiming. You are indeed amusing, like a lively treasure, the mysterious woman replied with a smile. Her laughter echoed crisply and brightly across the expansive rooftop. She continued, I must say, your luck is quite remarkable. You are fortunate to witness the ceremony of the Silent Sanctum. Such an opportunity is something others would yearn for in vain. Qin Yiming was momentarily taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. It felt as though a small hammer had struck him, instantly heightening his vigilance. He pondered, if this building is the venue for the Silent Sanctum ceremony, then surely there must be more than just her in the vicinity. Perhaps a throng of henchmen lurks nearby. Instinctively, he glanced towards the few anti-aircraft artillery pieces, for aside from those, the entire rooftop was open and unobstructed, resembling a transparent stage devoid of concealment. Seemingly sensing his subtle movements, the enigmatic woman remarked with a casual air, rest assured, for the moment. There is only one person here. You need not guard against me as if I were a thief. Only one person? Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming's eyes widened like brass bells. Gripping his tang sword as he cautiously approached her, each step imbued with both trepidation and vigilance, he continued, Are you truly so audacious, being all alone? Do you believe I am easily intimidated? His gaze reflected an indomitable spirit. Ha ha ha, what is this? Do you intend to strike at me now? You ought to ponder whether you can contend with me relying solely on your own strength, before the power of the demon awakens. The enigmatic woman provocatively remarked, displaying no semblance of fear at Qin Yiming's advance. In a furious retort, Qin Yiming exclaimed, Is that not permissible? Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. With that, he surged forward like a tempest, exuding an unstoppable momentum, as though he intended to settle both old grievances and new. It seemed he aimed to reclaim all the indignities he had previously endured. The clashing of weapons echoed with a series of resounding strikes, resembling a rapid and intense drumbeat reverberating across the tranquil rooftop, creating a stark contrast. Meanwhile, Li Daxiong quickly shielded the little deer and deftly darted aside, akin to two nimble monkeys, skillfully evading the battlefield to avoid any unintended harm from the skirmish. After a flurry of blade lights and shadows, Qin Yiming emerged like a defeated rooster, dejected and crestfallen. Indeed, prior to unleashing the power of the demon's heart, he was wholly outmatched by this mysterious woman. He was being relentlessly beaten back, his body adorned with several wounds. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon Qin Yiming's face. It is important to note that he harbored a secret weapon within his heart. In recent days, he had discovered a method to actively unleash the power of the demon within him. It was akin to finding a formidable weapon, infusing him with immense confidence. With a swift motion, Qin Yiming raised the tang knife high, an action reminiscent of a defiant battle against the heavens, filled with determination and valor. Just as he was about to plunge it into his own heart, he heard the mysterious woman exclaim, "Wait, Qin Yiming, I am not here to fight you. Let us have a proper conversation." Noticing a hint of trepidation in her voice regarding his demonic power, a smirk crept onto Qin Yiming's lips, revealing a sense of triumph as he nonchalantly replied, "But I want to fight you. What should I do? My fists are itching for action." His smile bore a touch of cunning and provocation. "Then let us fight." The mysterious woman responded with an air of indifference. Her swift change in demeanor was as unpredictable as the weather in June, catching him off guard. Qin Yiming was perplexed. What had caused this sudden shift in the woman's attitude? It left him utterly bewildered, unsure whether to strike with the tang knife or refrain from doing so. He stood there, resembling a fool, his face a canvas of confusion and perplexity. At that moment, he noticed a void circle suddenly manifesting behind the mysterious woman. The circle emanated an enigmatic glow, resembling a mysterious space-time tunnel. Almost immediately, a thigh as pure as jade slowly emerged from within. This sight astonished Qin Yiming. His eyes wide open, pondering, what peculiar event is about to unfold? Is something even more absurd set to occur? His heart was filled with a blend of curiosity and apprehension as he gazed intently at the mysterious void circle, awaiting the arrival of the unknown. Chapter 42. The void circle of Bai Chanshin in the blink of an eye. Qin Yiming felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell. His entire being frozen in place. His eyes widened like bronze bells, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Bai Chanshin, who appeared like a celestial maiden stepping forth from a scroll, radiating an air of mystique. She emerged gracefully from the circle that shimmered with strange luminescence. The edges of the void circle sparkled with iridescent light, as if connecting to another unfathomable realm, igniting an irresistible urge to explore further. Now, with 2 against 1. "Are you still willing to fight?" The mysterious woman's teasing words felt like a biting wind, laced with mockery and derision, piercing into Qin Yiming's ears and stirring a wave of discomfort within him. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily, yet his face was adorned with a forced smile. He could only respond awkwardly, "Haha, we are all acquaintances. Fighting and killing is hardly appropriate. It would be detrimental to our camaraderie. We are not gangsters." In order to express his reluctance to engage further, he moved with an agility reminiscent of a nimble monkey, swiftly and cautiously stowing away the Tang Dao and nano armor as if they were priceless treasures. This series of actions was executed with such skill and speed that it seemed to loudly proclaim, "I am well behaved, please do not strike me." The essence of these words was nearly inscribed upon his face, aimed at the enigmatic woman. Humph. The mysterious woman let out a cold huff, her nostrils flaring in haughtiness, exuding an unmistakable air of arrogance. Yet, she chose not to pursue the matter any further, her demeanor suggesting, "At least you were sensible, otherwise you would have faced dire consequences." A flicker of satisfaction crossed her gaze as she observed Qin Yiming's behavior. At that moment, Bai Chanshin addressed the mysterious woman, stating, "The magnetic sphere is secured." Her tone was utterly devoid of emotion, as if this were merely an ordinary occurrence. Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman was filled with excitement akin to that of a child receiving a long-desired gift. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and a radiant smile graced her face as she enveloped Bai Chanshin in an embrace, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek. With a sweet, almost syrupy voice, she exclaimed, "You've worked so hard for us, dear Chanshin." Her tone was so sweet that even a specially processed ear could detect the honeyed quality, sending shivers down one's spine. After receiving the magnetic sphere, she began to idly toy with it in her hands, tossing it and spinning it, while simultaneously addressing Qin Yiming. "Do you know, Qin Yiming? The true purpose of this magnetic orb is to serve as a locator. Had it not been for your return with it, the onset of this sacred silence might have been considerably delayed. It is only fitting that we, the Dawn Sacred Sect, express our heartfelt gratitude to you." The tone of voice was imbued with a teasing undertone, suggesting that Qin Yiming had inadvertently become a pivotal ally in their meticulously orchestrated scheme, all while remaining blissfully unaware of it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming felt a surge of exasperation within, his inner thoughts akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never brought it back, even at the cost of my life. Truly, a good deed has led to unforeseen consequences, and I am filled with regret. I wish I could turn back time and make a different choice. Yet, he forced a semblance of composure, managing to conjure a smile as he said, "There is no need for gratitude. We are all good friends. Helping one another is simply what friends do. Now, if you'll excuse us, we shall not intrude any further. Wishing you all success in your endeavors. May they endure through the ages." Ha ha ha. Upon finishing his words, the mysterious woman erupted into exaggerated laughter, seemingly mocking Qin Yiming's opportunistic demeanor or perhaps ridiculing his overly accommodating nature. In any case, the laughter resonated uncomfortably in Qin Yiming's heart. At that moment, Bai Changqing spoke up with a hint of severity. "Enough jesting. It is imperative that we activate the sacred silence." Her tone was reminiscent of a stern teacher admonishing mischievous students, imbued with an undeniable sense of mission and urgency. The mysterious woman turned her head and addressed Bai Changqing, saying, I know. Please do not rush me. I am not a child." Her response carried a hint of both playfulness and impatience, reminiscent of a child being urged to hurry, her face adorned with reluctance. In that moment, Qin Yiming observed Bai Changqing's delicate hand gracefully wave, as if performing a magic trick, conjuring an ethereal circle radiating a gentle luminescence that materialized instantaneously. Within that circle, shadows danced, exuding an air of enigma, as if beckoning individuals to enter an uncharted realm. Bai Changqing then cast a tranquil glance at Qin Yiming, her eyes as serene as still waters, uttering not a single word. Like a mystical fairy, she elegantly stepped into the circle, her figure vanishing in the brilliance with an instantaneous flourish. The enigmatic woman then turned to Qin Yiming and cautioned, "Qin Yiming, I am merely offering you a kind reminder. Once the sacred silence begins, it would be prudent for you to refrain from revealing your powers." With that, she too swiftly entered the ethereal circle, her movements so agile that one scarcely had time to react, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished from sight. As Qin Yiming watched the ethereal circle gradually dissipate, its light dimming until it ultimately vanished, he mused, "At last, they have departed. Finally, peace has returned." Just as he sighed in relief, he heard the excited voice of a young deer behind him, eyes sparkling with astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Yiming, how marvelous! Sister Changqing has suddenly arrived over there." Her voice was bright and cheerful, akin to a jubilant trumpet, shattering the brief tranquility with an innocent curiosity and wonder. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming was momentarily taken aback, abruptly turning his head to gaze in the direction indicated by the little deer. It felt as if 100 wild steeds were galloping furiously within him, a tumult of complex emotions surging to the forefront of his mind. There, not more than 200 meters away, on the rooftop of another building, stood the enigmatic woman alongside Bai Changqing. The mysterious figure waved her hand triumphantly in this direction, as if in greeting, her face adorned with a self-satisfied smile. It seemed she was showcasing Bai Changqing's extraordinary abilities to Qin Yiming. Goodness, at such a distance. For those like them who had undergone fusion, it was akin to an ordinary person effortlessly leaping over a 3 or 4 meter deep pit with a mere push-off. Qin Yiming, at this moment, was utterly speechless, pondering to himself, what on earth is happening? Why do I feel like an outsider? Ensnared in a vortex that is unrelated to me yet impossible to escape? Subsequently, Qin Yiming observed that on the rooftop of that building, Wang Jingshan, accompanied by squads of city guards, advanced in unison like a battalion of well-trained ants, their steps orderly and coordinated. They stood tall, their uniform strides reflecting their rigorous training. As Qin Yiming looked around, he noticed that on every taller building, more squads of city guards emerged. Without exception, each individual bore a silver silk ribbon tied around their left arm, glinting softly in the sunlight, resembling a mysterious silver legion exuding an eerie and formidable aura. It seemed to herald the imminent outbreak of a grand battle. At that very moment, from the direction of the western city, an overwhelming tide of zombies surged forth like a tempestuous wave, relentlessly advancing towards the heart of the city. They clawed and gnashed their teeth, their visages grotesque, with a cacophony of roars echoing in the air. It appeared that Wang Jingshan had summoned some of the guard forces, or perhaps there were other reasons at play. Qin Yiming observed that those at the forefront of the onslaught were clad in the uniforms of the city's defense forces. Their faces were contorted, their movements stiff, resembling a battalion of traitorous soldiers, sending chills down one's spine. These once valiant guardians of the city had now transformed into its harbingers of destruction. Accompanying the deep, resonant sound of the air raid siren, which reverberated throughout the city, was a tone heavy and oppressive, as if it emanated from the very depths of hell. It resounded like the tolling of doomsday bells, striking heavily upon the hearts of all. The entire City 77 was shrouded in a pall of fear and despair. At the same time, Qin Yiming witnessed Linglong and Wang Xing, accompanied by members of the recovery team, along with some city guards who had failed to secure their silver ribbons, charging from the direction of the Starry Heritage Academy. They fought valiantly on the ground against the relentless horde of zombies. Armed with weapons and resolute gazes, they faced an overwhelming tide. The sheer number of zombies was staggering. The zombie surge from the western city alone numbered in the thousands, a dense mass of twisted figures that sent shivers down one's spine at the mere sight. Let us not even mention those townsfolk who, after being bitten, transformed into new zombies, becoming part of the relentless horde. This legion of the undead grew exponentially. Like an ever-rolling snowball, an unstoppable force. With each passing second, they swelled in numbers, spreading into every corner of the city. Soon, Linglong and Wang Xing, accompanied by the remnants of their group, retreated to the rooftop of a towering building, resembling a band of defeated lambs, their expressions weary. Their eyes reflected despair and unwillingness. As they fled in disarray, breathless and bearing the scars of battle, they gazed upon the encroaching zombies, their hearts heavy with helplessness and dread. In that moment, the central area of City 77 found itself in a precarious stalemate, with various factions occupying the rooftops of the surrounding skyscrapers, all except the zombies. Suddenly, Qin Yiming felt as though his ears had been struck by a mighty hammer, nearly rendering him deaf. Linglong, with her petite frame, unleashed a cacophony akin to a colossal megaphone, her voice piercing through the chaos. She strained her throat, shouting desperately, "By Chanshin, why? Please tell me. Why would you do this?" Standing in Linglong's shadow, Qin Yiming reflected on the past. The captain he had once followed with unwavering loyalty had now morphed into the architect of their home's descent into darkness. A shiver coursed through him, as if countless ants were crawling atop his head, an unbearable sensation. He could scarcely fathom the depths of helplessness and fury that resonated within Linglong's anguished cry. Bai Chanshin remained remarkably composed, resembling a stone statue, entirely unaffected by her surroundings. Her countenance appeared as if adorned with a frigid mask, betraying no discernible emotional shift. She paid no heed to Linglong, seemingly oblivious to her entreaties. As if Linglong's cries were but whispers lost in the wind. Witnessing Bai Chanshin's demeanor only intensified Linglong's despair and fury, igniting within her a fervent blaze akin to a small universe ablaze with rage. She continued to shout vehemently, "Look below at those townsfolk. Those citizens torn apart by zombies. Are they guilty? Is their horrific plight what you wish to behold?" Her words struck like a sharp arrow, piercing through the facade Bai Chanshin had constructed. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of compassion flitted across her face, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, transient and nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman beside her intoned with the cold authority of a judge pronouncing a death sentence. Her voice unwavering and resolute. With an imposing presence, she replied, "And what do you truly know, Linglong? Do you believe that our Dawn Holy Church is cruel? Are you aware of what the Order Council has inflicted upon us? What they have wrought upon this world? You remain ignorant, but you are merely an insignificant insect. Thus, comprehension eludes you. We do not expect your understanding. For before those people, we too are as diminutive as ants. Yet, we of the Dawn Holy Church boldly acknowledge our actions, ready to accept the world's condemnation. Do those from the Order Council possess such courage? Dare they? Dare they?" The mysterious woman's voice echoed like a high-pitched trumpet in the dim sky, continuously reverberating as if to shatter the tranquility of the entire world. Linglong, having completely lost her composure, shouted in a fit of hysteria, her eyes ablaze, "So you believe you can casually sacrifice the lives of others to achieve your goals? Ultimately, you are nothing but a group of hypocrites." The mysterious woman, as if hearing the grandest of jokes, threw her head back and laughed heartily. Her laughter was sharp and piercing, capable of breaking the very heavens, and then she retorted with a fierce tone, "Ha ha 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 ha. Sacrifice the lives of others? Linglong, if I were to say that we are here to save all of humanity, would you believe me?" Her tone dripped with disdain, as if mocking Linglong's ignorance. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Linglong's cheeks, yet her gaze revealed a fierce determination. Fixing her eyes on Bai Chanshin and the others, she said with unwavering resolve, "All I know is that you are offering the lives of the million citizens of City 77 as sacrifices to the demonic beasts. All I know is that your Dawn Church is the root cause of the calamity that has befallen our City 77. All I know is that you, Bai Chanshin, have betrayed us, betrayed the entire recovery team. All I know is that I was born here, and even if I must die, I will die here, never retreating. Every word in her voice seemed to be extricated from between clenched teeth, brimming with resoluteness and fury. Subsequently, Qin Yiming beheld Ling Long, akin to a valiant warrior maiden, exuding an aura of unwavering determination. She raised her formidable machine gun high, which at that moment radiated a lethal allure, aimed squarely at Bai Changqing and her cohorts. With a swift whoosh, a colossal beam of energy erupted from the gun's muzzle. The brilliance was dazzling, as radiant as the midday sun, transforming the already chaotic sky into a blinding spectacle. The intense light pierced the eyes of all present, rendering them nearly unable to open their lids. Ling Long's voice, infused with wrath, resounded, "Bones as bricks, blood as banners." Her words resonated with power, as if embodying all her convictions and courage, reverberating through the air with a thunderous impact. Immediately, the remnants of her troops, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, joined in fervent unison, shouting, "Bones as bricks, blood as banners, bones as bricks, blood as banners." The chorus of their cries cascaded one after another, relentless and steady, akin to the ceaseless waves crashing against the shore. Each wave more formidable than the last, a spectacle that stirred the soul. Qin Yiming, witnessing this indomitable spirit that seemed to shatter the heavens, felt his heart ignited by a blazing fire, his own blood surging with fervor in response to Ling Long's momentous presence. A sentiment resonated within Qin Yiming's heart. Feminine grace rivals masculine strength, and beauty surpasses mere bravery. Ling Long, amidst the chaotic circumstances, shone like a resplendent star, radiating dazzling brilliance. However, such a scene, filled with both sorrow and courage, ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality. Ling Long's imposing strike met an indomitable barrier. The shield conjured by Wang Jingshan staunchly withstood her assault. The shield, incredibly robust and emanating a mystical aura, completely thwarted any possibility of her advancing. Time seemed to stand still. Subsequently, Qin Yiming observed Wang Xing, vociferously imploring, "Uncle Jingshan, there is still time to turn back. I will undoubtedly appeal to the Council of Order on your behalf." His gaze was filled with anxiety and anticipation, hoping that Wang Jingshan would avert disaster and mend his ways. Wang Jingshan, however, coldly regarded Wang Xing, his eyes like ice formed in the depths of winter, and chillingly declared, "Xing'er, depart from this place, and we shall not impede you. But if you persist in your obstinacy, then consider this uncle of yours to have perished on the day my daughter was executed by the Council of Order." His tone was laden with helplessness and resolve, as if recounting a sorrowful past, causing a pang in the listener's heart. Qin Yiming perceived that both sides adhered to their respective stances, and their conflict was fundamentally irreconcilable. "In my heart, I couldn't help but express my sentiments. The sword points towards the lofty mountains, yet my aspirations remain unyielding. The blade hovers over the turbulent sea, where the waves surge with hidden tides." The situation was as chaotic as a pot of porridge, with various factions entangled in this turmoil. At that moment, Ling Long, having failed in her initial strike, felt her aura surge dramatically. In a swift motion, she leapt into the air, charging towards Bai Changqing, her eyes ablaze with the fierce flames of vengeance. The momentum of her intent to subdue Bai Changqing inspired the remnants of her troops behind her, igniting in them a reckless determination to seek justice and avenge their kin. An even more intense battle seemed poised to erupt amidst the chaos above. Chapter 44. A shift in the battlefield. In an instant, the two factions clashed like firecrackers igniting, erupting into a fierce confrontation. Qin Yiming beheld Ling Long, her eyes seemingly spewing forth flames, her furious attacks raining down like a barrage of cannon fire. Yet, they were steadfastly intercepted by Wang Jingshan's indomitable shield. Moreover, Wang Jingshan seized the opportunity to counterattack, delivering a kick as precise as a well-aimed soccer shot, sending Ling Long hurtling back onto the rooftop. Poor Ling Long traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Just then, Wang Xing, like a firefighter rescuing someone from a blaze, rushed forward without hesitation to confront his uncle, Wang Jingshan. The two were instantly locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Yet Ling Long, that petite figure, swiftly adjusted her stance and gathered her energy once more, charging towards Bai Changqing. In her gaze, there was an intensity that seemed capable of devouring Bai Changqing whole. Her spirit fierce and overwhelming like a raging tide, ceaseless and relentless. This time, Bai Changqing did not hesitate nor choose to evade. Instead, she boldly engaged Ling Long head-on. Instantly, the two became a whirlwind of combat, their clash fierce and dynamic, reminiscent of two unparalleled martial arts masters locked in a pinnacle duel, leaving onlookers spellbound and breathless. As for the enigmatic woman, she appeared to be an indifferent spectator, completely unaffected by the fierce battle unfolding before her. Rather, she leisurely produced a magnetic sphere, her movements swift and shrouded in mystery. Qin Yiming observed as the magnetic sphere floated into the air like a mischievous sprite, emanating an eerie red glow that flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the night. Above the crowd, it pulsed quietly, incessantly blinking, as if foretelling an impending calamity. This sight sent shivers down the spines of those watching, instilling a sense of dread. Having completed her task, the mysterious woman turned her gaze towards the battlefield. With a sudden motion, she transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the fray, poised to showcase her prowess. Yet, Qin Yiming was keenly aware of her intentions. How could he allow her wishes to materialize? Moreover, there were old scores to settle between them, past grievances that were like fine wine, growing more fragrant with age. As time passes, the old wine grows increasingly profound. In an instant, Qin Yiming, like a nimble ninja, swiftly intercepts the mysterious woman in midair. Following their initial clash, they recoil from each other with the force of two colliding marbles, propelled by the tremendous energy of their encounter, each retreating to the outer wall of the building. The shockwave they generated immediately shatters glass, creating a cacophony of crisp, jarring sounds that reverberate through the chaotic battleground. With one hand firmly pressed against the wall of the building, Qin Yiming secures himself in place and, with a playful smile, addresses the mysterious woman, suggesting, "Now it is 3 against 3, a fair duel. What do you say?" His expression conveys the essence of a light-hearted game, yet his gaze betrays a resolute determination. The mysterious woman, already seething with anger from being intercepted, now resembles a powder keg ready to explode. Upon hearing Qin Yiming's teasing words, her fury intensifies, prompting her to shout at him, "Qin Yiming, do you understand what you are doing? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Do you believe you can bear the weight of this?" Her voice, sharp and laced with indignation, echoes her frustration. "You want to settle the score? Why is it that the officials can set fire while the commoners are forbidden to light a lamp?" Unyielding, Qin Yiming retorts with piercing words, and the mysterious woman responds, her anger palpable. "Do you even realize that this lamp is one you can ignite? Consider your own capabilities," Qin Yiming remarked with a faint smile. "Today, I shall take on the role of the common folk who light the way." The mysterious woman, incensed by his words, stomped her feet in fury. Her fists clenched as if she intended to devour him whole. In response, Qin Yiming unsheathed his tang sword, which glimmered with a cold, icy light under the sun. As if proclaiming his unwavering resolve, today he must engage her in battle, and he would not relent until a victor emerged. Seeing this, the mysterious woman erupted in fury. Resembling a small monster thoroughly provoked, clawing and lunging towards him. The two resumed their fierce clash, exchanging blows in a thrilling spectacle, their moves unpredictable and dynamic, akin to a captivating martial arts performance that reverberated through the very air around them. Yet, deep within, Qin Yiming was acutely aware that prior to awakening his demonic powers, he was no match for this enigmatic woman. It was as if a lamb confronted a ravenous wolf, the disparity in strength glaringly evident. Consequently, after only a few exchanges, he was sent sprawling through the air by her sword, soaring several dozen meters before crashing onto the rooftop occupied by Ling Long and the others, landing with a disheveled thud. As he struggled to rise, he witnessed Ling Long being swept away by Bai Chanshin's gunfire, akin to a kite severed from its strings, teetering perilously before finally collapsing beside him. At that moment, both of them appeared utterly battered and beleaguered. On the battlefield, only Wang Xing and his uncle Wang Jingshan remained, fiercely locked in combat like two enraged bulls, neither willing to yield an inch. As the situation took a dire turn, Qin Yiming prepared to plunge his tang knife into his own heart, anticipating a desperate counterattack from the dark forces within. Suddenly, the floating magnetic sphere emitted a series of jarring beeps, reminiscent of an old alarm clock frantically swinging and growing louder. The piercing sound seemed poised to penetrate the eardrums of all present. Beep, beep, beep. Confused and bewildered, like a flock of lost lambs, the crowd gazed at the magnetic sphere in puzzlement. Meanwhile, the enigmatic woman and Bai Chanshin exchanged a glance that conveyed an unspoken understanding. Swiftly retreating to the rooftop of the building they had occupied, Bai Chanshin unfurled her wings, resembling a celestial angel, and in the blink of an eye, soared around the magnetic sphere, adopting a defensive stance. After kicking Wang Xing aside, Wang Jingshan bellowed to his subordinates, "Everyone, initiate defense and prepare for battle." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, authoritative and commanding, echoing throughout the battlefield. No sooner had Wang Jingshan spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted from the western side of City 77. Boom! The billowing smoke coalesced into a vast mushroom cloud, resembling a colossal and terrifying cloud monster, obscuring the sky. The dust that arose from the explosion resembled a mischievous band of little sprites, clawing and flailing as they invaded the battlefield. The aftermath left everyone looking disheveled and covered in grime, while a pungent odor swiftly permeated the air, rendering breathing arduous. At that moment, Qin Yiming discerned the gravity of the situation from the rare solemnity etched on by Changqing's face. The enigmatic magnetic sphere continued to hover in the air, pulsating with an eerie red glow and emitting sharp beeping sounds, as if it were heralding a haunting symphony of death that resonated deeply within Qin Yiming's soul. Chapter 45. The colossal remains of 1,000 blades as the dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, as if enchanted by some mystical force. Qin Yiming stood resolutely at the edge of the rooftop, resembling a diligent lookout. His neck craned in anticipation as he gazed intently towards the iron gates and towering walls in the west of the city. What he beheld was astonishing and unnerving. The area near the iron gates appeared to have endured a ferocious bombardment, as a colossal gaping hole marred the once imposing walls. The surrounding structure lay in ruins, debris strewn across the ground. The main thoroughfare leading to the iron gates had transformed into a horrifying spectacle, where an array of bizarre and monstrous creatures had inexplicably emerged. Some loomed large, akin to towering mountains, imposing an overwhelming sense of dread, while others were smaller, resembling oversized pets yet exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. They surged forth like tumultuous waves, fierce and menacing, charging towards the battlefield. In an instant, the monstrous beings clashed with the undead townsfolk, now reduced to zombies, resembling two frenzied and uncontrollable wrestlers entangled in a chaotic brawl. The cacophony of roars and collisions intertwined, creating a scene so bewildering that it resembled a pot of boiling porridge, leaving one utterly disoriented. Qin Yiming, with keen observation, spotted behind the horde of monsters a colossal creature towering at least 40 to 50 meters high. Its body was enshrouded in a multitude of sharp spikes, akin to wearing a suit of barbed armor. Each spike glinted ominously, exuding an aura of danger. Qin Yiming recalled the description of this creature from the book Introduction to Monster Abilities and Rankings. It was known as the Thousand-Blade Giant Corpse, a Lord-level monster. Its unique ability allowed it to launch the steel-like spikes from its back in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun. In that moment, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand, both factions engaged and battle paused, seemingly struck dumb by this unforeseen development. Qin Yiming, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly leaped to join Li Daxiong and the others. Upon seeing him, Li Daxiong appeared to gain a measure of confidence, though his face still bore the marks of worry, helplessness, and urgency as he asked, "Yiming, what should we do next? Let us assess the situation before making any decisions." Qin Yiming responded with a hint of helplessness, internally grappling with the chaos that surrounded him. He felt akin to a headless fly, utterly at a loss amidst the tumultuous circumstances. His primary objective was to ensure the safe passage of Li Daxiong and the others to the Starry Remnant Academy, where they could board an airship and escape this hellish place. As he observed the increasingly dire situation, a suffocating sense of danger loomed overhead like ominous storm clouds. Qin Yiming felt a deep sense of melancholy and despair. The sight of those monstrous creatures, having feasted upon zombies, appeared as if they were possessed by some malevolent force. Their eyes glowed crimson, radiating a frenzied aura that rendered them more savage and brutal. They began to launch frenzied assaults on all organic life in their vicinity, indiscriminately attacking everything in sight. Qin Yiming was acutely aware that if they did not depart soon, they might find themselves trapped beyond escape. He turned to Li Daxiong, gesturing towards a nearby building, and inquired, "Uncle Li, do you think you could leap to the rooftop of that building? We may need to find a relatively safe route and set off for the academy at once." Li Daxiong assessed the distance with a downcast expression, shaking his head with disappointment. He sighed, "Alas, Yiming, I cannot make the jump. The distance is no less than 30 meters, and given my abilities, it would be quite a stretch. Perhaps, Yiming, you should take Xiaolu and go ahead without me." "What? I don't want to be separated from Dad." Upon hearing this, the little deer pouted, and tears welled up in its eyes, causing it to burst into tears. Qin Yiming, witnessing the little deer's tear-streaked face, felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Upon hearing Li Daxiong's words, he reluctantly abandoned his plan to utilize the tall buildings as a refuge and to head towards the Starry Remnant Academy. Gently, Qin Yiming caressed the little deer's head, soothingly murmuring, "Dear little deer, do not cry. Rest assured, I am here. Brother Yiming will surely lead you all away from this place." As he spoke those comforting words, the little deer gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the sound of the floating magnetic sphere in the sky grew increasingly urgent, resembling a malfunctioning alarm clock. as if counting down to a dire fate. The monstrous creatures seemed captivated or provoked by this sound, becoming ever more frenzied. Particularly, the thousand-blade giant corpse. With each step it took, caused the ground to tremble as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Those monsters and zombies that failed to evade its path were crushed into mere fragments under its foot. Its greedy gaze, fixated on the magnetic sphere, rendered it oblivious to all else, including the zombies and monstrous creatures gnawing at its body, as if it felt nothing at all. Qin Yiming understood that if the thousand-blade giant corpse reached their vicinity, its massive form would cause the nearby buildings to collapse like houses of cards. Consequently, he turned to Li Daxiong and said, "Uncle Li, let us retreat to the ground and distance ourselves from this area before seeking an opportunity to head towards the academy." "All right," Li Daxiong responded in a deep voice. In his heart, he steadfastly believed that no matter how many unknown dangers lay ahead, Qin Yiming would undoubtedly find a way to overcome them. This conviction stemmed from the unwavering faith that Qin Yiming was capable of confronting even the mightiest of foes. As soon as Qin Yiming and his companions made a move, a voice emerged from the shadows, ethereal and ghostly, drifting towards them. "Qin Yiming, are you not the one who wished to light the way for the people? Why, then, are you contemplating retreat at such a critical moment? Have you succumbed to fear?" Her tone was laced with a hint of mockery, as if ridiculing Qin Yiming, portraying him as a cowardly deserter. Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming halted. A wave of introspection washing over him. Impulsiveness can be a devil, and passion must be tempered by circumstance. My ardent zeal might have jeopardized everyone. Yet, he held no regrets about intervening to thwart the mysterious woman, even if it had now ensnared them in peril. At this moment, Qin Yiming's gaze remained resolutely firm, while he pondered how to navigate the looming crisis and lead Li Daxiong and Xiao Lu to safety. Chapter 46. The Odd Female Zombie. With that, Qin Yiming slowly turned to face the mysterious woman, a semblance of a smile gracing his features, and with an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "What? Do you wish for me to stay and share a cup of tea with you?" Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman felt a surge of fury rush to her head, nearly overwhelming her with indignation, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson. What she found most intolerable was Qin Yiming's demeanor, characterized by a pervasive nonchalance and lethargy towards all matters. He approached tasks with an unrestrained whimsy, driven solely by his preferences, striking anyone he pleased, devoid of any principles. It was as though the sky could fall, and it would bear no consequence for him. An air of cynical indifference enveloped him entirely. "Shall I brew a pot of tea for you? Would you care to stay?" the enigmatic woman remarked with irritation. "I would not." Qin Yiming resolutely declined. Just as he prepared to turn away, embarking on an escape plan with Li Daxiong and Xiao Lu, he witnessed the mysterious woman draw her sword with a calm and deliberate poise. The blade, seemingly enchanted, was swiftly enveloped in a layer of translucent frost, glistening in the light. Following this, she lightly tapped the ground and soared through the air with the grace of a bird, descending from the rooftop. Undaunted, Qin Yiming thought to himself, since the other party wished to retain him, how could he possibly decline the invitation? Thus, he propelled himself forward with an explosive force, charging towards the mysterious woman with unwavering determination. In that fleeting moment of their aerial convergence, their movements resembled a breathtaking acrobatic performance, thrilling and perilous. Clang, clash. The air was filled with the glint of blades and the sound of metal striking metal. In an instant, after a dazzling display of cold light, Qin Yiming found himself outmatched by the enigmatic woman, who seized upon his momentary lapse, delivering a kick that sent him flying, his form arcing through the air before he landed unceremoniously on the floor of the towering edifice. Before he could regain his composure, the enigmatic woman pursued him like a shadowy specter, advancing into the building. In an instant, the two engaged in a frenzied display of martial prowess, unleashing a flurry of white paper that cascaded to the ground like snowflakes, leaving the entire floor in disarray. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonated through the chaos, a sound that seemed strikingly out of place amidst the tumult. In perfect synchrony, both combatants halted their movements, turning their gazes toward the source of the noise. There, they beheld a young girl, clad in a professional suit, exuding an air of competence, now cowering in a corner of the floor, desperately using a table to shield herself from several ravenous, screeching zombies. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yiming did not hesitate. In a flash, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, vanishing from sight. A cold glint flashed as he swiftly dispatched the zombies, their heads severed cleanly in one fluid motion. "Ah, thank you," the young girl stammered, her eyes still reflecting remnants of fear. Qin Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned to the mysterious woman and proposed, "Shall we continue this battle elsewhere? What if I refuse?" The woman replied with a composed demeanor, a hint of provocation dancing at the corners of her lips. In an astonishing moment, the mysterious woman witnessed Qin Yiming thrust a blade directly into the young girl's body. She couldn't help but wonder, was it because he felt threatened by her? Would Qin Yiming truly take her life? Suddenly, the mysterious woman scrutinized Qin Yiming anew, as if her entire perception of him had crumbled in an instant. Then, with a hint of jest, she remarked, "Qin Yiming, I must admit, your temperament seems somewhat suited to our Dawn Holy sect. You are quite decisive. But don't misunderstand. I noticed that she had already been bitten and would inevitably transform into a zombie. It would be more merciful to assist her and grant her an early release." Qin Yiming, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, calmly explained. Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman focused her gaze and indeed spotted an alarming bite mark on the girl's ankle. The skin surrounding the wound had begun to darken ominously. "Qin Yiming, it seems you have no right to dictate the lives of others," the mysterious woman retorted. "And do you?" Qin Yiming responded coolly, subtly implying that she and her Dawn Holy sect were equally unqualified to cast judgment. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, plummeting to an icy silence. Both parties chose to refrain from further words, yet Qin Yiming took the initiative, exuding an imposing aura as he charged toward her. As for the notion of killing the girl, Qin Yiming felt no remorse, for he knew that she would soon undergo her transformation, true to his expectations. After an intense exchange of blows between them, the young girl slowly rose to her feet, her eyes glowing crimson, resembling a monster as she lunged toward Qin Yiming. Qin Yiming displayed no trace of panic. After a clash with the enigmatic woman, he swiftly maneuvered beside the zombie and, with a casual stroke of his blade, aimed for her neck. The outcome, however, was unexpectedly astonishing for both him and the mysterious woman. The young girl seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, gracefully crouching to evade his strike with ease. Observing this, Qin Yiming countered with another slash directed at her waist, only to have her deftly escape once more with a backflip. This series of events left Qin Yiming's face awash with surprise and incredulity. Even the mysterious woman, who had been observing quietly, was filled with curiosity and astonishment. As Qin Yiming continued to miss his target, he accelerated his attacks. In a flash, his figure blurred, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he lunged again towards her neck. Yet, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Qin Yiming was astonished to find that the female zombie seemed to have enhanced her agility, skillfully dodging his assault once more. This scene elicited peals of laughter from the mysterious woman, who nearly wept from mirth, teasing Qin Yiming, "Ha ha ha. It seems you've conjured a monster, one that appears to surpass your own prowess." Ignoring her jests, Qin Yiming prepared to launch another assault when, in an instant, a sharp spike shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, pinning the zombie against the wall, rendering her immobile. The two individuals abruptly turned their gazes outward towards the vast expanse beyond the building, a chill creeping into their hearts. Chapter 47, The Female Zombie, Li Xiaolan. The crowd peered outside the edifice, where the colossal, blade-like figure had already reached beneath the magnetic sphere, bellowing with an earth-shattering roar. It was as if the creature was announcing its presence to the world, the sound reverberating like a cataclysm. Qin Yiming and the enigmatic woman reacted with astonishing swiftness, darting out of the building almost simultaneously. In a flash, they ascended the outer walls with agility reminiscent of a spider, traversing the surface with remarkable ease until they reached the rooftop. Yet, neither of them noticed that the eyes of the female zombie had suddenly sprung open. The once crimson orbs astonishingly regained their normalcy, a sight that defied all comprehension. Upon reaching the rooftop, Qin Yiming was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, urgently calling out to Li Daxiong, "Uncle Li, we must evacuate at once." "I shall heed your words, Yiming." Li Daxiong, not one to be easily perplexed, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He responded succinctly before cautiously following Qin Yiming back into the building, their steps both hurried and resolute. As for the ice wall conjured by the mysterious woman, it posed no impediment to their escape. With a swift kick, Qin Yiming shattered it, allowing them to pass through effortlessly. The trio raced down the corridor, as if in a frantic contest against time, desperately making their way towards the lower levels. The sound of footsteps echoed sharply, revealing to outsiders that each step was taken with urgency and strength, reflecting the dire state of the situation. However, what Qin Yiming never anticipated was that the female zombie, for reasons unknown, had taken refuge in the corridor. Upon seeing him, she cried out, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Her panicked demeanor suggested that the memory of Qin Yiming striking at her with a blade was still fresh in her mind. Now, It was Qin Yiming's turn to be taken aback, internally questioning, what is happening? Can a zombie regain consciousness? This is truly unprecedented. He gazed at the female zombie with disbelief and astonishment, asking, you possess awareness? The female zombie obediently nodded. Qin Yiming also noticed the gaping wound in her chest, which silently narrated her tragic fate, clearly indicating that this girl was now a living corpse. Yet, the current circumstances were pressing, leaving him no room for delay. He exchanged a glance with Li Daxiang, conveying a clear message. Hurry up, do not linger, and refrain from meddling. The three of them continued their hurried descent down the stairs, their steps urgent and frantic. After just a few paces, the female zombie hastily spoke. May I accompany you? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yiming flatly rejected her, thinking, what a joke. Bringing a zombie along would only invite trouble. As Qin Yiming finished speaking, he heard the gentle, childlike voice of the little deer say, Brother Yiming, please let the sister come with us, okay? The sweetness of her voice struck Qin Yiming's heart like a delicate yet powerful little dagger, rendering him unable to refuse. Seeing this, he helplessly nodded at the little deer. Then the female zombie spoke, you may accompany us, but if you display any signs of wrongdoing, I will not hesitate to end your life. Do you understand? There was a hint of warning in Qin Yiming's tone as his gaze remained fixed on the female zombie, scrutinizing her every move. Thank you. My name is Li Xiaolan. The female zombie, Li Xiaolan, replied timidly, her voice tinged with shyness and gratitude. After nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Yiming calmly gestured for her to follow. Remarkably, throughout their journey, they encountered neither zombies nor monsters, indicating that Lady Luck had bestowed her favor upon them. Upon reaching the doorway of the first-floor corridor, Qin Yiming abruptly halted. With his extraordinary perception, he heard the sounds of zombies gnawing in the building's lobby. It was evident that the first-floor lobby had become a veritable feast for the undead, teeming with zombies rampaging and tearing into everything. Suddenly, a roar and the sound of the building collapsing echoed like thunder from outside. Through the crack of the door, Qin Yiming glimpsed the colossal, serrated skeleton violently crashing into a building, causing it to sway precariously, trembling violently. It felt as though the towering structure was on the verge of collapsing, destined to transform into a mere heap of rubble. Countless zombies and grotesque creatures, now turned into the undead, were frantically gnawing at the colossal form known as the Thousand Blades Giant. Yet, the creature's gaze remained fixated on the levitating magnetic orb above. As if amidst the chaos and carnage, it recognized the orb as its singular objective. Just as Qin Yiming prepared to seize the moment and lead Li Daxiang and the others out of the building, Li Xiaolan suddenly interjected, wait. The trio paused, their faces etched with confusion as they turned to her. She continued, I believe I can venture out first to scout the way. Those zombies seem oblivious to my presence. Upon hearing her suggestion, Qin Yiming deemed it a sound plan and did not protest. As Li Xiaolan stepped into the lobby, the zombies appeared to disregard her entirely. Just as she had predicted, when she returned, Qin Yiming wasted no time in closely following her. In their current predicament, there was no alternative but to place their trust in her. The four of them advanced with urgency toward the Starry Heritage Academy, their steps hurried yet resolute. However, as they exited the building, a zombie dog, akin to a keen-sensed detective, caught a whiff of their scent. The creature immediately turned its attention toward them, barking incessantly with a piercing, jarring sound that shattered the brief tranquility around them. This commotion served as a summons, drawing the gaze of other nearby zombies. In an instant, the horde surged forth like a relentless tide, all rushing towards them. The densely packed horde of zombies resembled a vast ocean of darkness, evoking an overwhelming sense of despair. Observing this dire situation, Qin Yiming bellowed with fervor, breakthrough. His powerful voice seemed to infuse the others with courage, urging them to shatter the terrifying predicament. Almost immediately after Qin Yiming's command, a swarm of zombie dogs surged forward. With swift reflexes, he dispatched them effortlessly, one by one. However, the relentless tide of zombies followed closely behind, crashing forth like a surging wave, intensifying the urgency of the situation. Chapter 48. Breaking through the encirclement. Brother Yiming. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Little Deer sliced through the air like a sharp bolt of lightning. Startled, Qin Yiming nearly leaped in surprise and quickly turned to look back. Before them, for reasons unknown, a multitude of monstrous creatures had appeared, encircling them as if preordained. Qin Yiming gazed at the houses occupied by these creatures, and the sight of countless beasts sent chills down his spine. At that moment, he resembled a stern detective, his penetrating gaze fixed coldly on Li Xiaolan beside him. Upon meeting his icy stare, Li Xiaolan trembled involuntarily and hastily began to explain, When I first emerged, there weren't so many monsters here. I swear to the heavens. Qin Yiming regarded her with a furrowed brow, his expression betraying no hint of reassurance as he observed her panicked demeanor and fervent attempts at justification. The crowd was oblivious to his thoughts, yet in Qin Yiming's mind, a question lingered. If it were not for Li Xiaolan's deliberate actions, how could such a formidable horde of monsters suddenly obstruct their path? Could it be that there existed exceptionally intelligent creatures among the monsters, directing their movements? Before Qin Yiming could ponder further, the sharp sound of machine gun fire pierced the air as a barrage of bullets rained down from above, akin to scattered beans, successfully halting the advance of the beasts. Qin Yiming and his companions looked up, witnessing Ling Long and Wang Xing descending dramatically from the building's walls, leading the remnants of their forces. Ling Long landed beside Qin Yiming and decisively proclaimed, "We must break through together. Only by escaping can we find a chance at survival. I know another route to the academy." Her unwavering gaze, filled with a determination that seemed capable of transcending any obstacle, inspired Qin Yiming. With a swift motion, he severed the head of a zombie, his actions clean and efficient, devoid of hesitation. "Very well. I will follow your lead. I will cover the rear," he responded. Ling Long then raised her voice, her call resonating with fervor. "Everyone, advance towards the academy. Wang Xing and I will clear the path. Qin Yiming will guard our backs. Charge." Her commanding shout echoed through the desolate streets, reverberating as if to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. "Charge." With a unified roar, the crowd promptly began to divide their tasks, swiftly forming a cohesive defensive formation, their coordination impeccable. The team commenced their arduous advance towards the academy. On Qin Yiming's side, the addition of several members from the recovery team alleviated the overwhelming pressure of the relentless zombie tide. It felt as if the burden of a colossal mountain had transformed into a light backpack, allowing for much greater agility in their movements. Meanwhile, Ling Long and Wang Xing engaged in a seamless collaboration, with Wang Xing fearlessly spearheading the assault on the monsters while Ling Long provided remote support from the rear. Their synergy was flawless, complementing each other perfectly. Not a single insignificant creature could breach their united front. Before them, the onslaught of monsters crumbled like paper, utterly ineffectual. For a moment, the group advanced steadily towards the academy, maintaining an organized and deliberate pace, just as they seemed poised to break free from the encirclement. The thousand-blade giant skeleton unleashed a thunderous roar of unparalleled fury, causing the ground to tremble violently. The crowd turned to behold the skeletal behemoth, its spines erupting like fireworks, indiscriminately shooting towards all directions. Each spine glinted with a chilling luminescence, instilling a sense of dread. Qin Yiming observed Bai Chan suspended in the air, skillfully intercepting the projectiles aimed at the magnetic sphere. Their gazes locked, and Qin Yiming noticed Bai Chan's lips subtly moving. From the furrowed expression on her brow, Qin Yiming keenly sensed that significant trouble was imminent. Perhaps it would even provoke a cataclysmic upheaval. Moreover, observing her lips move, he discerned that she was urging him to flee. Qin Yiming harbored no doubts regarding her intentions. Although their stances diverged, Bai Chanqin had never acted selfishly. To Qin Yiming, she exuded an air of trustworthiness. In contrast, regarding her father, old Bai, Qin Yiming felt like merely a pawn on his chessboard, a piece that the old man manipulated at will. Yet, this was a role Qin Yiming had no choice but to embrace, a situation that filled him with profound resignation. Truly, he was a cunning old fox. Unable to contain himself, Qin Yiming murmured a remark laced with sarcasm and exasperation. Subsequently, he utilized the sharp spikes of the thousand-blades giant carcass to inflict substantial damage upon the horde of zombies. This assault also served to slow their advance, causing their once ferocious and agile movements to falter. Some zombies were even impaled by the spikes, pinned to the ground, and rendered immobile. Seizing this precious moment of respite, Qin Yiming dashed to the front of the group and addressed Ling Long. "I'll lead the way. Keep close and don't fall behind." Ling Long showed no hesitation, nodding vigorously in agreement. Wang Xing, too, watched him with a furrowed brow, offering no objections. Once more, the group proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the Starry Remnant Academy. The surviving townsfolk on the road, upon sighting their formidable group, surged towards them like a lifeline, frenzied with desperation. Though Qin Yiming initially contemplated declining their request, aware that leading a troop of dependents would undoubtedly complicate their escape, he was softened by Ling Long's fervent gaze, brimming with a desire to save the citizens. Without uttering a word, he acquiesced to her wishes, allowing her to guide the people, meticulously inspecting them before permitting the townsfolk to enter their protective circle. Perhaps it was they who charged towards the magnetic sphere, the epicenter of the release. as they proceeded towards the Starry Remnant Academy, apart from the occasional emergence of monsters. Only scattered zombies remained. These creatures posed little threat, easily vanquished by the group. Naturally, some townspeople remained hidden within their homes, observing the unfolding scene through their windows. Linglong gestured for them to stay inside, urging them not to emerge. When the group finally arrived at the gates of the Starry Remnant Academy, they beheld an enigmatic figure standing quietly at the entrance, as if awaiting something. Chapter 49. The Old Man Buys Contentment. As the party approached, breathless and panting, they noticed Elder Bai standing there, seemingly detached from the chaos, his demeanor serene and composed. A glance towards the gate revealed a chaotic scene. With corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, an unsettling sight. Qin Yiming struggled to decipher Elder Bai's intentions, pondering the peculiar mindset that compelled him to assume the role of a gatekeeper, ardently preventing zombies and monsters from infiltrating the Starry Remnant Academy. Could it be that Old Bai has suddenly had a change of heart? Upon this thought, Qin Yiming immediately shook his head, dismissing the notion. When Old Bai laid eyes on Qin Yiming, a radiant smile instantly illuminated his face, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Imbued with a hint of playful teasing and the tender concern of a senior for a junior, he jestingly remarked, "You, my boy, are brimming with vitality and radiance. You appear to be in splendid condition. It's all thanks to you, Old Bai. I've been eating heartily and sleeping soundly." Qin Yiming responded with a smile that barely concealed his discomfort. "That is wonderful, truly wonderful," Old Bai exclaimed, his demeanor warm and his laughter hearty. Suddenly, beside them, Linglong erupted like a volcano, exuding an intense fury as she swiftly readied a machine gun. Her eyes widened, fixed menacingly on Old Bai, as she vehemently accused him. "Bai Chang'e, the lives of millions in City 77 have perished because of you. Does your conscience not ache?" The weight of her accusatory voice lingered in the air, echoing profoundly. Without hesitation, as she spoke, Linglong unleashed a blast from her energy cannon. With a sharp whoosh, the projectile surged forth with fierce momentum, aimed directly at Old Bai's head. Upon witnessing Linglong draw her heavy machine gun, Qin Yiming felt a surge of alarm. His legs instinctively propelled him forward with lightning speed. And in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before Old Bai. With swift precision, he raised his tang knife before him, his movements so fluid that they set the surrounding air trembling. As a cloud of dust dissipated, Qin Yiming steadfastly shielded Old Bai from a lethal strike. Linglong's face was etched with confusion, her disbelief palpable as she exclaimed, "Qin Yiming, what does this mean? Are you also a member of the Dawn Holy Sect? Have you conspired with them in secret?" Her gaze bore into Qin Yiming, as if to say that without a reasonable explanation, she would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. "Forgive me, Linglong. I simply cannot bear to watch Old Bai perish before my eyes," Qin Yiming expressed with a look of deep remorse, his sincerity evident as he struggled to meet her gaze. Linglong fought to suppress the fury within her, striving to maintain her composure as she spoke to Qin Yiming in a low, firm voice. "Qin Yiming, I will only say this once. Step aside. Do not compel me to act against you." There was a hint of resignation and resolve in her tone, as if she were delivering a final warning. Qin Yiming appeared troubled, just as he was about to offer an explanation. At that moment, Old Bai, exuding confidence and calmness, addressed Qin Yiming with a nonchalant demeanor. "Seeing that you still value our bond brings me comfort. Step aside. This young lady cannot harm me." Qin Yiming glanced at Old Bai, feeling as though his feet were anchored to the ground, unable to move even an inch. After all, Old Bai was his savior. No matter how Bai had previously treated him as a mere pawn, or the dissatisfaction and grievances he harbored within, it was ultimately futile. A glaring truth stood before him, undeniable and stark. That is Bai Lao, who, regardless of the circumstances, is a benefactor that saved his life. This debt of gratitude has always lingered in Qin Yiming's heart. Just as the atmosphere at the scene became tense and precarious, with conflict seemingly inevitable, a piercing howl suddenly shattered the stalemate, reminiscent of a deafening thunderclap. The crowd turned to investigate the source of the sound. There, they beheld a majestic white tiger, its jaws clenched around a zombie beast. An astonishing aura emanated from it, akin to an invisible force that slowly advanced from the Starry Heritage Academy with a steady gait. Upon sighting Qin Yiming, the white tiger unhesitatingly swallowed the zombie creature, emitting a deep growl from its throat. It appeared to remember the injury Qin Yiming had inflicted upon it, never allowing the memory to fade. This roar instantly incited panic among the townsfolk, their faces betraying shock and terror. Fear and helplessness filled the eyes of every individual present. Linglong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, demonstrated exceptional foresight and swiftly responded. She commanded loudly, "Everyone, establish a defensive formation, prioritizing the protection of the townspeople. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, the crowd quickly organized a stringent defensive stance against the White Tiger, bracing themselves for its imminent assault. To their astonishment, the White Tiger did not advance to attack. Instead, it remained stationary, emitting a low growl, its gaze revealing a hint of hesitation and inner conflict, as if contemplating something profound. Subsequently, the crowd heard the old man speak softly, "Ling Long, do not hold it against me." The choice of Shinji was determined a century ago. His tone conveyed a sense of resignation and nostalgia, as if recounting an immutable truth. "Humph. I only trust what I have witnessed with my own eyes," Ling Long retorted disdainfully, seemingly dismissive of any explanations. I did not pay much mind to her attitude, continuing to speak with an air of indifference. "Believe it or not, you will come to understand the significance of my words and actions in due time. The hour is drawing near. I must head to the battlefield. Bai Chang'e, do you think I will allow you to leave? Until you clarify your intentions, you shall not take a single step beyond this place." Ling Long brandished her machine gun, aiming it at Bai, her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon witnessing her action, Bai merely smiled faintly, offering no response. He then beckoned to Bai Hu, signaling it to approach. Qin Yiming observed this interaction, clearly sensing Bai Hu's hesitation, even perceiving a flicker of fear in its gaze. Bai also noticed this and glanced at Qin Yiming before bursting into laughter. "Ha." Turning, he propelled himself in his wheelchair towards Bai Hu, climbing onto its back. Bai Hu, steady and resolute, carried Bai towards the heart of City 77. Leaving behind a final remark, "Young Yiming, you have perused the contents of that letter, haven't you? Do not disappoint me." His voice resonated with a hint of expectation and trust, echoing in the air. Qin Yiming remained silent, simply gazing at the retreating figure of Elder Bai, who appeared somewhat forlorn and solitary. It seemed that he vaguely sensed Elder Bai's intentions. Chapter 50. Ling Long's plea as he watched Elder Bai's graceful silhouette gradually fade away. Ultimately vanishing from sight, Qin Yiming stood rooted in place, feeling increasingly uneasy, his toes almost digging into the ground in embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Ling Long, he found himself stiff and motionless, at a loss. After all, he had indeed thwarted Ling Long's desire for vengeance, and he could understand her feelings of retribution. Noticing his awkward demeanor, Ling Long merely sighed softly, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness as she stated, "Qin Yiming, I understand that we each have our own positions and difficulties, and I can accept that. However, remember this, should we encounter a similar situation again, I will not show mercy, and I hope you will not hesitate either." "Understood," Qin Yiming promptly replied, eager to comply. Ling Long, seeing his response, refrained from saying more and simply addressed those behind her, stating, "Let us go back to the base." Qin Yiming hurriedly followed the main group. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere heavy with a sense of despair. Even the air seemed to exude a feeling of hopelessness. As the group moved swiftly and orderly towards the collection team's base, the tension was palpable. Ling Long was not idle on the road. She dispatched several individuals to scurry throughout the academy, summoning the survivors of the calamity. Qin Yiming comprehended her intentions. She aimed to gather everyone together at the base of the recovery team, constructing an impregnable refuge to provide safety for all. Upon the arrival of the populace at the base, the remaining individuals swiftly engaged in fervent activity, erecting a defensive perimeter, each person poised and ready, ever prepared to confront the imminent peril that could strike at any moment. Qin Yiming observed that every individual was on high alert, unwilling to indulge in the slightest lapse of vigilance. Without lingering, he promptly took Li Daxiang, Xiaolu, and Li Xiaolan to the airship launch chamber. The four stood beside an airship, and Qin Yiming scratched his head in embarrassment, his expression laden with helplessness as he inquired, "Uncle Li, can you operate the airship?" "Haha. I cannot," Li Daxiang responded, scratching his head as well, equally flustered. At that moment, Xiao Lu, resembling a self-proclaimed adult, earnestly remarked, "Then we are doomed. We cannot leave. However, I am not afraid because I can be with an older brother and my father. Even if we are trapped here, I am quite happy." Her innocent words wafted through the air like a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing everyone's hearts, offering a modicum of solace and dispelling some of the tension. "Haha." Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming and Li Daxiang burst into hearty laughter, their spirits lifted. Qin Yiming gently reached out, tenderly ruffling her hair, and with a smile remarked, "Little dear is absolutely correct. However, it matters not if we cannot escape, for Brother Yiming is quite capable and will surely protect you all. ensuring your safe passage. Little dear believes in Brother Yiming, she earnestly replied, nodding vigorously. In her small eyes shone an abundance of trust, akin to a beam of light, piercing directly into Qin Yiming's heart, stirring a warm current within him. At that moment, Li Xiaolan, cautiously raising her small hand, timidly interjected, "I can pilot an airship." Her voice was so faint, akin to a mosquito's buzz, that it was nearly imperceptible unless one listened intently. Upon hearing this, the three turned their astonished gazes toward her, their eyes brimming with surprise and delight. Li Xiaolan continued, still shyly, "I was previously an airship operator, but due to various other circumstances, I had to retire." Qin Yiming could not help but exclaim, "What a delightful turn of events!" Just as the four, filled with anticipation, prepared to board the airship and depart from this place, Linglong and Wang Xing silently emerged, approaching them. Judging by the expressions on their faces, it seemed they had already discerned the intentions of Qin Yiming and his companions. Linglong was the first to speak, saying, "Qin Yiming, we hope you will stay and assist us in resisting this impending silence." Upon hearing this, Qin Yiming's face instantly revealed a trace of helplessness. He spread his hands and said, "Linglong, I believe the most prudent choice for you all is to gather the surviving citizens and pilot the airship away from City 77. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood." Upon hearing Qin Yiming's response, Linglong and Wang Xing fell silent, resembling two puppets rendered mute by an unseen force. The atmosphere in the space seemed to freeze, becoming oppressive and heavy. Observing their demeanor, Qin Yiming understood that no matter how he persuaded them, it would be of no avail. As for staying behind to confront the impending Saint Silence, he would resolutely refuse such a notion. The demonic beast had yet to descend, and the true terror of Saint Silence had not yet been unleashed. Such formidable entities were beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Qin Yiming himself had acquired the power of demons and was acutely aware of the sheer horror that demonic beasts could evoke. He did not doubt that Linglong and the others were equally cognizant of this dire situation. Thus, choosing to remain would be tantamount to treating safety as a jest, inviting death unnecessarily. Seeing Linglong still in turmoil, he prepared to beckon everyone to board the airship when he heard Linglong once again address him, saying, "It is not that we are unwilling to leave. It is that we are unable to do so. Here, apart from Wang Xing, the rest are residents of City 77. We have nowhere else to go. The administrators of other cities will not take us in. If City 77 falls, we will be deemed sinners, condemned to live as wanderers for the rest of our lives. Rather than this, it would be better to perish alongside the 77 city." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yiming instantly comprehended the underlying reason, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, uncertain of how to persuade them. Nevertheless, he chose to lead Li Daxiang and the others to depart in the airship. Without further hesitation or response, he simply guided Li Daxiang and the others into the vessel. Linglong, pondering whether to say something more, was halted by Wang Xing, who had remained silent until now. Wang Xing understood that Qin Yiming harbored no emotional attachment or fondness for the 77 city. In truth, he too wished to leave without a trace. Yet, he was unable to overcome the obstacle within his heart, which compelled him to stay and stand with Linglong against the encroaching silence. As the airship ascended gently, Qin Yiming stood by the control room window, quietly gazing at Linglong and Wang Xing. At that moment, his heart was heavy, for he realized that it was likely the last time they would ever meet again.